Earlier on today, the Kazoo Derby Gallop took place at Epsom, and Emily Upjohn had a spin round the track. She's ridden by Frankie Dettori. She's near side in the yellow and blue quartered cap. No doubt she just came down the hill and got a taste of Tatton Corner, and then was allowed to gallop out up the home straight. Let's bring David Stevens of Coral in on this. Hi there, Dave. How are you?
Good afternoon. Actually, I'm good for watching this with interest, actually, because obviously when she won the Musidora at York, Emily Upjohn, Frankie got off, and whilst obviously full of lots of praise, and Frankie's concern was that he called her a big old unit, and he kind of wondered how she would go around Tatton Corner at Epsom, of course, such a unique course, hence why John Sadie Gosden took her there this morning so she could have a look
about.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think,
home
Angus?
straight. Let's bring David Stevens of Coral in on this. Hi there, Dave. How are you?
Bits of work, but she seems to be fairly well balanced. Yeah, good for watching this with
happy enough.
interest.
We didn't see her come down the hill, did we, around the corner?
No, that's Emily Upjohn. Yeah, Frankie got off, and whilst obviously
but she seemed
full of lots of praise,
she just proved her well-being. That's all these things do, really, don't they? And she's had a look at the place. I was concerned in the Musidora that she pulled quite hard. I know they didn't go very fast early on, but she was quite keen. My thoughts are that if she was to pull going up the hill from the 1.5-mile start at Epsom, she might use up a fair bit of juice. I think Settling's one of just a slight issue with her.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, go back to that race at York, and actually quite a lot went wrong for her, and yet she still managed to win in the manner she did, which means she's clearly got some engine. But you're absolutely right. She couldn't afford to pull like that in an Oaks going up that hill.
She's had a look at the place. I was concerned in the Musidora.
And that's where Frankie
pulled quite hard. I know they didn't go very fast early on. She was quite keen. My thoughts are that if she was to pull going up the hill from the 1.5-mile start at Epsom, she might use up a fair bit of juice. I think Settling's one of just a slight issue with her. Yeah, how well back has she been, Dave?
She's very and actually quite a lot of money favourite now. So she's shortened even since that win at York, which is fair enough. As I say, that is a brilliant trial in Musidora, and she did it brilliantly with the expectation of more to come. But she's going to face plenty of stiff opposition, which of course she should. And there was obviously the race yesterday, the Tatchell's Irish 1000. We'll come on to the winner of that Homeless Song. But the second and third horses there, prominent in the Kazoo Oaks betting. Tuesday, 4-1. Her stablemate Concert Hall has shortened 6-1 from 8-1, following third place. And we spoke last week, Angus, and I said about these O'Brien fillies. He's used this race, the Irish 1000 Guineas. 4 of his winners have won in his Oaks winners have won in the Irish 1000. So you wouldn't be worried about the relatively quick turnaround for Tuesday or Concert Hall. And I think both could well line up at Epsom. Splitting the O'Brien pair is his favourite stablemate, Nashwa. Of course, won the trial at Newbury. And that will be a fantastic story because, as I say, Holly Doyle is the retained jockey for the owners of Nashwa. And she's going to go there. Confirmed over the weekend that Nashwa would line up. She's going to go there with a leading chance. But yeah, Emily Upjohn, I say we'd love to have seen how she went round the corner this morning. But no doubt Mr. Gosden will be updating us all in the next days.
I have no doubt. Yeah, Emily Upjohn, even money with you, David, at the moment. Tuesday, 4-1, 5s and bigger the rest. Let's just talk about another fillies race, the Coronation Stakes, because we saw wildly impressive winner of the Irish 1000 Guineas yesterday at the Curragh, Homeless Songs, absolutely bolting up and thrashing Tuesday, and you're 2-1 favourite for the Coronation.
Yeah, and I'm glad you used the phrase wildly impressive there, because I was blown away by the performance. I'm glad it's not just me that was. Look, you had to be. She's beaten Tuesday, as I say, by 5 lengths, which is considerably more than Cachet and Prosperous Voyage managed in the Kipco 1000 Guineas. Tuesday, of course, feeling third that day. And she leapt to favouritism for this Coronation. She was 8-1 for the race prior to that win yesterday. She's now 2-1 favourite, replacing in Spiral 9-4. Now, of course, almost the forgotten filly of the season in Spiral, but she's the Group 1 winning 2-year-old. We haven't seen her, and again trained by the Gosdens, and it's going to have to be a masterful performance, I think, to get her, winning this race first time up. It's not to say she can't, and in fact she quite easily could, and that's why she's 9-4 second favourite. But against the likes of Homeless Songs, the Guineas winner Cachet, Mangustine, the French Guineas winner 6-1. Prosperous Voyage, as I say, runner-up at Newmarket. So terrific racing prospects here, but Homeless Songs, after what we saw yesterday, I think I'm certainly already looking forward to, who knows, maybe she's going to take on the likes of Caribus, Bide in the Sussex Stakes. Is that just wishful thinking? That's one for the future anyway.
Last very long. I think people will be quite interested in her at 2-1, given the impression that she created at the Curragh on Sunday. Thanks for that, Dave. We'll just finish off with any movers that you've got for us for today.
Of course, yeah, busy afternoon on Racing TV under both coats, but at Leicester on the flat in the Racing TV sponsored handicap at 250, Hello Zabil is 4-1 into 3-1, replacing Sadiqa as favourite. Very easy back now, out to 11-2, having been 7-2 early on. And we got jumping up at beautiful Ludlow in the 2 o'clock stumps or slips is 11-4 into 9-4, and sticking with the cricketing theme in the 3:30 Corton Bold is 9-2 into 7-2.
Good stuff, Dave. Thanks very much indeed for all of that. We'll speak to you again very soon. Thank you, mate.
Thanks, Angus.
Dave Stevens of Coral, who sponsor our coverage today here on Racing TV. First race is not too far away now. We'll be getting underway at Leicester very shortly indeed, and this is how they bet for this 120. Apprentice handicap to get things underway. 6 furlongs the trip, and Camachas is 5-2. Cola Kid is 3-1. Mostalim is 4-1, 11-2. Giobo and Alabak is 7-1. Rainbow Mirage is 11. There's a bit of money for that, in from 12. 18s, it just takes time, and Gilt Edge is a 50-1 shot. 5-2 favourite. Camachas for the first at Leicester.
Runners in the paddock ahead of our first race, the Class 5 Apprentice Handicap over 6 furlongs, and this is Camachas for Charlie McBride, who has won 9 times from 48 career starts, but a mare that's yet to win this season, but she's been going close, James.
Oh, exceptionally consistent mare, isn't she, by Camacho. Cracking run behind T-Spirit, a really progressive sprinter for Adrian Nichols at Beverley, and then second at Kempton behind Rainbow Mirage. You know she can handle the turf. She stays 7 furlongs, so if a strongly run 6 furlongs here would suit her down to the ground, and Harry Davis a big positive on the jockey front.
Yes, absolutely. Harry Davis has been flying it, actually. 5 winners in the last fortnight. In behind number 3, this is Gio Bo for Scott Dixon and Jonathan Fisher on board.
Still one, a big positive. You'd imagine that Jonathan will let him stride on from there, and I do like my horses in the middle of the track, and maybe in an apprentice race they won't switch more into centre like the professionals have been doing at the recent meetings. Good fourth in his last 2 starts. This is a competitive handicap, but each way claims.
Let's drop back. One is having her first run of the season. She did win 3 times last summer, but she's been on for 266 days.
Yeah, she might just need this first run back. So it's pretty good in the going day, especially in this kind of grade. She beat our own air show at Chepstow last year. The problem was she won by 5 lengths. The handicap had just got hold of her a little bit, and she's high enough in the weights on her return, but on her toes and ready to go.
Yes, and also on his toes was Gio Bo, who've they've actually, his girl has just taken him just away and brought him back in now. So hopefully all of it, he is an entire, whether she was just trying to maybe...
Rare in a handicap like this, actually, that you see an entire 9-year-old now. And yeah, she's just making sure he didn't get a bit excited.
Yes, good work. Number 2 in behind is Ella Black for David Evans. Gina Mangan rides for the first time. Another horse that's been in form on the old weather at Lingfields this year, won twice.
Yeah, the last 3 starts have been very consistent. Beating a short head at Wolverhampton, a short head win at Lingfield, and then a length third last time. Handicapped about right, off 74. Gina will know this one from home. Still 7 nearer that stand side.
Okay, so that is Alla Black, and dropping back 2 horses now. Let's pick up number 9, and this is Rainbow Mirage from Mark Rymel. George Rook on board. See the double at Lingfield on Saturday, and this horse he finished ahead of Camachas actually at Kempton last time.
In the last 2 times George has ridden this filly, he's won her, so that's a big plus. I'm not quite so sure she'll be as effective on the grass. She's been having a real good spell in the weather. Enjoyed returning to Kempton last time. £6 worse off with Camachas, and that could be the negative here.
Okay, that is Rainbow Mirage, and she'll be coming from stall 3. Now let's get in behind her, because we're seeing number 5 here. It just takes time, and maybe it will just take a little bit more time for Mark Walford to find the key. However, I think he looks in great order. I mean, he's on his toes, just enthusiastic more than anything, but he's definitely fit, James.
Yep, and the cheek pieces go back on. They weren't on for the first 2 starts of his campaign. They were when he won here at Leicester on good soft ground back in August, and at Redcar 4 weeks later. Not a bad effort, actually, throughout for 15 last time, because he only got beaten 5 lengths. He is a little bit on his toes. He's got the hood on for a reason, I think, just to try and keep that edge off him, but they put the cheek pieces on to suggest that a better run's anticipated today.
Won back-to-back races last August for his old trainer Nigel Tinkler. Nice looking horse, but we'll just keep it. We'll keep monitoring that, because he is definitely on his toes, but he's not getting too warm or anything. And in behind number 6 is Mostalem for Mick Appleby, a 6-time winner, including last time.
He's definitely not on his toes. Look at him, walking around like a proper professional. He's won 3 of his last 5. Probably going to be badly off under the £5 penalty. He only won by a head at Wolverhampton the last time out. Freddie Lawson takes off 3, attached to Mick Appleby stable. He can do it on turf as well. Good second at Nottingham 2 starts back. So he's one that hasn't got question marks about the surface change, but this might be more competitive perhaps than his recent wins.
Finally, James, let's get to number 7, the Cola Kids, for Alice Haynes and Ryan Sexton. A real in-form combination. Alice Haynes has had 4 winners in the last few days, and Ryan Sexton, likewise, he's had 6 winners in the last fortnight.
Yeah, it was behind Mostalem last time we saw him 6 days ago. Mostalem's won another time since then, and he's much better off at the weights. Ryan Sexton, we've mentioned in the preview how good he's going at the moment, a real apprentice to note, especially in the north, meeting Harry Davis, who's dominating in the south. My only concern is his first time back on the turf for Alice Haynes' yard for a while. Is he going to be as effective, because he's done so well on the artificial surfaces this winter? But this is a really competitive apprentice riders race. All good riders taking part, and horses coming here in peak form, so there might not be a great deal between them at the end.
That's a comprehensive look at them in the paddock. They're down at the start now. They'll be loading up very shortly. Cola Kid 3-1, 100-30 Camera Chess, Mostalim 7-2, 5-1 Gio Bobo, Alabak is 7-1, 17-2 well back Rainbow Mirage, 18s It Just Takes Time, Gilt Edge, 40s. A quick final word with Rachel and James now.
Well, the Cola Kid is the favourite. Lots of good form on the all-weather, but the switch back to the turf might just be the question mark today.
Just a little bit. The market's really struggling to decide between Camacho and the Cola Kid, and I probably agree. I think it's a really tight competitive race. Gio from stall 1, I think, might hold out for a place for each way backers, but it's a good competitive start today here at Leicester.
Yes, and It Just Takes Time is in. Thankfully, he's really played up today. Last one loading. Good afternoon to Tim Peters.
Good afternoon, Rachel. Good afternoon, James. We're ready to go. Good afternoon, everybody. They're off, and they're racing over 6 furlongs on the straight course. Camacho was slightly squeezed out at the start in his next meeting at Leicester Races, Tuesday 31st of May, Apprentice Handicap. Mostalem got away well. Ala Black down the near side in the green and mauve, showing plenty of pace. Giobo, blue cap towards the far side. They're the front trio. Camacho with the red cap in behind, alongside the orange and black of Gilt Edge. The Cola Kid is the grey, followed through then by the slow starting It Just Takes Time, and Rainbow Mirage is also at the back of the field. So heading towards the halfway stage with 3 furlongs to go. Ala Black travelling nicely on the near side, with for company still Mostalem. Out wider Giobo. Camacho is in behind towards the near side with Gilt Edge. The grey moving a little bit wider is the Cola Kid and Ryan Sexton. Rainbow Mirage trying to get a nice toe into the race, coming towards the far side as they race inside the 2. Then they're spread across the track. Ala Black down the near side. The Cola Kid on the far side with Rainbow Mirage. Giobo, Mostalem are still there as they head towards the final furlong then. The far side have it. The Cola Kid and Rainbow Mirage have gone clear from Ala Black and Giobo, but it's Rainbow Mirage who's gone on for George Rook, getting the better of the Cola Kid, who's half a length down now, beginning to rally again up towards the finish, quite tight. Rainbow Mirage with the Cola Kid closing, then came Ala Black, Giobo and Mostalem.
Well, a very exciting start to the action here at Leicester this afternoon. Rainbow Mirage on the far side, the Cola Kid near side, and on that, well, Rainbow Mirage has got the head in front, back in third, Ala Black, and it is officially a photo, but great old tussle, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Rainbow Mirage, I thought, would be quite badly treated at the weights, actually, back on the turf, having won nicely, beating Camacho last time. But what was key, and it is always key here at Leicester in recent times, the nearer you were to the far side, the better you were, and stall 3 beat stall 2, but George Rook got his horse closest to the far side rail, and that's made a difference. Those 2 raced further to the right-hand side, and they've won pretty nicely. Those that race near the stand side just struggle to get involved.
Yes, and Rainbow Mirage, I mean, she's been a mare in wonderful form for Mark Rimo. Winner on the All Weather just 19 days ago. And, well, on the grass, she'd only won once before from 7 starts, so she's been just able to do it on absolutely everything. A 10-1 back on grass, and she's done it again. Back-to-back victories. Nice performance from this mare. She's come from stall 3.
Yep, George Rook. 3 rides, 3 wins on her now. Clearly gets a great tune out of her, and this is where it's key. He's wanting to be racing towards the centre of the track and the far side, and the first, second and fourth are in that little trio Ferguson's the centre. I think the one to take out of the race is got an absolute cracker. Gina Mangan's mount. David Evans' runner. Ala Black was maintaining his consistent runner form because he's the one that's raced closest to the stand side. Kamatis just switch left when really you want to be switching right. You don't want to be heading towards that stand side, and it's a huge advantage for our first two. They've raced closest to the centre, stroke far side of the track.
And something we'll keep an eye on throughout the afternoon, but that's kind of the way it's going to be stacking up, you'd expect, throughout the day. Yeah, the professionals have been noticing that for quite a while, and then it's becoming more prevalent. Nobody's engine towards that stand side anymore, but obviously if you're drawing high, your options are a little bit limited, but it's no surprise that George switching closest to the far side. He's the one that's come out on top. Just tied up a little bit, I think, in the closing stages. Fair play to the runner-up, the Cola Kid. Despite the high head carriage, it looks like he's gaining again on the run to the line. So I wouldn't put that against him, even though the head carriage is a little bit on the awkward side, just carrying it to the right. Ryan Sexton's impressed. Though, isn't he?
Yeah. I say it looks a little bit ungainly, but he was finding again for pressure on the run to the line. But just seeing that head on, those two are so much nearer the far side rail than the rivals, and that's just a huge advantage. Absolutely massive advantage here at Leicester, and Rainbow Mirage. Just a mare who's really hit form for connections, and no doubt absolutely delighted. There she is, the winner. Back to you, Angus.
Yeah, 10-1, Rach. 10-1 for Rainbow Mirage. For Mark Grimel and George Rook. Backing up that win at Kempton last time up. And well handled, I thought, by George Rook. Found the right part of the track. 10-1. The Cola Kid, 3-1 favourite second. And Ala Black, 7-1 in third. The time was 1:10.50. It's quick, isn't it? The ground is quick out there, I think. It's only 0.7 outside the standard. So we're underway at Leicester. We're about to get underway at Ludlow. That's the scene there. Runners heading down. Mr. Yates is 9-4 for this amateur jockey's handicap hurdle. 5-1 Beagle, Family Pot 6-1, 15-2 Mellow Ben. In the Bull 9-1. Knight in Lambourne 10s, and it's 10s about Equus Miller as well. Voodoo Doll 12s, 25s Catching Time, Voice of Hope 50s. All 10 go then in our first at Ludlow this afternoon. Let's rejoin Steward and Sam.
And welcome back to Shropshire with the runners on the way to post for the Lorna Brook Amateur Jockeys Handicap Hurdle. It gets us underway this afternoon. Mr. Yates heading the market. Sam Turner and I went down to the parade ring to have a close-up look at each of the 10 runners. Paddock observations first of all, Sam. In the Bull was getting a bit warm, wasn't he?
He was sweating up, which on a relatively cool afternoon in Ludlow in South Shropshire, that was a bit of a surprise, to be honest, but I was just remarking sort of to extra viewers that, if that's his disposition, if he's going to be a bit key and free during this race, that's going to harm his chances of getting this extended trip, I think. Which his run style on the flat and everything we've seen about him today would suggest that it'd be well within his remit if he just settled and relaxed into the race.
Yeah, that might be the key to his chance. He does have the assistance, of course, of James King. Now, the favourite, Mr. Yates, is just taking a look at the opening hurdle. He's in the purple, yellow armlets, or rather, Gina Andrews is in the purple with the yellow armlets. And if he wins, it's going to look obvious, isn't it? In-form yard, consistent horse, Gina Andrews in the saddle in an amateur's race.
Yeah, decent effort last time behind Fenny Brook, who pulled it out of the fire for Henry Daly and Tom O'Brien, I think it was, on that occasion. And it was a perfectly satisfactory run. Nothing better than he managed to achieve at Plumpton, perhaps the time before, but they're solid efforts in the context of this race, and Milton Harris has shrewdly reached for Gina Andrews' assistance, and obviously with 75 winners under rules, I think roughly around that figure in the last good few years since she's been riding, then he's got one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced pilot on his side.
Second favourite here is Beagle. He's only a 5-1 chance for Seamus Mullins, and his last win came in Stratford Cellar last season.
Yeah, a bit of support for him. I think he was sort of 7 or 8-1 when the markets opened, and quite nicely supported. I thought that Fakenham run was okay, but it was only in a selling handicap behind Hey Bob. He was favourite that day, couldn't manage to get the job done on that occasion, so I wasn't quite sure why he was so short in the market here.
Family Pot is relatively short in the market as well for Sheila Davis and Katie Powell. It's been running in staying Casey's family pot.
Yeah, that's another question mark for me. I mean, Katie Powell's obviously had a couple of winners, the likes of Stupid Cupid and Night Commander, so you know, she's got quite a small sample size, but she's enjoyed some success, and obviously family pot very well suited to right-handed track on good ground, but be a bit of a surprise if it's quite quick enough to win this.
Is it beyond the realms of possibility that the veteran, Catch in Time, could run well at a big price here? 25 to 1?
Nothing is beyond the realms of possibility when it comes to horses, Stuart, you know that. Nobody knows anything. Anything could win any race.
True.
Second in the race last year. He's a bit short in the market, isn't he, for his normal winning starting price? 125 to 1, I think, when he managed to get the job done. And he was 25 to 1 in this race when our Rockstar beat him last time. But he does go well fresh. He's older than me. That's the only negative, really, for his chance. But, you know, he's clearly well suited by right-handed track and good ground. He goes well at Wincanton, he goes well at Ludlow. Not the biggest mythical, if he was to oblige.
Equus Miller was running creditably prior to falling at Fakenham last time. He was beaten at the time, but he made a pretty good fist of it up till then. Yeah,
and I like the way he travelled, you know, in this race, well, similar race to this, sorry, back in March as well, behind Itacare. He swung off the bridle for much of that race, and Itacare just got first run on him, really. He didn't jump that fluently in the straight, which probably harmed his chance a little bit, but a reproduction of that effort would certainly see him in and amongst it. The fact that Zach Baker's back on, he's only ridden him once before and won on him. I'm not surprised he's as big as 10 to 1, really, for a horse that's well suited by a flat track, right-handed and good ground. And, you know, they've obviously moved to find a race where Zach can ride.
11 to 5.
Yeah.
Mr. Yates?
Your favourite price? 11 to 5?
I
prefer 9 to 5.
I'm more of a Dolly Parton fan myself.
I could see that. I could certainly see that, yeah.
Right, final line to summarise the race on post time.
Well, I thought the pace might come here from Catch in Time, and certainly Family Pot would have to be pretty handy, you would think, given his disposition and run style. I'd go with Equus Miller just to travel in behind them and hopefully hit the frame at a big price at 10 to 1. He strikes me as a touch of value.
Right, I think we're just about set for a starter on the rostrum. We're on and a few seconds beyond the off time. Flags go up, so let's head up to the commentary box, and I'm delighted to say we can wish a very good afternoon to Martin Harris.
Cheers, Stu, Sam, everyone at home, coming in for the opener on their final approach. And off from the 2-5 start for the Lorna Brook Amateur Jockeys Handicap Hurdle. Voice of Hope, Catch in Time, Mellow Ben, the leading trio, as they approach the first of 11 flights of hurdles, with the foliage doing its best to obscure the view, certainly from the camera. But they're all over the first flight, with Beagle held at last and Catch in Time, who's keen, now taking over with Mellow Ben from Voice of Hope. Mellow Ben touching down just ahead at the second flight. There's a good 15 lengths between the leader and the back marker. Mellow Ben on the inside of Catch in Time, a Knight in Lambourne around the outside of Voice of Hope, the leading quartet. And then a break of 4 or 5 lengths to the grey Family Pot. Mr. Yates follows, a further gap to Voodoo Doll, In the Bull and Equus Miller, and a further break in the field to Beagle, who's detached in last place. They're on the long sweeping right-hander back towards home, with Mellow Ben and Freddie Gordon moving on from Catch in Time. They're being pursued by Voice of Hope on the inside of a Knight in Lambourne. They share third, 3 lengths back to Mr. Yates, who's gone past Family Pot. And then a further gap to Voodoo Doll and In the Bull and Equus Miller, and finally Beagle, as they enter the home straight on the first circuit. So running on towards the third, it's Mellow Ben and Catch in Time, chased by a Knight in Lambourne and Voice of Hope. The leader shifted left into the path of Catch in Time. It was done no favours. Mellow Ben's now more than a length in front at the middle flight at the home straight. Again went left-handed. Catch in Time in second, a Knight in Lambourne, Voice of Hope. And then Mr. Yates and Family Pot and Voodoo Doll and In the Bull and Equus Miller as they jump the flight that will be the last in the circuit's time. Beagle remains last, but the field are beginning to close ranks. On their way up in front of the enclosures, it's Mellow Ben from Catch in Time and a Knight in Lambourne, and then Mr. Yates, who's already moved into the leading quartet at the expense of Voice of Hope. Voodoo Doll, Family Pot, In the Bull, Equus Miller, the next group, and Beagle still sitting off the back of them as they turn right-handed and approach flight number 6. The Clubhouse Hurdle. It's Mellow Ben from Catching Time, and Knight in Lambourne will jump it a close third. Mr. Yates in fourth, ahead of Voice of Hope, who's followed up the hill into the back straight by Family Pot and Voodoo Doll, In the Bull, and then Equus Miller and finally Beagle as they level off to race down the far side. Mellow Ben from Catching Time and a Knight in Lambourne, covered by a length and a half the leading trio, with Mr. Yates latching on to them in fourth, and then a little gap developing to Voice of Hope, having gone a circuit. Family Pot, In the Bull beginning to take closer order under James King on the run to flight number 7, which they have all jumped. Equus Miller and Beagle still in the last pair, and they're on the run towards the fourth last. Mellow Ben the leader, Mr. Yates on the inside of Catching Time, a Knight in Lambourne between runners, the leading quartet. Then the improving In the Bull, Equus Miller making headway under Zach Baker. Voice of Hope is next, then Family Pot and Voodoo Doll, and Beagle still being held on to in the rear by Jason Dixon. They're on the sweeping turn back towards the home straight. Mellow Ben has company in the shape of Mr. Yates and a Knight in Lambourne. Catching Time is being ridden along in fourth position to hold his place on his inside races. In the Bull, Equus Miller rounds out the leading half dozen. Voodoo Doll is next. Voice of Hope beginning to lose ground under Tristan Durrell. Beagle has relegated Family Pot to the rear of the field, and they're on the approach to the home straight with a little over 3.5 furlongs to gallop and 3 hurdles to jump. Gina Andrews now sends Mr. Yates upsides, long-time leader Mellow Ben, and into the lead off the home turn. A Knight in Lambourne swings in third. Break of 3 lengths to In the Bull and Equus Miller. Beagle keeping on behind those from the rear, and then Voodoo Doll making an effort on the inside, running to 2 out. Mr. Yates, a Knight in Lambourne, In the Bull and Voodoo Doll as Mellow Ben gives way. Beagle staying on. Equus Miller has dropped out of contention. They're on the approach towards the 11th and final flight. Mr. Yates will jump it just in front. Didn't jump it well, but nor did nearest pursuer, a Knight in Lambourne. In the Bull, he's challenging on the inside. It's Mr. Yates from In the Bull. Voodoo Doll as a Knight in Lambourne fades. Mr. Yates is all out, nearest the stand side, running up towards the line, but holds on. Mr. Yates and Gina Andrews have beaten In the Bull and Voodoo Doll. A Knight in Lambourne home in fourth, then Beagle and Mellow Ben.
Well, Sam, I refer you to my pre-race comments that if Mr. Yates wins, it's going to look obvious. Consistent at this level, stable in form, and crack amateur Gina Andrews' book to take the ride.
You snaffled some of the 11 to 5, Steward. Yeah, very effectively ridden. Oh, 9 to 4. Very effectively ridden. Probably got the most efficient ride in the race in some respects as well. Was in the right place at the right time to strike, and all this horse does is probably gallop, and Gina's obviously made sure that he's in the firing line this time, and she certainly didn't miss.
Seeing off In the Bull and Voodoo Doll, who are 4th and 6th respectively, swinging into the straight. In the Bull in the pink and green, Voodoo Doll on the left in the sheepskin days. Well, you can't say In the Bull didn't stay the trip under these conditions today.
No. Yeah, second in the race for Alistair Alf this year. He won it last year with our Rockstar, and In the Bull's run pretty well. Travelled quite nicely. Came off the bridle a little bit earlier than I thought he might do, and he's just kept galloping at one pace. Very credible effort from a Knight in Lambourne as well, under Beau Morgan.
Who might have been in the first 3, but for that blunder, might
well have won. You know, was certainly on a par really with the winner, and has just faded out of it. But that sort of certainly knocked most of the stuffing out of her. Voodoo Doll just crept round the inside under Eleanor Williams and has plugged on for third.
When we take a look at the head-on, which obviously we are now doing, just keep an eye on them on the run-in. Does something come flying off one of the principals? Let's just let it run through and keep your eyes on the picture at the same time as me.
It's just good TV. A weight clock or something? No?
No,
I couldn't
there,
see.
just something small.
Oh, right, okay.
Might have been as something as...
Oh, you've got good eyes. No wonder you're a commentator.
It comes off Gina. It might have been something as ridiculous as a handkerchief or something.
Right.
I don't think it's anything significant. It looked too light and airy to be anything
need to blow a
weight.
nose mid-race?
Well, possibly.
Right.
I always carry a handkerchief, don't
Oh, yeah, but I don't ride in 2 mile 5 amateur rider races.
No.
Slow it down for the blind pundit.
Keep looking. There you go.
There you go. There we go.
No idea what it was, but something flew off.
Good spot. Sponsor's name. Sponsor's name?
Could have been. Yeah. Could have been the Velcro strap.
Young Master Wedge has advised us that might not be the case.
Yeah, the Velcro strap, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Do they often fly off, Adam? Do they?
Yeah.
Right, there we go.
He doesn't miss a trick, that's why he rides for Evan Williams.
There you go. Well, you can see
there you go.
You can see
what's left, Stewart, and
we'll give to Adam for putting us right as well.
Let's give Adam Wedge this microphone and take my position.
A generous round of applause then for Gina Andrews and Mr. Yates returning after taking the Lorna Brook commemorative handicap hurdle here this afternoon.
And that was the 9 to 4 favourite. In the Bull, 11 to 1, Voodoo Doll, 12 to 1, 10 round. Our next live race will come from Leicester, the 220 contest, but for now, let's get some reaction to the first winner of the day there.
Well done, George. This mare, where she's just really hit form, consistent, and you've got a great relationship with her. I think you've won her 3 times now.
Yeah, no, she's I've rode her very similar each time, you know. You just got to jump, let her find her feet the first 3 furlongs, and then it's like she jumps in halfway through, you know. She jumps bang on the bridle. And I was always getting there today, you know. She pulled up slightly with me. It probably hit the front a little bit sooner than I wanted, but no, she's lovely filly. So.
Yeah, she's tough as well. She's to roll her sleeves up because you've the Cola kid really battling hard as well.
Yeah, he was always coming. I thought I went and put the race to bed, but he came up and she battled tough again, stuck her head down. So that was good.
Were you always keen to be on the far side?
I was drawn 3. The main thing is jump, get in behind one, and just let her find her feet. So you sit where you want really on her. She's not fast. But the race took me that side. The race was happening that side, so I thought, you know, she's run very well.
And finally, what's the ground like?
It's good ground. Yeah, it's good ground.
Well done.
Thank you.
That matters, and if it's beaten within a length of the winner, we'll give you a free bet back. Beaten by a length. Available every day of the flat season with Coral.
Let's move on towards our second race from Leicester this afternoon and have a look at the market before we look at them in the parade ring. And Blatant is favourite at 3 to 1 for the 6 furlong maiden. Espirito is 5 to 1 out from 4s. Machito is 11 to 2. Noah David 6 to 1 and 7's Cross Stitch. Mystical Applause is 14, same for Sahud. King Kraken 16s, 20s and bigger the rest. 13 of them go here. The non-runner is number 7 and Blatant is favourite 3 to 1 currently. Let's go and have a look at them now.
Welcome back to the paddock here at Leicester. The Every Race Live on Racing TV Restricted Maiden Stakes comes up next. It's a Class 5 over 6 furlongs. It's got a couple of nice horses in here. This is number 3, and this is a colt by Brazen Bow. His name is Blatant, and he's been quietly fancied, actually, and he's had 3 starts already.
Yeah, he runs for the Woodway 20. Who had Chipotle with E. Johnson Houghton last year, and he's gone a Chipotle route. He's just not quite as good as what his illustrious stablemate was last season. Around the Broxby and Derby, disappointed. Much better the last twice. Good second on Neil Weather, and a good third in a stronger race than this at Chester. I like his middle draw in Southern. We saw in that last race those that were more to the far side were favoured, and that just gives him an advantage over Espirito.
In behind, number 12, this is Sahud. Geldis, son of Kotai for Clive Cox. Adam Kirby will ride for the first time. Tongue Tie goes on. And actually, he was really well fancied at Nottingham on his debut.
Only 7-2 at Nottingham when last of 8. Now, two-handers straight away when he came into the ring. He hasn't done anything wrong, but I think they're making sure he doesn't. And clearly, the fact he's already been gelded at this stage of his career says he's a little bit of a boy, and he did disappoint on the debut. So, best watch on the second start, especially from stall 14.
And in behind him, let's drop back one and pick up number 11. And this is Noah Davis, colt of by Night of Thunder, trained by Richard Hughes. William Buick will ride on debut.
Yeah, Dan was a 6-furlong winner. Night of Thunder, he can produce quite small types, and this is a small colt. That's probably why he only made £20,000 at the sales. But he's an exceptional sire. He gets all different shapes and sizes in the winner's enclosure, so he might run better than he looks, but there's not a great deal to look at in front of us in the paddock.
Number 9 is following him, and that is Metal Merchant. Mick Shannon and Tom Marquand will ride for the second start.
Yeah, didn't show a great deal on his debut, and a stronger race than this at Newbury. I imagine he'll improve for the run. Mick Shannon's 2-year-olds have been more straighter on their debuts this year than perhaps the past, so we should see how much he improves from run 1 to 2.
Yes, and 11 to 14 on his Newbury debut over at 6 furlongs. In behind him, we can pick up number 1, and this is Amarillo Gold, representing Jamie Osborne with Safi, his daughter rider.
Yeah, not a bad physical specimen to look at. Shalab puts a bit of speed into the pedigree. The dam ended up over 1.5 miles, a little bit bigger than the ones in front of him. Amarillo Gold could go okay, although Jamie Osborne's yard are a little bit quiet at the moment.
Number 5 in behind, George Bowie's runner, colt by Profitable. He's had 2 starts and finished 5th in both of them.
Yeah, he's quite a muscly colt, this son of Charm Spirit. We've seen him a couple of times, show plenty of speed on both occasions. A little bit unlucky to be claimed by a good one at Chepstow last time in the Midland Park colours. Sets the standard on form, but I don't like stall 13. He might just be wedged towards the stand side. That could be the difference between him and Blayton.
And in behind, let's pick up number 13. This is King Kraken, George Scott's horse.
Yeah, this one, £10,000 yearling. Already gelded son of Washington, D.C. George Scott's, like a Rocket Rodney, something like that, won at Goodwood very impressively. Showed loads of speed, so he's got a good guide of his 2-year-olds. Stall 2 is a nice draw, and as a physical assessment, he's quite a nice type.
And let's pick up number 4 in behind. This is Cross Stitch for Michael Bell. Slow away on debut.
Yeah, he was very green, wasn't he, at Nottingham on his debut. I think he'll come on plenty for that first start. Recorders had a few 2-year-olds for him actually this campaign, and they have improved with each start, so I imagine he'll take a nice big step up.
Just got to actually just go to the top of the paddock if we can. Just pan to the left. We might be able to see the 12 just once again. This is Saud, because he's really been a bit of a book, isn't he?
Yeah, we hadn't seen him misbehave when we did this little preview of him after one lap, but he is just proving a little bit tricky, and I think that's why he didn't fulfil his potential on debut, and hopefully he just behaves a bit better today on this second start. But they are taking every precaution with the 2-handers.
Yes, and hopefully he can get through the rest of the preliminaries a little bit better, make things easier for his 2-handers to do a good job so far. In behind is number 8. This is Machito for Hugo Palmer. Yard in great form.
Yeah, Yard are going well. He's had a couple of starts to date so far. Not the biggest on a dandy mount. No surprise that they are employing £7 claimer Harry Davis. Didn't really build in that debut second, so hopefully he can get back on the right track today.
Okay, and I'm just seeing if we can find number 10, actually right behind us, just to the middle of the paddock. Other side, we can see number 10, just to the top now, just approaching the top. Mystical Applause, called by Acclaim. Harry Eustace, he's in great form, isn't he?
Yeah, he had a lovely winner at York yesterday, top Panemestation or something like that we saw here win on Monday, so Yard are absolutely flying. I like this individual in the paddock, a real solid son of Acclaim. The only worry Acclaims, they took a little while to hit the ground running last year. Cachet, clearly the standout. He's having a fantastic 3-year-old campaign as a first season sire, so I think someone will improve for the run, but keep an eye on Mystical Applause. Loads of speed in the pedigree. It might be one to progressive racing, but a nice compact type, and I think it's got a future in the Jeff Smith colours. OK,
lovely. We'll leave it there for now. Jockeys are out. Looking forward to this maiden stakes, and anyone that we might have missed in the paddock, we'll pick them up down at the start.
Yes, indeed. That was a good look at them in the parade ring. Blatant still favourite, 3-1. Bit of money for Machito, who's 5-1 from 11-2. Also for Noah David, 11-2 from 6s. Right out to 6s from 4-1 is Espirito. He's got a high draw to deal with. Cross Stitch 13-2. 14s from 20s. Metal Merchant, number 9 for Mick Shannon and Tom Marquand. Mystic Applause is 14s and the same price for Sahood. King Kraken 16s. 28s Carry On H, Us Drifting 40s and bigger the rest of them, with Blatant your favourite 3-1. And most of them have arrived down at the start. Here's Rachel.
Yes, they sure have, and looking forward to this contest. You've got Blatant as the favourite at 3-1. We got to see most of them, James, in the paddock, but a few at bigger prices that we didn't actually get to see. And Sani was one of them, David Evans' runner.
Yeah, no, I was at Soldier when this one made his debut, the son of Equiano, and he was pretty difficult in the prelims and was very keen in the race itself. Now, he's been much better behaved on second start. He showed a lot of speed on that occasion to effectively bolt for a couple of furlongs into the lead, and that was quite a strong race. A remarkable force, a very impressive winner for Alice Haynes at Musselburgh on Saturday, won that contest. He's 66-1. He's taken, not say the prelims, much better in the red and white number 2 today. He's a big chestnut. He's a big, strong son of Equiano. He might run better than 66-1 suggests if he's more manageable for Gina Mangan today. But on the whole, paddock pick would have been number 10, Mystical Applause in the Jeff Smith colours. Might just need the experience. Keep an eye on him for the future. I'm going to stick with Blatant, still Southern, solid son of Brazen Bow, and I quite like him as an individual. Not quite as good as Chipotle for these connections, but I think today might be a day he gets off the mark.
Well, he's been going close, hasn't he? And he's just been slowly getting better. Well fancied on his last run, and today could be the day for Eve Johnson-Hatton and Charlie Bishop on board. Number 6, Esteward, colt by Crushable, who's going to have his turf debut today.
Yeah, George Bowie's 2-year-olds this year, they've not been as forward as what they were last year. I think he was actually interviewed in the post. He's taking a more patient approach than a lot of nursery types. They're having their 3 runs. I think he'll do exceptionally well with these types and nurseries going forward. So keep an eye on Esteward. Georgia Cox was for the 3rd time. I think she actually bought him from the sales, but he might be one for nurseries. Like a lot of these will be more nursery types going forward. They'll start in July, so you've got another 6 weeks or so. Paddock notes as well, King Kraken was a bit naughty when Daniel Muscat got on board. He was a bit fresh.
Yeah, definitely fresh. He was a little bit naughty throughout the parade there. Just a quick one on Carry On H, number 14. We didn't get to see her.
Yep, she ran okay. Ross O'Brien's a positive jockey book in stall 4 is a positive draw. So a bit in that one's favour at a price for a yard that can do well with a 2-year-old fillies in particular.
So runners are loading for this race. 6 furlongs, Class 5 maiden stakes. And yeah, I agree with you actually on the Harry Eustace runner, Mystical Applause. Good looking horse, whether he's going to be ready today to go on and win if he's going to be that forward, but he's definitely caught the eye.
Yeah, just the way the Science Progeny progressed last year. No surprise, bearing in mind Acclaim himself didn't run till the winter on Neil Weather as a 2-year-old, just one run.
Metal Merchant's been backed off the boards here, James. 8-1 from 20-1, beaten 11 to 14 on his Newbury debut over 6 furlongs.
That Newbury race would have been a lot stronger than this contest, and that might be why. Still 12, Tom Marquand's going to have to negotiate his way into the centre of the track. That would be a negative. I think that's why Espirito 4's out to 8s. He's in 13. That's probably why he's drifted a little bit from what we saw on the opening race in particular, where the 2 that raced towards the far side dominate. Espirito's too big a price now, 8-1, but this gamble is huge.
Can't get enough of it. Metal Merchant now 6-1 from 20-1 before the all-fair. 3-1 Blatant, very solid actually at the top end. As we get the last couple into the stalls for the second race of the afternoon, just waiting on Sahood, who's causing more problems, yes.
And the gamble is just a little bit fresh behind the stalls as well, Metal Merchant.
OK, let's pass you up to Tim Peters.
Yes, very well back, Metal Merchant, as you indicated, and just a little bit on his toes. He's now 6-1 from 20s, I'm hearing, Metal Merchant. Metal Merchant needing some persuasion. Now 6-1 Metal Merchant from 20s. Goes into stall number 12. Sahood will be the last one in, stall 14 for Adam Kirby. Was a bit slowly away on debut. He'll be keeping a close eye on him here, drawn in 14. So just waiting on Sahood. Metal Merchant has gone in now. And Sahood has gone in for the Every Race Live on Racing TV restricted maiden stakes. They're often racing over the straight 6 furlongs. Carry On H with a little bit dithery out of the stall. Sahood again was a little bit slow into stride. Metal Merchant right down the near side broke reasonably well. So did Mystical Applause. More towards the far side, trying to get into a good early position is Blatant. Also Machito in the orange sleeves is right up there. Running about a bit is Noah David. In behind is Ansani. Far side of the red and white Amarillo Gold, tracked through by King Kraken in the orange jacket. The horse with the white face is Cross Stitch in midfield, alongside at this stage Estee Ward. Then in behind that, trying to pick up is Carry On H. Right towards the back at this stage is Esperito with the yellow cap. Only got a couple behind. Metal Merchant is also struggling. So who does the back marker? Blatant and Machito have gone on inside the two. Noah David giving chase in third. Cross Stitch now under pressure. Mystical Applause comes next down the near side. Towards the far side, trying to pick up is Carry On H under pressure as they head towards the final furlong. Blatant, though, has a couple of lengths in hand. Now Cross Stitch is the one who's staying on. Then comes Machito in third position as they race well inside the final furlong, but Blatant is clear. It's Blatant out in front for Charlie Bishop, about 3 lengths clear and striding up towards the line, and Blatant is off the mark at the 4 for 10. Machito was second, Cross Stitch was next. Good run by Mystical Applause, and also staying on Metal Merchants.
So it's Blatant off the mark then for Eve Johnson Houghton, Charlie Bishop on board. Good shout, well done James. I know that you were very keen on this colt this afternoon. Machito ran a big race in behind for Hugo Palmer, and a Cross Stitch further back in the field in third.
Yeah, we had some eye-catching performances from those drawn high in behind, but our winner, I like the fact that he was drawn 7. He had that early speed to get a nice prominent position in the centre of the track, and it's very straightforward. 4th attempt. I think they hoped he was going to be a Chipotle at the start of the year, running in the Brocklesby like he did. Very green in that contest, but he's progressed with every start, and that's a convincing win.
Let's take it from the top then. Looking back on this contest over 6 furlongs, the winner has come from stall 7. Very slowly into stride was Carry On H, but he tried really hard. She's tried really hard after that.
Yeah, she's run well. Favoured racing more towards the far side. You can see Charlie Bennett from stall 13. He's doing his absolute best to try and get Esperito into the centre of the track, but he's lost momentum and the horse is running keen. And it's just, when you are drawn high, it's so hard to avoid being on the far side of the track. And that's what happened to the gamble. It was green behind the stalls, Metal Merchant in the yellow cap and light green, dark green body. He's run well because Tom McCann hadn't had much choice but to switch to the stand side. No one I like in the paddock, Jess Smith's horse, Mystical Applause. That's the one to take out the racer for me going forward, because he's a lovely physical specimen. He's only going to improve with time and experience. Haley's not giving him a hard time when he couldn't win the race, and I think he's the one going forward to take out the race, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He's finished 4th in the end, and yeah, he's going to learn plenty from this. As you can see inside the final furlong, she's taught him plenty and took him home in a nice way, I think it's fair to say. But the winner, Blatant, he's won this with a little bit up his sleeve.
Yeah, 4th run, he just knew his job. Positioned nicely in the track, and I like the way he's gone clear on the run to the line. I would imagine that's a super sprint entry. Wouldn't be surprised if Eve's targeting him at that contest. He didn't cost too much. He doesn't have a decent weight, and that's just a nice effort. All the jockeys are trying their best to get across to the far side now, and that might have helped. You mentioned Carry On H has run an absolute cracker. On the second start, she was nearest the rail. The son of Night of Thunder, who wasn't very big, Noah David in the red and black, he just lacks a bit of size and scope, but Night of Thunder's a very good sire, and he might want to improve for the run. And Sani was too keen once again for David Evans, only beat one home.
And a big run from Machito again. He'll definitely be winning soon for Hugo Palmer, with Cross Stitch giving it a really good go. Ran well for Michael Bell, but it's Blatant. He's just much better than them today, and experience has definitely counted. Well done to Eve Johnson Houghton, and to that man there, Charlie Bishop.
Yes, indeed, off the mark at the 4th attempt. 3-1 favourite from Machito, 5-1. Cross Stitch 13-2, back in third. (1:11.29) the time here, so it's 1.49 outside standard. Both of those, the first 2 times that Leicester suggesting we are dealing with quick ground, good to firm. Ludlow. Novices Handicap Hurdle coming up at 2 miles. Stumps or slips 11-4, quite well back today. Now back to 5-2. Lindwall 4-1, 5-1 White's Turf. Zucayan 11-2, 15-2 Henry Fox Brown. Honestly and Truthfully is 10-1, and it's 14s and bigger. They're assembling down at the start as we go back to Steward.
And 1 or 2 lightly raced individuals moving into a handicap for the first time here. One of them, Lindwall, is prominent in the market. The other, McPherson, is a bit of a drifter. Each, Sam, could be potentially well treated on their flat form.
They could be, couldn't they? I mean, they're likely types. They're, you know, we're not quite certain that the handicapper's got the right angle on them. The market's suggesting that the handicapper's absolutely right with McPherson, because he's gone out for a ball of chalk. He's doubled in price from 6 to 7 to 1 to 12 to 1, whereas Lindwall's gone very much the other way. Despite being a little bit out of the handicap and a little bit wrong at the weight. So that hasn't deterred punters who feel that he's still very nicely treated. Very useful claimer or conditional in Peter Kavanagh riding. Obviously Donald McCain's horses beautifully schooled normally, and you would imagine that, you know, a horse that's 70-75 rated handicapper with Sir Mark Prescott should be more than capable of winning a novices handicap hurdle at Ludlow over 2 miles off a mark of just 80 on over jumps.
Let's, if we can, discuss the chances of the favourite here, Stumps or Slips, who is the subject of a jockey change. Luke Scott replaces James Jevons. He ran well at Uttoxeter when there was plenty of money for him, seemingly, and was a little bit of a nonsense race as far as jumping was concerned.
Yeah, probably cost him, didn't it, in some respects as well, didn't it, as Master Malarkey travelled up behind him and beat him. Obviously a Donald McCain, Theo Gillard project, that one. And he didn't do a lot wrong. He was a bit keen. I thought switching to Ludlow might help him rather than Uttoxeter.
I think more hurdles might help him as well.
Well, yeah, just slow him down a bit, wouldn't it? And, you know, just give him a little bit to aim at, really, late on. I'd imagine he'd get a quiet ride. And we've seen with Luke Scott, the horse that he rides later on, in the late legend chase, the late legend, that he's a, you know, pretty talented rider, good amateur, and he shouldn't lack for any assistance in the saddle.
It looks as though in the first-time blinkers there might be a return to positive tactics from Honestly and Truthfully here. He bombed out at Warwick last time.
The rumour is that he's going to try and make the running with the blinkers on for the first time, so interesting to see how he goes. That was a very modest effort, wasn't it, at Warwick last time? Okay, events didn't pan out really as connections would have liked, but he was still beaten an awful long way. You'd like to have seen a little bit more from him off the back of that Taunton success and the subsequent rise in the weights.
There is another handicap debutant in the field, of course, number 2, Zucayan, for Nick Thatcher and Fergal O'Brien.
Yeah, a horse that we've seen plenty of if you come to Ludlow through the winter. I think he's had a number of runs here, 3 in which to get handicapped, basically, and his run last time out behind Fight For It was a decent effort as well. He was bound there in the straight, made a couple of jumping errors, which probably contributed to his 8-length defeat. But other than that, he ran another perfectly solid race, and as you say, dips into handicap company for the first time.
And as we get close to the off time, Lindwall is now challenging Stumps or Slips for outright favouritism.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it, the move for Lindwall. Obviously got a bit of class off the flat, conditions should suit him, and I don't think he'll be too far off the pace looking at the way that they're lining up. Just Diamond Joel just causing 1 or 2 problems, the son of Yum Zane.
Yes, he was a bit flighty.
He was a bit fractious, yeah. He was a bit fractious. I thought of the outsiders, he was one that could run well under Tabitha Worsley.
Right, flags are up. This should be the final turn. Let's go back up and rejoin Martin.
Cheers, Stu. Coming in. Diamond Joel just veering away from the other runners. Starters let them go, though, and Diamond Joel has jumped off at the head of affairs, albeit very wide on the racecourse for the Racing to School Novices Handicap Hurdle. Honestly and Truthfully taking a shorter line to the first of the 9 flights. Honestly and Truthfully led from Diamond Joel. Lindwall made a mistake, got a reminder from Peter Kavanagh back in the field. McPherson is chasing the front rank, who are a few lengths clear of the others, going over the second. Quickly to flight number 3. Honestly and Truthfully in the first time blinkers, jumped it 3 or 4 lengths clear of Diamond Joel, McPherson and Junior Massini. Then White Turf, Stumps or Slips on the stand side. Henry Box Brown held up on the inner, and then Zucayan, and after making an early mistake, Lindwall has dropped to the rear of the field. Honestly and Truthfully at an honest gallop leads them right-handed onto flight number 4, pursued by Diamond Joel, length and a half down in second. McPherson up the inside is third, then Junior Massini, White Turf, Henry Box Brown, Stumps or Slips, Zucayan and Lindwall as they come over the 4th flight of hurdles, where White Turf was a shade clumsy. So Honestly and Truthfully pursued up to the bank by Diamond Joel, McPherson in third, Junior Massini, then Henry Box Brown, White Turf, Stumps or Slips in a line. followed by Zucayan and Lindwall last of the 9 as they head off down the far side where 2 flights of hurdles are jumped. First of those being number 5, Honestly and Truthfully, leads Diamond Joel by a couple of lengths. McPherson is next, just a half length away, then follows Junior Massini. Leader a bit slow at the first of the 2 on the far side. Lindwall remains the back marker as they head towards 4 from the finish. Still a long way from home though. Honestly and Truthfully from Diamond Joel, McPherson, Junior Massini, then Stumps or Slits and Lindwall improving their positions. Zucayan has dropped back last. Henry Box Brown in the last trio together with White Turf, but the field is well grouped. Turning right-handed out of the back then, Honestly and Truthfully has company in the shape of Diamond Joel, who's gone at sides. McPherson just a length away with Lindwall 4 wide on the turn, wide of Stumps or Slips and Junior Massini, who's still well in touch. After those, the final trio comprise of Henry Box Brown, Zucayan and White Turf between runners. Less than 5 lengths cover the entire field on the approach to the home straight. Inside the final half mile, 3 to jump when they turn in. Honestly and Truthfully from Diamond Joel, McPherson, Stumps or Slips making an effort now under Luke Scott, then Lindwall, Henry Box Brown, Zucayan and White Turf. The first beaten is Junior Massini, who's quickly lost touch on the run to 3 from home. Honestly and Truthfully, touchdown marginally ahead of Diamond Joel, McPherson between runners with every chance. Henry Box Brown making headway on the inside and Zucayan up the centre, getting into it, but made a mistake 2 out where Stumps or Slips also made an error, and Diamond Joel has now taken over, but Zucayan will jump the last up sides. Over in third, McPherson now stands side. Back in fourth, the long-time leader, Honestly and Truthfully. It's Diamond Joel and Zucayan. Zucayan just in front of Diamond Joel into the final 50 yards under Nick Slatter. Zucayan wins going away. From Diamond Joel, the always prominent McPherson. Henry Box Brown's effort petered out, but kept on best of the rest in fourth, ahead of Honestly and Truthfully and Stumps or Slips.
A winning handicap debut for Zucayan in the hands of Nick Slatter. Indeed, handicap debutants filling 2 of the first 3 places. McPherson in third, also first time into this type of race. You slightly feel, therefore, for the runner-up, the 10-year-old, the thoroughly exposed Diamond Joel. He's been beaten by a better handicapped horse. He's had a lightly raced horse in behind him, and the first 3 Sam have finished clear.
They have, but well clear. Firstly, a slightly disappointing finishing effort from Stumps or Slips, really, who looked to get the perfect draft into the race and looked to have every chance on the home turn under Luke Scott, and then just found disappointingly little in the straight. But this was a good performance, really, from the winner, who's travelled like the wrath of God pretty much throughout.
Keen under restraint. Yes,
absolutely.
He was.
Almost keener than, I mean, having seen a few of his novice hurdle performances, he's almost keener today off what seemed a stronger gallop than during those novice hurdle races. But yeah, I mean, he wasn't backed really as if a marker 90 he was thrown in off that, but he's overcome a serious blunder there and he's won as he liked.
Yeah, he's won by 2 1/4 lengths in the end. He'd probably have won by further had it not been for that mistake at the second last. But Diamond Joel's run another perfectly creditable race, hasn't he? He might not have an inch ahead of the handicapper at the age of 10, but look how far clear he's come with the fourth, surrounded by handicap debutants.
Well, I think Tabitha Worsley has done well to get him to jump off, because that didn't look a certainty at one point. No. They've got an honest enough gallop, you'd think, at the head of affairs. You know, the fact that he's led with Honest and Truthfully's sort of faded out of it in the straight, whereas Diamond Joel has kept going really well. Really solid effort from him, and McPherson, good performance from him, I think, as well, looking as though he might want to step up in trip.
Well, yes, certainly a stiffer test under these conditions. He was staying on again, wasn't he, in the closing stage in the sheepskin noseband, dark green colours. We should touch on Lindwall, because he was positive in the market. He was challenging for favouritism just before the off, but in truth, the game was up for him as early as the opening flight, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. He made an absolute blunder there, and then challenged wide, coming out the back straight. It's a complete write-off run. I mean, you'd like to see him jump with a little bit more fluency if you're going to back him in the future, but you know, there's no doubt there's some mileage in him off a mark of 80 once he gets a bit of confidence over hurdles. But you know, having said how well drilled most of the McCain horses are, he just had a brain fade going to the first, and unfortunately that was race over from that point.
Appeared to catch him by surprise, I thought.
Yes.
I know the first 3 hurdles come very quick here, and I thought it gave the impression that maybe Lindor wasn't expecting it when it was coming up, but no such problems for Nick Slatter aboard the winner, Zukayan, apart from that scare at the second last.
Nice family victory, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah. Those are the colours of Ian Slatter and Fergal O'Brien among the winners. And he's on hand to greet Zukayan as he returns to the Ludlow winners' enclosure.
Winner for the Fergal O'Brien team then. There's Nick Slatter getting off Zukayan. Claimed a useful £5 off his back. 11-2. Diamond Joel 20-1 and McPherson was third. That was a 12-1 shot. First race at Ludlow today went to Mr. Yates. Milton Harris, the trainer of Mr. Yates, and Gina Andrews was on board. He idled when he got to the front, pricking his ears and flicking his ears around, and he made a mess of the second last. But the last wasn't too bad, and he ran on strongly to land the opener. Let's get some reaction to that now.
Well, back here at Ludlow, Gina Andrews joins me among the winners with Milton Harris in the first with Mr. Yates. Congratulations, Gina. Is that the first time you've ridden for Milton?
Yeah, it is, yeah. My agent Gordy got me on him, so thank you to him.
Yeah, well, he's done a good job, and he's done it well, to be fair.
Yeah, he was very straightforward, very small. Milton said that to me this morning, so you probably haven't ridden anything as small as him. But no, he was gutsy and he jumped really well.
What's the ground like out there today?
It's quite quick, sort of. It's very loose where they filled it in, sort of down the back there. But I'd say it's sort of good to firm, yeah.
Okay. Continuing a good run, you were among the winners pointing at the weekend?
Yeah, I had a nice winner yesterday on Al Shahir, won the Veterans Final at Garthorpe, and I had a third in the bumper as well.
Okay. Can we look ahead to Stratford on Friday evening, because obviously a big night of hunter chasing to look forward to. Can I ask about the mare? First of all, late night fumble. Which race will she go for? She's in 2 at the moment.
Yeah, she's going to head for the John Corbett, I think. It looks... Problem with me riding, I don't claim anymore. So if she ran in the restricted final, other horses probably as good as her are going to be getting weight off her. So we're going to John Corbett. It's a championship race, level weights. She gets a mare's allowance as well. It just seems to make sense.
And how's she come out of Cheltenham?
Yeah, she seems well at home. We've not done a lot with her since. She's been in the paddock a bit, and we've just kept ticking her over, and seems in good form.
Fume Duderay is entered as well. He's in a couple of races. Which one might he go for, do you think?
Yeah, I think he'll go for the ladies' race, I think. He's also in the handicap. I think Cat Tiger's going to run, and we'd get a bit of weight off him, but I just don't know. That's a very good horse, and even getting that much weight, I'm not sure it'd be good enough to beat him, so I think we're going to go for the ladies.
Will you have any other rides on Friday night as well?
Yeah, hopefully Longhouse Sale's going to run in the 2-miler.
Okay, and that's your mother's horse these days?
Yeah, Mum's got him now at home. He's an ex-Skelton inmate. He's been a great horse, and I think Mum's ran him 4 times, been second twice, and he's won. So 2 miles right up his street and quick ground, so we hopefully should run well.
Yeah, I was going to say, really, I thought Stratford under those conditions might suit him ideally.
Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't really stay 3 miles that well. So we've been running in like 2.5 mile races, and he won a 2.5 mile men's open really well. And I've been second on him a couple of times as well. He just doesn't quite see out 3 miles, so I think 2 miles is going to be perfect for him.
And finally, as we enter the last few weeks of the pointing season, you must be pretty happy with the way things have gone?
Yeah, no, it's gone really well. I couldn't ask for a better season, really. Had a great time with the horses at home, and it's been a dream, really.
Perfect. Best of luck at Stratford.
Thanks very much.
That's brilliant.
Very well done to the connections of Mr. Yates, who won the first at Ludlow. Zukayan taking the second contest. Eve Johnson-Horns just had a winner at Leicester, Blatant, making just about all the running. Let's get some reaction now with Rachel.
Blatant off the mark then for Eve Johnson-Hatton. Well done, Charlie. Yeah, he was much the best in the end.
Yeah, we hoped he would be, and we kind of said any of the newcomers sort of could jump out in the race, but we thought we beat the horse with form, and he's done it nicely, so it's good.
And how good is he looking at the super sprint and all the big sales races?
Yeah, I mean, Eve's done a great job of buying for these syndicates, and yeah, I guess he'll go for all the sales races and those sort of things, but he's above average.
Yeah, well, looks good. Well done.
Cheers.
Charlie Bishop, who rode Blatant to success in the second race at Leicester today. Moving on towards their third of the afternoon now. It's the 220. It's a handicap over 10 furlongs. Ara is the 15-8 favourite. Midnight Train is 9-4. Roly-Poly Molly is 8-1 from 9s. Showman 17-2 and 10-1 Benjamin Bear. King of the Keepbacks is 14s. It's 20-1 Young Winston. Cecily is 22-1, 25s, and bigger the rest. All 14 go here. Araya is favourite then at 15-8.
Our next race here at Leicester is the 220, the Join Racing TV Now handicap, a class 6 over 10 furlongs, and the first horse that we're going to take a look at, James, is Showman.
Yeah, he's a homebred son of Kingman who had the 3 qualifying runs on the weather last year and caught my eye on the second of those after Kempton when he stuck on the inside on a day where it didn't favour those sticking to the rail. Dropped back and tripped for his third run. There was 7 behind Arion, didn't shape too badly, given a mark of 64. 2-handers in the paddock. He's on his toes, but he looks exceptionally well in his coat, and he's certainly ready to start off his campaign. It's a very strong 3-year-old handicap for the grade, but he's a horse I think is better than his mark of 64.
Okay, in his first run in a handicap off that mark. In behind, number 9, Manshuda, for Ismail Mohammed and Kevin Stott.
Yeah, this one's had 3 turf goes at Nottingham. Didn't really shape that well on the handicap debut, beating 11 lengths, got a red hood on in the paddock, but is walking around nice and relaxed, but needs to step up.
In behind, number 14, let's talk about Eddie the Beagle.
Yeah, nice looking individual for William Muir and Chris Grasek. Looks better than what he's shown, certainly in his 2 handicaps. A bit of a bolt from the blue when he was third at 100-1, and maybe was just rated a little bit too high. I think he'll have strengthened up nicely from 2 to 3 though, so expect an improved effort.
And let's drop back to number 3. This is Young Winston representing Mark Loughnane, and Stefano Kirky takes off 3.
Well, he's certainly exposed now, but it was a step in the right direction. His last 2 starts, I think, only beaten 3 lengths at Wolverhampton and third to Midnight Train at Nottingham last time, but no real reason, despite the weight turnaround, as to why he can reverse the form.
And in behind Young Winston is number 8, and that is Midnight Train, who of course is in great form on a hat-trick with wins at Windsor and at Nottingham last time.
Yeah, he's son of a Farage who's got a little bit of size and scope. He looks a lot better than the horse who was initially rated 54 on the back of 3 disappointing qualifying starts. He's won both his handicaps. A weak race at Windsor, a better effort, stepped up to a mile and a quarter at Nottingham, beating Rumpoldi Plan from Alan Kingstable, who was a nice type. He only won by a short head. Handicappers put him up £6. He's £10 for 2 wins, but he's got loads more improvement in him.
The next horse we're going to see is number 2, Roly-Poly Molly, for Adam West, who's having just a wonderful season.
Yeah, he was 4th in Midnight Train's race at Nottingham. Cesar Souza again retains the ride. He's a big lad. I remember when I saw him at Salisbury when he made his debut. He certainly didn't look like a juvenile. At some point he's going to come good as a 3-year-old, but this is a really strong race of its type. Relatively
well fancied, actually, in the market as well, yet to get the head in front, but yeah, he's just a lot of size there. In behind is number 12, Sicily, for Sylvester Kirkafilly, who's got some lovely form in the all-weather this season.
Yeah, this Kirkafilly is loving Wolverhampton and loving Ollie Summers. 3 wins at Dunstall Park. I worry whether she'll be as good on the turf, and she's quite a compact filly. I think the tight nature of Wolverhampton really suits her. She might not be as effective on the turf.
Yeah, she's quite slight, isn't she, in comparison to a lot of these horses. In behind is number 4, Benjamin Bear, for Alan King, who's in good form, the yards, and this is a horse who finished second on his reappearance and might just be able to improve on that.
Yeah, that was his handicap debut at Wolverhampton. A good run behind Fearless Bay. Young Winston was a 6th place on that occasion. I like him. He's a real strong son of Kodiak and stays quite well for a Kodiak, and he won't be too far away in his second handicap start.
Let's pick out number 5 then. This is King of the Kipax for Michael Bell. He's a gelded son of Al Manazor, and he's starting off his season here today.
Yeah, he had 1 go in a handicap last year at Wolverhampton. Not disgraced, 4th of 10 by Nastaraf, dropped to 65, and when they found a 0.65 at Leicester, they probably thought it'd be a good opportunity to make his return. But it is a very competitive race, and he will need to step up on what he showed as a juvenile.
Let's now drop back 1 to number 13, and this is Octopus for Kevin Philippa de Foy. David Probert rides today.
Yeah, it was 3rd in the final qualifying run at Chelmsford in a 15-runner contest. For whatever reason, he hasn't gone on the handicaps on the weather. Maybe didn't like Brighton last time, but there's question marks to answer, and he's quite dip-backed. And Brighton may well have not suited him last time.
Yeah, and you would really see that dip, can't you? From a long way back.
Yeah, even with the saddle on, with the saddle off, it'd be more prominent. But yeah, sometimes with a dip back, they don't always move that well, and that might be why he's not progressing as expected.
Number 11. In behind is Homer's Girl, filly by Ulysses, trained by Ed Dunlop, Danny Muscat on board. Blinkers go on, but a big price here.
Yeah, I like the sire Ulysses. But this one, disappointed in the handicap debut, and connections agree because they put the headgear on today, needs to step up.
Number 6, one of the big fancies, is Aryaha for George Bowie and William Buick.
Fit and taking this racing exceptionally well. Ridden by the yard apprentice Isle of Beach on all the starts for the Bowie team. Beat the neck when we were here behind Night Ark, battled on gamely. William Buick rides for the first time today. You'd imagine he might elicit a bit of improvement and sets a standard from a good draw in stall 2.
Yeah, he's been in great form, really progressive and big player in this contest. You can see he's quite a busy paddock. Let's see if we can pick out number 1 in behind. This is Kingdom Girl, James, fitted by Kingman, stepping back up in trip but still a maiden.
A daughter of Kingman who certainly showed ability in her qualifying starts, given a mark of 73 initially, but the 3 handicaps haven't been particularly great. Only beaten 2 lengths on her return at Yarmouth off 69, runs off 66 today, but I think this is a strong race for the grade and she needs to step up. But she's quite a scopy filly, and they'll be desperate to get a win out of a Kingman filly, but for now she needs to just step up a little bit on what she's been doing in recent handicap starts.
Okay, lovely. Well, we've seen all of them except number 10, Due Rum. Misbehaving.
Well, it went down early, clearly prepared. I think Rumswizzle the Dam might have done similar. Even Santa won our previous race at Blatant. This doesn't look quite as sharp a type as that one.
Okay, and we will pick up Due Rum down at the start. Back to Angus.
Cheers, Rachel, thank you. Yeah, Araya's favourite here, 7-4 from 2-1. Midnight Train is 2-1, and then it's a big jump to the next. It's his Roly-Poly Molly at 7-1. 10-1 Showman. Benjamin Bear 14s. That's quite weak, Benjamin Bear. Drifted out from 8s for the Alan King team. Charlie Bishop trying to ride a double. 14-1 King of the Kipax. Young Winston 20s. 22-1 Sicily. Kingdom Girl 25s. 40s and bigger the rest. But Araya is 7-4. William Buick on board, the favourite for George Bowie. He's only ridden once for George before, and that was a winner. Here's Rachel.
And here we are, James and I, really looking forward to this race. It's a very competitive Class 6 handicap, and Aryaha certainly sets the standard on what we've seen recently, not just the victory at Bath, but also his run here only a week ago. Yeah, his new mark will come out tomorrow. I expect he'll be £4 or £5 well in on the back of that next second behind Night Ark. Son of Twilight Sun from Richard Hannon, who improved for the step up in trip. He was a little bit unlucky to get beat. William Buick going for the championship. He replaces a £5 climber. That's got to be a positive. A nice draw in stall 2, and he looks to be taking his racing exceptionally well in the paddock. So many pluses for this horse, but for me it's a stronger race competitiveness than last time, even though he's actually dropping from a Class 5 to a Class 6, and some really interesting rivals are taking him on. Well, let's talk about his nearest rival in the betting, and that is Midnight Train at 9-4. He has turned it all around for Clive Cox with his wins lately at Windsor and at Nottingham. Good again.
Yeah, he had 3 qualifying runs in 6 weeks. Didn't show a great deal as a juvenile, given a mark of 54. Just got home over a mile, beaten Shabs at Windsor. Stepped up in trip, 2 furlongs at Windsor. Again, short head, so it's only just. He's certainly not laughing at the handicapper as such, but he keeps on progressing and he's a nice type, and I don't think the handicapper's going to get hold of him just yet.
The one you like in the field is Showman.
Yes, this is a competitive race to make his return. He's quite weak in the market now. He's out to 10-1. Nice type in the paddock, son of Kingman. I think he's well treated. Huey Morrison is here to watch, and he had 2-handers and just to keep him calm and relaxed. Stall 11 is my concern. He could be stuck a little bit wide, but Tom Marquand's one of the best jockeys to try and negate a bad draw.
And what about Roly-Poly Molly? Because he has been well backed. He's still a maiden, but there's been good money for him.
Roly-Poly's a big lad. 2's a juvenile. He hasn't actually grown that much from 2 to 3, because he was so big last year. At some point he's going to come good. I wasn't sure he was going to reverse the form of Midnight Train myself. Sylvester rode him last time. There's a £5 turnaround, but he would need that £5, and I think a real galloping track will suit him. Maybe not one quite as tight as this one, but it's a really interesting race. There's a lot of strength and depth to the field. Eddie the Beagle, he might be one. He's a big price. I've seen him through the screen, 80-1. He looks like he's done well from 2 to 3, maybe high enough, but keep an eye on him from stall 4. I think he could run okay.
Lovely, James. Thank you. Here's Tim.
All in. And they're off. Racing over a mile and a quarter for the Joint Racing TV Now handicap. King of the Kipax was slowest away. Ariar's broken well with young Winston. Due Rum is right up on the rail, showing plenty of early speed as well. Out very wide, Homer's Girl, and also showing a blazing early tempo is Octopus, the grey, one from the wide outside, and more or less trying to angle into the lead. So they've gone quite quick through the first couple of furlongs. Homer's Girl on the outside of Octopus, with Ariar the black cap up there. Due Rum is in the light blue and grey colours in behind. Then comes Young Winston, the pink cap of Benjamin Bear, followed by the red and white of Midnight Train. Then comes Roly-Poly Molly out wider, showing a bit of green as the Showman with the triple yellow spots as they race around the bend. Sicily on turf debut comes next, a three-time all-weather winner alongside Eddie the Beagle, who's towards the back. King of the Kipax was the one who was quite slowly away. He's moved up a place or two. Manshuda, the back marker, is Kingdom Girl. So heading inside the final 5 furlongs. And sharing the lead, Dua Rum with Upside's Octopus. They're 2 lengths in advance of Homer's Girl in 3rd place. Ariar comes next with Young Winston, purple cap with the yellow star. Midnight Train bidding for 3 wins in a row, in a good position. The red with the white sleeve. The pink cap on the rail is Benjamin Bear. In behind, Roly-Poly Molly's got a good position under Sylvester de Souza. Sicily comes next, still showing green as Showman. Up against the rail, King of the Kipax trying to make some headway. Kingdom Girl's in behind with Manshuda and Eddie the Beagle. So still just about Octopus in front. Homer's Girl being scrubbed along. Ariar going well and now getting a nice gap through to try and challenge for the lead. King of the Kipax has made tremendous headway into 3rd place in the light blue colours. Benjamin Bear's in behind. Showman's beginning to get the idea of things as they head down towards the final 2 furlongs. Ariar's gone on now, being chased now by Roly-Poly Molly and King of the Kipax, who are trying to get on terms. So it's Ariar in front by a couple of lengths from King of the Kipax and Roly-Poly Molly. They're clear of Manshuda as they race well inside the final furlong. It's Ariar from King of the Kipax. He's still got 2 lengths to find. Ariar, though, by the rail. King of the Kipax is in 2nd place, but won't catch Ariar. Ariar's done enough. Beats King of the Kipax in 2nd. Roly-Poly Molly, followed by Manshuda, and some late headway by Eddie the Beagle.
Well, he's only gone and done it again. Ariar, 2 wins in his last 3 starts. Runner-up here just a week ago, but he comes back here and he was, well, magic again in the hands of William Buick. King of the Kipax ran a big race, and back in 3rd, Roly-Poly Molly.
Yeah, I think strong form for Class 6 level. Ariar dropping in grade, he's come good again. That half brother to Mystery Angel, he's going to keep on progressing through the handicap ranks. A tough effort, but the form's pretty strong, I think.
Very good race for the grade, wasn't it? And Ariar has done this from stall 2. Let's take it from the top.
Really strong pace. Lots of those drawn high on the outsiders. Went hard early. Octopus, that big dip back, he was pretty keen in cheek pieces. In the headgear, they wanted to get Nicky's Girl pretty handy. And on the inside, the one that went to start early, Dua Run. So they went at a really strong pace. Ideal for William Buick. From stall 2, he could drop in and get a nice position. Unfortunately, the one I liked was a 2-year-old. Like it was his first run again. Showman was off the bridle, extremely green under Tom Marquand. I think headgear maybe applied for the 2nd 3-year-old start. He just didn't know what he was doing. But the pace is so strong. Our runner-up is nearly dead last at the back of the field. He's done an absolute cracker. King in the Kipax.
Yeah, it was a really big run, and actually he was a bit edgy in the paddock, wasn't he? Well, he definitely put the plastic rails to good test on the way out, but he's shown massive improvement. He's been gelded, and considering this is his first run, King of Kipax for the season, they must be pleased with that.
Yeah, I think they'll be absolutely delighted. You can probably upgrade the winner, because looking at the result now, he's the only one of those near the very strong pace that's ended up figuring it all. Roly-Poly Molly travelled nicely into the race. He's about 8th. The 4th horse has only got 2 behind Ismail Mohammed's Manshuda. So Ariar, I think you can actually upgrade the run as well. Probably the perfect scenario for George Barry. He's not going to go up too much in the handicap, and he's definitely going to be one that can keep ahead of the handicap and progress through the ranks.
Ah, well, he's done very, very well already this season, and good to see him come good once again. 4 connections, and I suppose those at bigger prices, anything really catch the eye?
Eddie the Beagle, I liked him in the paddock. I think he's done well from 2 to 3. He just lacked the know-how early on, but that's a step in the right direction. You can see he had absolutely nowhere to go. In behind a disappointing Midnight Train, for whatever reason, didn't figure bidding for the hat-trick, was beat a long way out, and maybe a 3 relatively quick runs as a 3-year-old have pulled out of him. He's quite a big type, and he might just need a bit of time. Hopefully all okay, because Adam wasn't too hard on him in the closing stages. But yeah, Ariar, considering where the horses that race around him have finished, he's probably a cosy winner. I like the runner-up going forward. Son of Almanzar. I think Midland Park have been a little bit unlucky. It's such a strong 0-65, because he's taken a big step forward from his juvenile career.
And Manshuda in the white cap with the maroon white spots, she's actually ran probably her best race yet.
A step in the right direction for her. She was beat a long way on the handicap debut at Nottingham, but she was at the back of the field when they were stopping. Showman, I think headgear will be applied next time on that one, and hopefully will come good at some point, because that was a disappointing return.
But expected to do good things once again, and he has delivered in the hands of William Buick this time round, and he just keeps on winning, and who knows, they might be seeing him again very soon.
Yeah, I would imagine, because he's going to go up next week, they might give him a couple of weeks off, but I think they'll be keeping him very busy.
Yeah, but busy is good, because he's been brilliant again. Back to you, Angus.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, very consistent horse, isn't he? And William Buick gets his second win for George Bow. 13-8 favourite Ariar beats King of the Kipax, who ran well in second, 12-1. Roly-Poly Molly 13-2 in third, 14 ran. And Ariar's time was 3.87 outside the standard at 2 minutes 7.67. Okay, let's go to Ludlow then for Maiden Hurdle, and we've got an odds-on favourite here in High Tech, 8-11. 2-1 Accidental Rebel, Hardlines 11-2, 100-1 the outsider Minella Zoom, 2 miles 5 furlongs the trip for these maidens, and an 8-11 favourite in High Tech history.
And it might be a very good opportunity for High Tech. It isn't a strong race. Sam Turner's alongside me. I got the feeling when we previewed the card a little earlier in the Dern Racing Fever, you were lukewarm on this race, Sam. I don't know whether I'm doing you an injustice or not.
Not the greatest maiden hurdle ever run at the track, I don't think, or at any track, if I'm honest.
Well, really, not for 10 grand in the prize fund.
Well, incredible, really. Really good opportunity for High Tech to supplement those victories in France and win for the first time for New Connections. He promised plenty when he first came over and started running for the Newland team. I thought he was a perfectly good second behind Zacconi Rebel, 127 rated rival back in January. Built on those performances, reasonable efforts at Fakenham and Plumpton, and then just that fall at Southwell really seemed to damage his confidence. And last time at Fakenham he just didn't have a cut, and he was very indifferent at his hurdles.
Which doesn't help round Fakenham, does it?
No, no.
It all happens very quickly round there.
On the collar, aren't you?
Yeah, I was just thinking for anybody who saw the last race there last night, 3-runner handicap hurdle, there were favourite kicked the first 3 flat to the ground and was always slightly on the back foot thereafter.
Yes, and we saw in the previous race here with Lindwall, met the first all wrong and it was almost race over straight away. Now, I'm not saying High Tech with 3 rivals to beat on a slightly more galloping track at Ludlow should find that a bit of an issue, but he wants to find some early rhythm, certainly if you're betting him at 8-11.
Accidental Rebel is having his first start for Fergal O'Brien. The tongue strap goes on today. He went the wrong way, really, for Henry de Bromheim. No 2 ways about it.
No. But he's with a yard who we've already seen amongst the winners this afternoon. They made a really bright start to the new campaign. Number of winners. The likes of Ellen Valley, Get the Pot, Mortlack, Timberman, Mary Berry and Zacayan obviously early on in the card. So a whole host of winners in the last fortnight. I think he's possibly the pace angle here. I'd imagine that he's going to be aggressively ridden. Got loads of solid form in some big field handicaps. All right, it's got dust on it, that form, but at least he has managed to jump well in a big field, and he's a pretty straightforward conveyance. I would imagine that they'd make plenty of use of him.
The flags are up, and they are walking in. The other 2 hard lines point winner now with Evan Williams and Minella Zoom for Sheila Lewis. Here we go. Let's go back up and rejoin Martin.
Thanks, Stuart. Accidental Rebel, Minella Zoom leading them in and off. Over 2 miles and 5, the Dobbing Club Maiden Hurdle, which sees Minella Zoom and Accidental Rebel jump off in front of Hard Lines and High Tech taking the lead as they all safely negotiate the first. Accidental Rebel on the inside of Minella Zoom, running on to the second. They're tracked a couple of lengths away by Hard Lines, and High Tech weighted with Accidental Rebel with the advantage over Minella Zoom, jumping the second, not much between them, half a length or so. A couple of lengths to Hard Lines and a similar margin back to High Tech. So right hand down as they head into the turn. Accidental Rebel on the inside of Minella Zoom, and then Hard Lines racing in the leader's slipstream, and High Tech observing from the rear in a steadily run contest so far. So on this long gallop between flights 2 and 3, Accidental Rebel shows the way to Manila Zoom on the outside. Hard Lines dropped in a couple of lengths behind them, and High Tech another length and a half away, about to work their way over the road crossing and approach the turn into the home straight. So less than 2 miles in front of them, Accidental Rebel with Manila Zoom on his quarters, just over a length to Hard Lines, and finally High Tech as they reach the third. Accidental Rebel took it well, as did the 3 pursuers. Manila Zoom racing wider than his 3 rivals, coming over the middle flight up the straight. Accidental Rebel from Manila Zoom, Hard Lines and High Tech as they arrive at flight number 5. Accidental Rebel jumping well. Hard Lines touchdown second at the 5th on the inside of Manila Zoom, and High Tech remains last of the quartet. Up in front of the enclosures, a full circuit ahead of them, Accidental Rebel has made all to this point, with Hard Lines on the inside of Manila Zoom, second and third, and High Tech remains the back marker as they turn right on towards the Clubhouse flight number 6. Accidental Rebel from Hard Lines, Manila Zoom, a little between those two for second. Hard Lines touching down just in front of the grey, and High Tech remains last of the 4. Up the bank into the back straight, pace lifting, Accidental Rebel responsible for it, with just over 2 lengths in hand over Hard Lines, who's now a clear second. The lifting of the pace has just seen Manila Zoom drop a couple of lengths off Hard Lines. High Tech moving through on his inside at the end of the circuit to relegate the grey to be last of all. Coming to the first of the 2 on the far side, Accidental Rebel by a couple of lengths. Mistake made by Manila Zoom, having dropped back last, exacerbates his problems, and now they're running towards the last on the far side. Led by Accidental Rebel with Hard Lines a couple of lengths behind him. Leader fired into that by Paddy Brennan, responded in kind. High Tech touchdown third, and Manila Zoom has been completely burned off down the back as the leading 3 head into the turn. Accidental Rebel from Hard Lines is only a length and a half behind. High Tech is in third, and Charlie Hammond briefly shaking the reins at the market leader, but he is responding to go up on the inside of Hard Lines, although he's not travelling especially well at present, and Manila Zoom is going to come home in his own time. So Accidental Rebel entering the final half mile with the advantage over Hard Lines. High Tech shaken up on the approach to the home straight with 3 to jump, and Manila Zoom, you can't even see him now as the 3 leaders turn in. Accidental Rebel from Hard Lines, Charlie Hammond lower in the saddle on High Tech. Accidental Rebel jumped the third last 3 lengths clear. Manila Zoom is still coming as they run towards 2 out. Accidental Rebel with High Tech going into second but making a blunder. Hard Lines has weakened tamely on their way towards the 11th and final flight. Accidental Rebel with High Tech hard ridden to try and bridge the gap. It's down to a length and a half, and High Tech is closing in on Accidental Rebel, who's flat out as they race halfway up the run-in. Accidental Rebel with High Tech pressuring him all the way to the line. They've edged stand side. Accidental Rebel holds on under an attacking ride from Paddy Brennan to fend off High Tech. Hard Lines weakened tamely up the home straight, finished third. Manila Zoom has negotiated the hurdles up the straight and will finish last.
A Shropshire double in the space of 30 minutes for Fergal O'Brien. Accidental Rebel on his debut for the yard has scored at 9-4, and an aggressive front-running ride from Paddy Brennan, who conjured some great leaps, Sam, out of Accidental Rebel, and that, I suspect, might have made the difference between success and defeat.
I agree with you, Stuart. I think it was the deciding factor, wasn't it? I mean, every time he asked a big jump from Accidental Rebel, he delivered it with aplomb, really. Really exuberant way of racing, hasn't he, this lad? And hopefully that's a confidence booster and onwards and upwards for new connections with him.
And as for High Tech, well, the signs weren't encouraging at this point, were they? He was having to work just to bridge the gap, and when he needed a good jump in the straight, halfway up it, he didn't get one.
Yeah, I just don't think he enjoyed the track particularly, and he's a little bit guessy still, isn't he? I don't think he's got his confidence back fully yet from that fall. You know, not like the winner who really, as soon as Paddy decided down the reins, right, we're going to go for a long one here, his lad picked up really well there. You can see he is pricked and wants to please, whereas High Tech's just a bit flat back and doing it under duress a little bit, and he was just getting on terms though, wasn't he? And then unfortunately one of his, you know, his failings in the straight where he did meet the hurdle incorrectly, but look, he got up sides. The winner had done plenty. He looked like he was racing on one breath for much of it, the way that he tanked through the race, and Paddy really had to be strong with him after the last just to get him home by half a length with that trademark finish.
And it was officially half a length as well. Hard lines. Well, he's probably run okay. It's difficult to know what he's achieved, really, isn't it? He's finished third of 4 behind a couple of low 100 horses.
Yeah, it was a modest maiden hurdle, wasn't it? Very much, you know, going into it, and Hardlines is very tired by the end of it. You know, whether he needs to come back in trip or not, he showed a little bit of promise through the race, but it's all very much relative, isn't it?
Winner drifting to his left, under pressure, and the klaxon has gone. And the stewards do want to have a look. Remember, the official margin is half a length. Now, it's not an official inquiry at the moment. The stewards are reviewing the situation.
Right.
So we're not in official...
There's a subtle difference there.
There is, yes. They haven't called an inquiry.
Is it a precautionary inquiry?
It's a review to decide whether they need to hold an inquiry.
Okay. Right. Well, I hope they review the review and decide whether it was actually required.
Well, they will do. We're going to have a look at the head-on, and we can make up our minds, and those of you watching can make up your own as well.
Well, the winner's going away again at the line, isn't he? And has he improved his position?
Well, here we go. Let's roll it through. Clear daylight between winner on the left and runner-up on the right. He goes left. Paddy's got his stick in the left hand,
but he's supposed to really put it down.
But he hasn't put it down. Now that might be a separate issue. The first is, was there interference? Well, I don't think it was interference.
No.
Was there intimidation?
Yeah, you could argue that, couldn't you?
Okay.
Most conceivably.
The winning distance is half a length.
Yes.
Has the runner-up ever flinched under pressure, or has he ever, Charlie Hammond, had to stop riding?
Didn't look that way, did it?
No.
Didn't look that way. He's 101 to keep it for me, but you know, we have seen one or two of these where horses have been taken across the track. I think if the margin of victory was perhaps a neck and High Tech was going hammer and tong, I could see it, but I can't see really how the winner will get chucked out there. I'd be amazed if he did.
Okay, so the situation we're in at the moment is that the klaxon has sounded. The stewards are reviewing the evidence to determine whether they need to hold an inquiry. Clear?
It's the first one on me, that, Steward.
Good. Excellent. Well, at the moment, first past the post, Accidental Rebel beating High Tech. If there's any further news, we'll bring it to you.
And if it's beaten within a length of the winner, we'll give you a free bet back. Beaten by a length. Available every day of the flat season with Coral.
So now they have officially called a steward's inquiry at Ludlow. They had an inquiry as to whether to inquire, and they've decided to do that. Accidental Rebel 9-4, High Tech 6-4 on, steward's inquiry ongoing. Leicester 250, 7 furlong handicap. Hello Zabil 100-30. Sedikar is 5-1. Eponina 11-2. 6-1 Roman Dynasty. Succulus is 13-2, 7-1 Global Esteem, and it is 12-1 Thapavis Vic and Cisco Disco 16s, 22-1 Bar those. Hello Zabil favourite for Kevin Ryan team 100-30.
Hi there, welcome back to the paddock here at Leicester for the Watch on Racing TV handicap, a Class 4 over 7 furlongs. And the first horse that we're going to take a look at, James, is number 6, and this is Sue Chellis for Oliver Greenall and Josh Guerrero.
Yeah, and Megan Nichols takes the ride. She gets him over. Won a couple of wins on him last year. Never say die effort at Haydock, just got up. First run for 233 days, and he has got the sheet on, but it suggests he might just need it. He did last year.
Okay, and in behind, number 7, this is Old News, who's a 6-time winner for Linda Stubbs.
Yeah, a couple of goes on the turf so far this campaign. I mean, there's a weather run of a second at Newcastle. His 2 turf runs haven't been quite so strong. That has dropped £3. Perhaps needs to find a little bit more, and stall 12 isn't that helpful.
And behind Old News is number 9. This is Visibility, who's 3 from 29, but still yet to get the head in front on the grass.
Kept very busy over the last few months, but looks exceptionally well in himself, so he's taken the busy spell well. Handicap has got him about right, and stall 10 isn't ideal.
So let's go back and find number 1. This is Global Esteem, who's a front runner, and I'd imagine him and Eponina will put a lot of pace into this race.
That's going to be a really strongly run race. I think you want to find one that's going to be tracking the pace or closing, and again, he's in stall 11. Hasn't been in quite the same form this time around as what he was last year, and handicap's only dropped a pound in his last 5 goes.
Let's drop back and find number 8. This is Papa VC for Mark Rymel, who's had a horse run well today. Tom Marquand gets the ride.
Looks absolutely fantastic, and it's in his coat. There's Papa VC. Yard, as you mentioned, are doing well with their small string. Rainbow Mirage, I wrote her off, so I'm not going to write him off totally. And so far, I don't want to speak too soon, he's been quite well behaved, because he can be a little bit of a devil in the prelims.
Looks in great shape, though, really does. In behind him is number 5, Sadiqa for Clive Cox and Adam Kirby.
Yeah, this one has had a couple of goes this season, 6 here at Leicester and then at Nottingham, and he probably didn't stay a mile. What's he, a pound lower than the win at Newmarket. Stall 9 now again. I don't really want to be anywhere near the high numbers in this contest.
Okay, and drawn in stall 8 is Roman Dynasty for Joseph Parr, number 2. If we can take a look at him, David Probert rides. Been good money for him, actually, James.
Yeah, I think he's solid. High enough drawn, but I think David Probert will be able to switch him into centre of the track behind what we think will be a pretty strong pace. He's very consistent. The handicapper is giving him a real chance. He's 87 back at Kempton in October. He hasn't been running badly, but he's dropped £7. This is arguably an easier race than perhaps he runs in.
Let's drop back to number 12. Let's pick out this chestnut filly, Katie's Kitten, who's got a great record here, actually. He's won 3 times over a mile last year, but this season she just really needs to turn her form around.
Yeah, she absolutely loves it here at Leicester, but it's on the round track normally. She likes to get out in front over the mile and kick off up bend. It's not so easy on the straight track, and I hope she isn't going to take on the stablemate Eponina, because both of them are pretty strong front runners.
And we can now get to Eponina in behind. Here she is. This mare bounced back to form with a lovely front-running performance over course and distance last Monday.
Yeah, as usual, both Appleby runners have turned out immaculately, looking very well in themselves. I must admit, I did write her off here last time. She was 16 to 1 to the market did as well, but there was absolutely no pace on. She had an uncontested lead under Theodore Ladd. He controlled the pace, and when he said go, she quickened away, so everything was in her favour last time. I don't think she'll get an easy lead today. Against that, she knows how to win. She's a real credit to Connections.
What do you make of number 3 in behind, Cisco Disco, on debut for Richard Fahey, and this is a horse who's been off for 7 months.
Yep, he looks relatively fit and ready to go, doesn't he? He's been racing over in Ireland. You'd imagine that the Fahey team will get him right. His last seen in Galway, running well off 77. Conor Murner takes off 3. I think it'll be a little bit of a watch an exercise for the Fahey team to get used to him, but he's got a lovely draw in stall 1 if he is primed and ready to go on the first run for the yard.
Yes, and well, €30,000 back in November he was picked up for, in good hands, and is already a 3-time winner in Ireland, making his debut for Richard Fahey in the next race.
Yep, heading to post now, down to the 7 furlong start. Hello Seville, 130. 9 to 2, Sadiqa, who's well back now. 11 to 2 about Succulus, that's backed as well from 7s. Roman Dynasty out to 13 to 2, 7 to 1 Global Esteem, 7's Eponina. Thapa VC is 11 to 1, 16 Cisco Disco, Visibility 22 to 1, 25's Old News, Katie's Kitten 28, and Mr. Marvellous 125 to 1. All 12 run. I think we're going to get a result of that Steward's inquiry at Ludlow in a moment. So we'll just hang on and hopefully we'll get an announcement.
Now official, wait in, wait in.
Well, we know they're weighed in. And the result is now official, but we don't know what the stewards have done. Keeps the race. We've had it confirmed. Keeps the race. Back to you, Rachel.
Oh, back at Leicester, we're seeing Hello Zabil making his way down to the start. This is a son of Frankel, trained by Kevin Ryan. Kevin Stott will be on board. He's had his wing done because he was disappointing on return last time out. He had won at Carlisle over 7 furlongs in September, so real disappointing run. But who knows, he could rock up as a completely different horse today.
Well, he's an impeccably bred son of Frankel, out of that real smart mare, Lady of the Desert, and clearly they would hope for a better than a 78 rated individual. He has been frustrating. He was 6-4 on when he got off the market, Carl. Nice to see him put 5 lengths to his rivals. It was a good second in the handicap here at Leicester behind the progressive boogie time last year. That was Carl Burke's useful sprinters. That's good form. He's only a pound higher on this occasion. Clearly, a wind issue was diagnosed, wasn't it, after his return at Chelmsford when he finished 6th, 9-4 favourite. Still free. Big positive. You really do want to be near that far side if you can. He's going to be in the right place, and he's going to have a nice strong pace to chase as well. So lots in his favour. I'm not surprised he's favourite, especially when a few of the others, we talked about Cisco Disco, he's very weak in the market, so it looks like he's going to need his first run, and they found a nice opportunity for this son of Frankel to get back on track.
And we've got Sadiqa, who's been really well fancied actually. He's next in, actually, second favourite for Clive Cox. I thought he would be a little bit bigger in price. He was 6 to 7 to 1 earlier this morning.
Dropping back to 7 furlongs should suit, you'd have to say, because he doesn't seem to see a mile. He's had 2 goes in at Nottingham at the back end of last year, and when we last saw him 37 days ago. He likes the track. He's won here before. That's the positives. Against that, he's a little bit of an inconsistent profile, this son of Estigar. He will need to step on what we've seen so far this year, and I'm not sure I quite trust him, but on his best form, he certainly won't be too far away.
We'll talk about the tactics of the race, because we were speaking a little bit about the pace. Do you have a strong fancy in the contest?
Each way would be Roman Dynasty 6 to 1, so he's a skinny enough each way price. I think he's just very consistent. You know he's going to run his race. I don't particularly like his draw in stall 8, but I think Dave Probert will be alive to the fact that he can get him across into the centre. I think it's going to be a nice strong pace. He can track that and be produced inside the closing stages. I'd be surprised if the par runner wasn't in the 3. Whether he's quite well enough handicap to win, Hello Zabil could be that progressive type in the field. Suchalis has been real strongly backed actually for the first run for 233 days. We saw him in the sheet in the paddock, so I didn't get a good eye just how fit he was for this comeback, but the market is strong enough to suggest that they do think he'll go quite close to the Guerrero and the Ollie Greenhill team. Yes, and Megan Nichols back on. She was victorious on this horse last season. Couple of wins on him last year. Couple of times, yeah. So we'll see if he comes back fit and ready to roll. He's been backed as if he is fit and ready to go, because he was 10 to 1 this morning. Helps on that front, because I do think that low numbers, it seems even bigger this afternoon than what it can be sometimes here at Leicester. So got that gap in stalls as well. The two effective horses, so those drawn 1 and 2 are quite a big advantage. And the pace coming from stall 11 and stall 7, both of them will be tracking to the middle, you would imagine, as well. Yeah, and Katie's Kitten from stall 5, she can go forward. The Leicester specialist, but Jeremy seen her the mile for Mick Appleby. Eponina can't rule her out because she knows how to win. I just can't see her getting that easy lead, what she did here last week. Which was completely uncontested, actually. But she was great, and she loves it here. She's won 3 times at the track, twice over course and distance, and back to form a week ago. What about Sapa VC, the Mark Rymel horse? This is going to be actually his first run on the grass. Yeah, and that's a question mark, but the Mark Rymel team are in very good form. His behaviour is pretty good, because I've seen him at Kenton a few times, very nearly lose the plot on that long walkway getting out onto the track, whereas today I did keep a brief eye on him, and he looked much more relaxed, which I think is a good sign. And he might not be too far away. He's 11 to 1. He's quite a nice each-way price. Yeah, and if he does, perform as well as he does on the all-weather on the turf today, he could be a big player. He's 4 times a winner from 13 career starts. A really nice profile, actually. Yeah, only a pound higher than that last win at Kempton, and he's up tight, but certainly could be running on to place in stall 6. Roman Dynasty now just drifting out to 6 to 1. Eponina at 7 to 1. No real great support for Cisco Disco on debut for Richard Fahey. It took a little while to get into the stalls as well, but he is in. But stall 1's a big plus for him, but he isn't fancied at all in the market. Right, we're just about set. Good luck, everyone. Here's Tim. Let's see. So Fapa VC is the last one to go into stall number 6, the mounted Tom Marquand. Fapa VC just going in. Stall's handler out of the way.
ready to go. For the Watch On Racing TV handicap, they're off and racing. Thapper VC just dwelt slightly out of the stalls. Good start by Hello Zabil towards the far side. Eponina, that customary front-running position, is right up there. The purple, the yellow stars. Global Esteem in third place is on the heels of the front pair. They're going along quite a clip. Roman Dynasty's got a good position in behind the white and maroon colours as they head through the first couple of furlongs. Old News down the near side with Visibility. Mr. Marvellous in the blue towards the far side. Sue Sellers tracking that one through. The black and pink of Sadikar comes next. Thapper VC in the beige and dark blue. The light green of Katie's Kitten towards the back. And the one who's being pushed along is Cisco Disco. They're right over towards that far rail then, as they head towards the final 3 furlongs. Eponina and Hello Zabil. Global Esteem is still right there. Visibility coming into it as well, with ridden along on the far side Mr. Marvellous, Roman Dynasty. Thapper VC's making quite good headway past Sue Sellers. And then Sadikar's in behind that with Katie's Kitten and Old News. Hello Zabil right over towards the far side. Now Thapper VC is putting in a challenge. Sue Sellers trying to get going. Global Esteem is still there, and so is Visibility as they race inside the final furlong. Hello Zabil narrowly in front there, being tackled by Thapper VC and Global Esteem. There's 3 fighting this out up towards the finish. Thapper VC, Global Esteem. Hello Zabil can find no more. Thapper VC and Global Esteem going to be very tight. Global Esteem and Thapper VC, that's tight. In third then was Hello Zabil. Old News in behind with Sue Sellers and others.
Well, it's officially a photo finish, a desperately tight call here with Thapper VC and Global Esteem. Global Esteem nearest to us might just have nicked it.
First watch, I thought it was a double for the Mark Rama yard, but looked like Global Esteem had his head done at exactly the right time, so a tight finish there with the slow motion. Then cameraman changed his mind, he's gone for the top one, and I think Sylvester might just have got him up.
Wow, Global Esteem, who's been up there the handy as we thought he would be. Hello Zabil has ran third in the end, and he was going hard pretty much from the off, wasn't he?
Yeah, he got couldn't get cover. Kevin Stott on the favourite. He just ran a little bit keen in the early stages, but on that still, it does look like he's got up Global Esteem a top weight. He's done well from stall 11, always handy, chasing Eponina. Didn't go head-to-head though. Sylvester took a pull in the early stages, and he's really hit the line strong. But VC would be unlucky if he has been caught though.
For first place, first, number 1, Global Esteem.
So that has been confirmed now. Global Esteem for Chris Dwyer in the Johnny Hong colours, and 15-2 the winner in the end with Sylvester de Sousa, the man on board, but it was just a bob of the heads. Real exciting finish once again as we take it from the top from stall 11. The winner?
Yeah, interesting. We thought there'd be a real contested lead, but actually they've let Eponina go on, and Sylvester's just tucked in behind her, racing quite keenly to Son of Kurdiak, but was always doing enough, whereas Kevin Stott couldn't get cover on the Son of Franco Hello Zabil, and that's probably why he just hasn't quite seen the race out. And to be fair to the winner, he's done well going on. He's still racing keenly now. He's been switched into daylight.
Eponina's given it her all again, hasn't she?
She has. It's just not like last time where the other fillies were desperate to get cover, and it's a slightly stronger race. But this one of Rowan Dynasty, who's just got a nice lead in the race, he hasn't picked up. Our runner-ups off the bridle made up a lot of ground. Thapper VC under Tom Marcani. He's definitely hit the front. Just been unlucky. They've been out of sync with the strides, and he's lost out on that score.
Yeah, but hasn't he done really well, considering it was his first run on the turf?
Clearly
We're talking
effective.
about his profile, you know,
on the turf, not a
14
problem.
starts, 4 wins, and placed here.
And I think what was key, he was very relaxed in the paddock. He went out on the walkway, nicely behaved. I've seen him a few times at Kempton getting worked up, and they've just been a little bit unlucky. They came out on top of a close photo in the opener, these connections, and they just lost out with this one.
Yeah, the Bubbleheads here at Leicester has decided our winner, Global Esteem, from the wide draw. Just is always one that likes to be up there, likes to be handy. He's a confirmed front runner, but he's been slow to get back to form. He was third of 11 at Chester, and to be honest, like, you're looking at a horse who was third, beg your pardon, on debut back on the all-weather.
Yeah, the handicapper just kind of left him alone. He's at the same mark as what he won off at Yarmouth back in September. He's not the biggest, but he is very, very tough. Runs regularly, and a good advert for Chris Dwyer and his team in Newmarket, who would do very well with what they have.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's back. Global Esteem, victorious here at a lovely sunny Leicester here.
And LIVESTREAM was 15-2. Thapper VC was 12-1, and Hello's a Beagle, the favourite, was 3-1. 12 round. 1:23.40 the time, so it's just over a second outside Racing Post Standard. Quick round. Ludlow, Richard Strawn retirement handicap chase coming up. 3 miles a furlong, 125 yards. The Late Legend is 2-1. Fugitive's Drift is 5-2. 4-1 Vivas. Oxwich Bay is 9-2, and Mr. Mafia 14-1. All 5 go in the 3 o'clock at Ludlow.
And it might be as simple as being a very good opportunity for the Late Legend to win again. He might have had a certain amount of luck on his side when he scored at Warwick last time, with Dazzling Glory crashing out when challenging the last, but he did win. Sam Turner is alongside me, and that, Sam, is what the Late Legend does. He does win his share of races.
He does, and he wins them in our lifetime as well, Stuart, which is more than 1 or 2 of these do. You know, he's a pretty hardy, durable, well, he's quite a big slab of a horse, isn't he? You know, by Midnight Legend, quite a solid individual. Jumps well, very proficient, jumps with pace, stays well, gallops well, enjoys decent ground. There's not a lot not to like about him at this level, really. Gets on well with Luke Scott, who rides him particularly well, and he looks to have a really good opportunity to supplement that Warwick win.
He usually helps to force the pace. Mr. Mafia tends to like forcing the pace as well, the old boy.
Yeah, I don't think the Late Legend has to be ridden in front, but I think he could just be off the pace but ridden fairly aggressively and probably drag a little bit of the stamina out of 1 or 2 of the rivals where that might be a little bit of a question mark.
It might be a question for Oxwich Bay. It might actually be the absolute limit of how far Vivas wants to go as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Oxwich Bay, he's traditionally got a better record in bigger fields. He's 0 from 10 right-handed as well. Just go off for Lewis Gordon, though, who gets a good tune out of him. I think he's ridden him 4 times, won a couple, been placed on another occasion. Vivas, he's 1 from 20 right-handed. You know, so the stats really aren't stacking up against the Late Legend, really. And Mr. Maffey's 13 years of age, and he's never really produced his best at Ludlow, even though you'd imagine the track would suit him.
Fugitive's Drift looks as though he's going to be ridden conservatively. He has run 2 better races over hurdles since the breathing operation.
He sure has. He's very consistent at this level. Obviously interesting Nico comes over to ride him. Those 2 performances over fences, though, were hard to excuse, but at least he has got the confidence booster of a couple of better efforts over hurdles, as you rightly point out.
And did you manage to elicit from Henry Daly the correct pronunciation of the race title?
Richard Strawn.
Strawn.
Yes, long-term owner with Henry.
Yeah. Blue with the white sleeves, the
absolutely.
Red cap.
For as long as I was covering horses with the Shropshire Star, he had a number of runners and quite a fair bit of success with a number of the local patrons.
Yes. Star Traveller. Is that one of his?
Yes.
Several years ago?
It was.
Yes.
Pretty sure it was.
Running a Cheltenham Festival.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think, well, they had a number of horses and also, you know, the Ludlow Racing Club as well in recent times. They've had a fair bit of success.
Yep. Right, we're set to go for this. The flags are up. This is the final turn by the looks of things. Let's go and rejoin Martin.
Stu. Circling clockwise down at the start. Coming in and off. Racing just short of 3 1/4 miles for the Richard Strawn retirement handicap chase. 22 fences to cross. The Late Legend leads Mr. Mafia out over the first. Oxwich Bay jumping into the path of Fugitive's Drift. Vivas up the inside. Second is a ditch, which they've all jumped fluently, led by the Late Legend. Mr. Mafia with his head carried low is a close second going over the third, and the other 3 are virtually in line. Vivas on the inside, Fugitive's Drift widest, and racing keenly between the 2 is Oxwich Bay. Rising at the 4th, Mr. Mafia came through to head the Late Legend, and then Vivas on the inside of Oxwich Bay. Fugitive's Drift drops a couple of lengths off them. Water jump on the first occasion, Mr. Mafia by half a length from the Late Legend on his inside. Oxwich Bay moving into a clear third on the outside of Vivas, and a couple of lengths off them rounding the first turn is Fugitive's Drift. So out of the home straight they head with the advantage of the inside. The Late Legend has regained his lead over Mr. Mafia. Oxwich Bay and Vivas are third and fourth as they head off down the back, and Fugitive's Drift is racing wider than his four rivals, is in rear. Closing in on the first of four in the back straight, number 6 upcoming, the Late Legend and Mr. Mafia, separated by a neck going into it, but Mr. Mafia went in quicker, regained the lead from the Late Legend. Then Oxwich Bay and Vivas, and Fugitive's Drift shaken up for a few strides after jumping that fence. Again, Oxwich Bay went left into the path of Fugitive's Drift as they head to the open ditch in the back straight. Number 8, Mr. Mafia, led over it, and Fugitive's Drift made a mistake, and I think Nico de Boinville's about to pull him up. He hasn't been happy on him since flag 4, and Fugitive's Drift is being eased out of the race at number 9. Mr. Mafia led over it, and he's gone a couple of lengths clear of the Late Legend. Vivas a length back, and Oxwich Bay now last of the 4 runners in this Richard Strawn retirement handicap chase. It's Mr. Mafia who leads them on the turn out of the back straight on the first circuit. 2 lengths up on the Late Legend, with Vivas in the checks racing in third, and Oxwich Bay just a couple of lengths further behind, and about 7 lengths off the overall lead, last of the 4. Heading over the last of the road crossings before they turn into the straight. At the end of the circuit, Mr. Mafia and the Late Legend have alternated in the lead. Mr. Mafia has a 3-length advantage coming to jump fence number 10. Over it nimbly ahead of the Late Legend, Vivas, and Oxwich Bay is just in danger of losing touch. Coming over the ditch up the home straight, number 11. About 8 lengths between the leader and the back marker as Mr. Mafia comes over the 12th. A couple of lengths up on the Late Legend and Vivas, and Oxwich Bay wasn't fluent. 5 lengths off the back of them. Coming to jump the 13th, Mr. Mafia puts himself right. Unlike Vivas, who got in deep, the Late Legend has closed to within a length of the leader, and Oxwich Bay is 7 lengths off them, last of the 4. Water jump for the final time, with Oxwich Bay closing up behind his 3 rivals. Mr. Mafia leads the Late Legend by 2 lengths as they embark on a full circuit of the racecourse. Vivas just over a length off the Late Legend's tail, and finally Oxwich Bay as they turn out of the home straight and make the approach to the fences on the far side. The next they jump will be number 15 of the 22, Mr. Mafia, chased into the back straight by the Late Legend, Vivas, and finally Oxwich Bay, who's just becoming detached once again as they try to turn the screw in front of him. Mr. Mafia by less than a length from the Late Legend, with Vivas a length back, and a great jump from the leader took him 2 clear. Oxwich Bay is well and truly outpaced once again. Coming over the 16th, Mr. Mafia from the Late Legend, Vivas in close. Oxwich Bay detached by 7 lengths at the open ditch in the back straight on the final circuit. Mr. Mafia jumping from fence to fence. Luke Scott now shaking the reins at the Late Legend in second. Vivas is 3 lengths off the leader, heading to the final fence in the back straight, and they're clear of Oxwich Bay. Over the final fence on the far side, where Oxwich Bay did his utmost to get rid of Lewis Gordon, who sat tight, and he trails them by 8 lengths. The Late Legend going up on the outside of Mr. Mafia for another challenge as they exit the back. Vivas is within 2 lengths of the front pair, and they're 8 lengths clear of Oxwich Bay, and they're entering the final half mile. They've got 4 to jump homeward bound. Mr. Mafia moving on again from the driven along the Late Legend. Lily Pinchin pushing away on Vivas to try and get him through on the inside of the Late Legend to move into second off the home turn. Oxwich Bay is 10 lengths behind them. Mr. Mafia from the Late Legend, a length between them, 4 out. Vivas hard ridden on the inside, coming over the final ditch. Mr. Mafia with an extending lead. The Late Legend blundered back in second. Vivas is held in third. Coming towards 2 from home, Mr. Mafia by 6 lengths. Vivas has gone second, beginning to stay on better than the late legend Oxwich Bay, a remote last of 4 as Mr. Mafia comes into the wings of the 22nd and final fence and winged it. Landed 7 lengths in front of Vivas, who's making no impression. The late legend is back in third, but under Sean Bowen for the Keithley team. Mr. Mafia rolling back the years at 13. He's still got all his enthusiasm, jumped superbly, made the bulk of the running, beat Vivas, the late legend, into second and third, and Oxwich Bay came home last of 4.
Oh, well, he's given his younger rivals a sound beating here, Mr. Mafia. He got the favourite, the late legend, out of his comfort zone at a very early stage. Fugitives drift. Didn't want to know from an early stage with the fractions that Mr. Mafia was setting. And at 16 to 1, he's back in the winner's enclosure for Martin Keithley and Sean Bowen. He was in good form through last summer into early autumn. He then rather lost his way, Sam, but he's found today much more to his liking.
What a great tune Sean Bowen's got out of this lad.
He has, hasn't he?
But to be fair, his partner was a willing accomplice, wasn't he? Just absolutely attacked every fence and just very, very straightforward. Point and shoot almost. 4th time that Sean Bowen's won on him. I think that was something like his 36th career start over fences. Mr. Mafia. Quite astonishing, really. His eighth chase win. And he's just bounced off that ground and really served it up to him from the word go. And favourite couldn't get to the front and was always just finding things a little bit too quick for him, I thought. Luke Scott did really well to cajole and push and nudge and nurdle him back into contention. But you just see the ears are flat back there and he's just struggling to lay up with Mr. Mafia, who's just on one today. He could just never get him out of his comfort zone, and he got everything else out of their comfort zone, including Fugitive Drifts, including Oxwich Bay, and Vivas has plugged on and took second place, silver medal.
He was spot on at every fence up the straight the final time, wasn't he?
He
Forced
was.
the error from the late legend at the third last.
Just brilliant, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just brilliant. And I was thinking of retiring from cricket, but I might just carry on for a bit now, Steward. Yeah, absolutely, for us old ones. 13 years of age, and he's rolled back the years there, as Martin said in commentary. And terrific performance. 16 to 1 poke as well at Ludlow.
Yeah, and he come home a wide margin winner. Vivas is placed again, but he's extended his non-winning sequence. He's fought on tenaciously enough to see off the late legend for the minor money. And Oxwich Bay, where he didn't have a lot of hope from a long way out. No. He was already toiling when he belted 5 out, the last in the back straight.
No, indeed. Nice little payday for the winner, though. 7,500, and a little positive for Ben Bury later on the card.
Yeah, who might adopt similar front-running tactics as well. He's getting a generous hand as well as he returns, and why not? Sean Bowen is all smiles as the 13-year-old Mr. Mafia returns to the winner's enclosure, having taken the Richard Strawn Memorial.
It's a good performance, that, wasn't it? From Martin Keithley's horse. Mr. Mafia turned at 16 to 1 in the end under Sean Bowen, and Vivas was 7 to 2 in second. Late Legend was the favourite, quite short at 2 to 1.
That matters, and if it's beaten within a length of the winner,
I like his drawing.
What about Shockwaves? Another horse who's got experience. He's raced twice, 7th on debut, but did find an awful lot of improvement actually on his sole run at 2.
Yeah, big improvement, wasn't it? 20-1 at Lingfield. I don't think he liked the heavy ground on his debut at Newbury. He perhaps there's a few more questions to answer because I'm not sure how strong that race was at Lingfield. I think the other two with experience are running stronger contests, but he looks a nice type going forward.
Good to see that the 2-horse Chasing Aphrodite has made his way down safe and sound and is in stall 3 safely.
Yeah, just gave Haley a little bit of a hard time getting on. He's just been fresh and a little bit excitable on his first start in the racecourse, but nice type going forward. But I think he will need experience just seeing the way he behaved in the prelims.
In goes Clara Duff, who was making all the noises in the paddock and followed Cyrus King of Persia, and he was actually also a bit edgy, but he's safely installed in stall 6. So a couple still at the back. Final words, James, who was really the one that you liked in the paddock?
Positive Impact was the one that I liked. I think a positive ride from Adam Kirby here. Stall 2 certainly be a good maiden this. Whatever wins, we've got 3 of a high standard. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens.
Lovely, and we will enjoy it in the company of Tim Peters. Here he is.
Rachel, yeah, just waiting on one more. That's Swift Tuttle, drawn out widest of all in stall 10. Swift Tuttle, the last one in, stall 10. And he's gone in. They're off. Racing over 1 mile this time. Swift Tuttle showing real greenness out of the stalls in its British Stallion Studs EBF Maiden Stakes. Shockwaves the grey broke quite nicely. Also right up there Chasing Aphrodite in the red and white colours. Knight of Honour out widest of all. Now makes it a line of 3. They're followed by Positive Impact on the inside of the newcomer Taff Beat in 5th position. Then comes Flag of Truth as they race around the top bend. And in behind that is Cyrus King of Persia. Held up towards the back is Clara Duff in the pink jacket right up against the rail, and the sluggish beginning of Swift Tuttle in the green is at the rear of the pack. So heading down towards the final 5 furlongs, Chasing Aphrodite showing a little bit of greenness around the bend, but leads by a length to in 2nd place Knight of Honour. Then in 3rd is Positive Impact, who's settled well, followed through by Shockwaves. Then comes Flag of Truth in the maroon and yellow colours. Then comes Taff Beat and Tom Marquand alongside Clara Duff. Then in behind that Cyrus King of Persia and Swift Tuttle. So racing down towards the final 3.5 furlongs is Chasing Aphrodite with for company Knight of Honour. Then out wider is still Shockwaves. In behind, Taff Beat is showing greenness in behind. Going well, Positive Impact. Flag of Truth now being bustled along, as is Clara Duff. And then comes Cyrus King of Persia as well, and Swift Tuttle. A Knight of Honour just about pressing on with Shockwaves now. Chasing Aphrodite is now being ridden along. Going well in behind, Positive Impact. Certainly travelling best at the moment is Taff Beat, followed by Flag of Truth. Inside the final furlong, Knight of Honour under pressure, desperate for room is Positive Impact. Chasing Aphrodite is also responding well for pressure. Taff Beat beginning to get going down the outside. Chasing Aphrodite is pulling out a little bit extra, could be an upset here. Chasing Aphrodite has made a winning debut. Knight of Honour close for 2nd with Positive Impact and some promise by Taff Beat.
Well, that was very brave, very gutsy from the winner here. Number 2, Chasing Aphrodite, has got the better of Knight of Honour in 2nd. Maybe just seeing off Positive Impact number 6, but everything wrong in the paddock. But he has run an absolute cracking race on debut.
The ultimate professional in the race. Made the run-in, knew his job out the gates, had a really easy lead because they were happy to let him have an easy lead in the front end, even those with experience, and he's just done everything right. Well done to the Harry Eustace team. We like mystical applause. He made a lovely debut in our 2-year-old race. But this one, I thought he would be really green, but clearly not. Haley got him out and in the perfect position.
Well, it just shows you, doesn't it? Because, you know, you watch horses, you're looking for signs, you're looking for everything in the paddock. But with this guy, you would have put down his behaviour as a negative. But from the stalls, my goodness, it looks like he'd been racing all his life.
Yeah, definitely. He's raced more professionally than some of those that have had a couple of runs. The one that was green was the William Haggis newcomer, Taff Beat. I thought he'd actually be a little bit on the free side with the red hood and the way to start at an expensive breeze at purchase. But actually just looked a little bit clueless on and off the bridle throughout. He's stepped up quite nicely in the closing stages, so he will improve for the experience. But our winner's getting an absolute freebie on the front end. And for those that backed Positive Impact, it was a bit of a nightmare because a slowly run race, he's got trapped, he's had nowhere to go up the home straight, and he might have been an unlucky loser. There's a bit of a frustrating watch in the home straight for him.
Yeah, absolutely, because he looked like he was going well enough if he was going to get his chance. Adam waiting for the gaps to come, and just didn't quite happen for him, did it?
Didn't quite happen, but the other newcomer, you can see here, Tom Marquand's really getting after the son of Lope de Vega, tough beats, and he just doesn't quite know what to do. He's just very green when asked to quicken, the head's a little bit high. He'll step up for this debut run, but he wouldn't be one I'd be rowing in at a short price on his next start.
At this point, you're expecting the winner just to kind of fade a little bit, aren't you?
Yeah, he's really battled back gamely, and it's a lovely first start. Clearly a little bit of a lad in the paddock, but race-wise, he's put that head down and galloped. He's out-battled the John F. Gods and Knight of Honour, who sets a good stand, and obviously Positive Impact didn't have much room. We watched the head-on now. Adam's got nowhere to go, really, because Hayley looks like she's going to drop back, so he can't go inside. He's switched left as Adam. That gap's not opening because Huey Morrison's horse, Shockwaves, that Linkwood race might not have been the strongest of contests. He's not going well enough to leave a gap. It eventually opens, and he just doesn't quite pick up enough in time. But the winner got a bit of a bump there, and he's put that head down and got right to the line. A really impressive performance, demeanour-wise, in the race, just not beforehand.
Yes, and even with a bump, good enough to pull out a little bit more on day before. Harry Eustace, the yard, absolutely thriving at the minute, and of course in the hands of Hayley Turner. It's thumbs up and a lovely applause to go with it.
Yes, good performance, wasn't it? Kept finding more out in front under Hayley Turner for the Harry Eustace team. Well done to them. Big price as well. Belying that behaviour in the parade ring and doing everything in a straightforward fashion in the end. Waiting for the full result to come in. We'll confirm that for you as and when it comes in. Now then, let's go to Ludlow where our next race is imminent. That's the scene there prior to the Flow Fit Handicap Hurdle. 2 miles, Finest View 6 to 5, Just the Man 3 to 1, Court and Bold at 5 to 1, 7 to 1, Technological and State Crown 9 to 1. All 5 go. Here's Stewart.
Thanks, Angus. Welcome back to Shropshire. Rain coming down again. It's not particularly heavy, but it's steady. It's cold.
It caught you out a little bit there. You've got a mouthful of chocolate digestive.
I had a bit of chocolate digestive.
Yeah, sorry, I threw you under the bus there.
So I was just beginning to flag midway through the afternoon. Thought I got time. Still got half a cup of cold tea here.
Yeah.
Not a chance to drink that yet.
Spoil you here, don't they, Ludlow?
Yeah. Right, what's going to win this, Sam? Is it as straightforward as Finest View winning again on a flat right-handed track?
Yes, it could be. I'm sorry to sit on the fence a little bit, but I think she's got a bit more on her plate now. I mean, the positives are, as you rightly alluded to, flat right-handed track on good ground, some absolutely perfect conditions for her. She's got plenty of natural boost, certainly at this level. Whether she's quite earned the mark of 120 yet off the back of those 2 successes in novice company is open to question a little bit, but look, she's progressing nicely, she's going the right way. As I say, she's got a bit of latent speed, and she's growing up and mentally working out what's required at this level to go and win races. So yeah, she's the right favourite, I think, but it's a slightly stiffer task, I think, for her here. She's taking on a couple of very solid handicappers, certainly around this track for Just the Man. Court and Bold is obviously slipping down the weights into a grade where he should be very competitive for an informed yard, and you know, the likes of State Crown and Technological aren't just making up the numbers.
There are the SPs of Stenny at Leicester, 22 to 1, the winner chasing Aphrodite. Knight of Honour 2 to 1, favourite with second, and Positive Impact 7 to 2, third. Non-runner 10, 9 ran in the 320 at Leicester. State Crown, then 9 to 1 on the outside of the field.
Yeah, I mean, 1 or 2 of the Yarns horses have just underperformed a little bit today, but Voodoo Doll was okay in the first, ran well enough. I like that run at Ascot. I thought it was a fairly decent effort. Good gallop that day. That should have put him spot on for here. There shouldn't be any issues with fitness. Ground is fine. He likes a right-handed track. I didn't see too many negatives, and he looks a bit of a tall price, really. You know, he's very potent force, isn't he, in small runner, fast ground handicaps.
Technological might be one of the pace angles in the field, although there are a couple of others despite the small field. Has he got much in hand at a handicap?
Yeah, I've been a bit disappointed of him lately. I mean, he pinched a little race at Exeter. He was given a clever ride. His last 2 performances a little bit underwhelming?
Yeah, I think so, overall, particularly given generally the form of the yard.
Yeah, I mean, they can do no wrong. For a number of months now, you know, usually very well placed and well trained, and you know, they've been struggling to get a bit more success out of him. So, yeah, he'd be one to possibly overlook here. I think just the man who's got, you know, his best 3 career performances have come at Ludlow under these conditions. He gets on really well with Kevin Brogan, who's 3-1-2-3 on him. It was a bit of a funny race last time, and he just couldn't land the blow from his track position.
No. The winner of that race has been beaten since, but he ran okay when possibly a little out of his ground the other day at Warwick. Yeah, I know what you mean about the run for Just the Man last time. Just whether he can give weight, not a lot of weight, but whether he can give weight to his 4 rivals.
It's quite a compressed handicap, isn't it? I'd be happy enough with him. I mean, John O'Shea continues to churn out winners under both codes. You know, he's doing really well of late, and there's obviously some market support. He's been 4-1 Just the Man. I thought that was a touch on the generous side, and I think that's probably a better reflection of his chance 5-2.
It looks as though Court and Bold might be taking them along the way they're circling.
Yeah, not surprised. He's certainly been nibbled at, hasn't he, in the market early on. He's drifted out a bit as we approach post time, but he's entitled to improve for that run a couple of weeks ago. The stable are going well, as we've seen, you know, full evidence of this afternoon.
And Positive Tactics got rewarded by Paddy Brenner when Accidental Rebel won, and did survive the Steward's inquiry. It was a slightly confusing moment when the klaxon sounded to announce the result of the inquiry, and all we got was that the result was now official. Nobody knew what the result was at that stage. It's only just been clarified now, about 10 minutes ago.
We had about 5 seconds silence as well, because they were building the tension. It was like the X Factor.
Here we go. Let's go back up and rejoin Martin.
It was much more fun than that. And off. From the 2-mile start, this is the Flowfit Handicap Hurdle, which sees Court and Bold bounce out in front on the approach to the first of 9 flights. State Crown giving chase, taking a keen hold on the inside of Finest View. The diminutive Technological jumps the first hurdle 4th, and Just the Man is switched off in the rear. Middle flight up the straight, Court and Bold with a couple of lengths in hand over Finest View on the outside of State Crown, and then a brace of greys, Technological in the blue and white spots, and finally Just the Man. Court and Bold spot on over the 3rd, couple of lengths clear of Finest View on the outside of State Crown, and then Technological, and finally Just the Man. 4 lengths between front and back with a circuit to cover as they race away from the enclosures, led by Court and Bold, pursued by State Crown, Finest View a handy 3rd, and then Technological on the inside of Just the Man as they bear right-handed onto the Clubhouse Hurdle. Number 4, Court and Bold from State Crown on the leader's tail, Finest View a close 3rd, and then Technological and Just the Man jumping up sides him. So up the bank and into the back straight they head. It's Court and Bold from State Crown on the inside. Finest View emerges from between the trees at close 3rd, and then Technological back in front of Just the Man as they level off to race down the far side. So on their approach to the 5th, Court and Bold pressing on by a couple of lengths to State Crown, who has Finest View on his quarters, Technological next, and finally Just the Man. And State Crown didn't jump the first on the far side particularly well, lost ground on Court and Bold as they run towards the final flight down the back. Technological's made headway on the inside to press State Crown for 2nd. Leader fired at that one. Last down the back, Court and Bold came up 3 clear. State Crown pressed for 2nd by Technological on the inside and Finest View. Just the Man remains the back marker, well in touch. Bearing right-handed out of the back on this sweeping turn for home. Court and Bold has been reeled in again by State Crown, who's moved virtually up sides. Finest View is a length and a half off the front pair, racing 3rd with Technological on her quarters. And Just the Man continues to observe from the rear, well in touch. Inside the final half mile, they're about to head. They've got 3 to jump up the home straight. Court and Bold pressed for the lead by State Crown. Finest View on the outside in third. Technological coming off the bridle as they go over the final road crossing. Just the Man is being shaken up to go into fourth off the home turn. Court and Bold, State Crown just nosing on. Finest View being produced on the outside as they come to jump 3 from home. State Crown headed by Finest View. Court and Bold beginning to fade. Just the Man is running on. It's Finest View at the middle flight up the home straight. Jumped it a couple of lengths clear. Just the Man stand side coming after the mare. Then follows State Crown. The other 2 are held. Finest View edging stand side going over the last. Landed less than a length in front of Just the Man, who's trying to deliver his challenge stand side. Finest View still edging towards the left of the field as they race inside the final 100 yards. Finest View finding more on the run-in and ultimately wins going away. Finest View beat Just the Man, State Crown back in third, Court and Bold, and finally Technological.
The hat-trick completed for a Finest View, winning again here at Ludlow. First leg of the treble came up here. It was Kempton last time, flat, right-handed. Back to Ludlow today. Same result for the Pitchell Stud Partnership, Alan King and Tom Cannon. She was in tight to 2 out, but it hasn't stopped her winning, Sam. She's returned the 6-5 favourite, and she found plenty under pressure, in truth.
Yeah, I think she's answered a 1 or 2 questions there. The fact that she found plenty when challenged by a good Ludlow stalwart who is a very fair horse to sort of mark the race around, really, and she's travelled pretty well, as we thought she would do, but she's found plenty off the bridle, and it wasn't necessarily the question whether she'd do that, it's just whether, if there was a battle-hardened rival that came up alongside her and looked like he could worry her out of it, whether she'd find again, and she certainly did with aplomb. We questioned whether 120 was fair before the race, and it was obviously more than fair.
Just about in front of the third last, taking it off the nose-banded State Crown, who in turn had taken it off Court and Bold, who'd had the run of things, and now on the right, Just the Man emerges. He gets to within a length at the last, but she's going away again on the run-in.
Yeah, and she didn't jump that second last particularly fluently, left her hind legs in it, but then she's still got the quality to pick up again under a couple of little flicks of the Pro Cush, and quick and well clear of the winner, well clear of the runner-up, who runs really well at Ludlow, as we've well documented. State Crown was left behind, just hasn't got the toe to go with those front 2, and be interesting to see what they do with this daughter of Passing Glance, who would look as though she would be more than capable of accepting and competing again off a £7 higher mark perhaps in the future.
Yes,
she's done a normal trick though, and she's run around a little bit.
Bit of a wobble, bit of a wander around. Yeah, she has.
Just a trait of hers, I think, isn't it? By the look of it.
Yeah, I don't know what the plan will be for her. She clearly handles decent ground, and she's quite happy going right-handed. I don't know whether she'll be kept on the go during the summer, or I know Alan is not, necessarily a big fan of summer jumping.
No.
But if the ground is important to her, then there are races at Market Raisin, for example.
Yeah, absolutely.
The alternative is to come back in the autumn maybe and try and nick a bit of black type somewhere.
Yeah, quite possibly. There's early season race at Kempton. It's over a longer trip, isn't it? The one for me, isn't it? 3 miles.
But would she necessarily have to go right-handed, does she?
No.
Weatherby, Charlie Holloway.
Yeah. Would they toy the flat?
That's a possibility.
Right, she's in good nick.
Yeah.
But she's certainly, her education's progressing nicely, and she's learning on the job. Yeah, he is. He is indeed. Continues a good run for the stable as well, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Good nick at the moment.
Yeah, they are. And the hat-trick has been completed here by that Finest View.
Yeah, Alan King got his horse in good form, and another winner for him here. Tom Cannon, the man on board, had to work for it. They didn't Just the Man threw down a good challenge in the home straight. The Finest View prevails. We'll have a full result for you very shortly. There it is, 65 favourite, Just the Man, 11-4. 2 lengths between them, 5 ran. Let's go back to Rachel now at Leicester.
Congrats, Hayley. That was a lovely start. And looking at the antics in the paddock, I thought you had your hands full.
Yeah, he's a big baby. He's got a lot to learn. The one thing he does do is jump very well, which helped. And although he's very green in front, when Rab came to challenge, he let him go half a length up, but then he got really competitive and then put his head down. I think the stiff hill helped, and also having the rail. But yeah, I couldn't pull him up after, which is nice.
I thought you was. Are they ever going to come back?
Yeah, he's got a lot to learn. But Harry's horses are flying at the moment, so yeah, it's really good.
Happy days, and who knows what he'll achieve, because, I mean, to start like that, when it looked a really strong maiden as well.
Yeah, exactly. There was quite a few in the race that they fancied, so doing it first time, and we know he's got a bit more up his sleeve, so yeah, it's exciting.
Good stuff. Congrats.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Well done to Hayley Turner, the winner at Leicester today. Let me just remind you what we've got coming up. More to come, of course, from Leicester and Ludlow. We've also got Roscommon and Huntingdon joining us a little bit later on. Fran Berry will be reporting for us at Roscommon, I'm pleased to say, and Tom Bull and Jonathan Newsom in tandem at Huntingdon. Jeff Stafford will be here in the studio, and John O'Connell will join us. So that all still to come here on Racing TV for the rest of the day. For now, let's go back to Rachel at Leicester.
Welcome back, and our penultimate race coming your way. The racecourse live streams on Racing TV Extra Handicap at Class 4, and in shot is number 8. This is Polyphonic for Carl Burke. Colt starting in a handicap today.
Yeah, starting to see the stars. A nice looking individual. My worry of him, he hasn't really progressed from his first run. He's shown a similar standard in all 4 starts so far. Handicap debut today. 74 is a fair enough handicap mark, but he hasn't really progressed so far, so he needs to improve today.
Absolutely needs to improve, and we're going to go all the way back up to the top of the paddock, and we can pick out number 1, and this is Salvatore Mundi for John and Thady Gosden. Benoit de la Sayette, who's had 5 winners in the last 9 days, he's on board and he's in form.
And Cheek Piece is on for the first time. Clearly got in a similar contest. He didn't quite give us all. He's 11-4 favourite, finishing 3rd. To Deciduous, dropped the pound, and the £5 claim of Benoit de la Sayette could be crucial. Looking around a bit, and I think you can see why headgear's been applied. He might not be one that quite concentrates. Just looking at his demeanour in the paddock, he hasn't got a lead horse, but yeah, I can certainly see why headgear is being tried today.
Well, he's certainly taking it all in, isn't he? In behind number 5 is Postmark for Rafe Beckett and Ross and Ryan. Goes up in trip, was 3rd of 4 when really well fancied at Salisbury last time.
I like this on a Postmark. He's not the biggest, he's quite a compact type, but he is progressing of each and every start so far, and that was a competitive race at Sandown. There's only 4 runners, he only got beat a length and a half, a good effort. He's back here 3 weeks later. And for me, I just edge towards him where there's question marks against some of his rivals.
All right, and number 4 is Choirmaster, and this is probably the horse with the biggest question mark for Charlie and Mark Johnston. Made all in 2 starts this season, and he won twice actually, won back-to-back, didn't he, at Beverley and Bath on fast ground, but he's just not been at his best.
Yeah, they found some weak novices for him to get back-to-back wins. He's very fit. There's not much to this son of a Farage, and his 2 runs to date so far this campaign and handicaps at Kempton and Doncaster don't read that well, and he just needs to get back on track. But he's, I'll say, a much finer specimen than some of his rivals, especially the one behind him.
He is really lean. So, big prize, can he bounce back? In behind number 6, Cliffs of Fury, who I thought actually his improvement has been slow, it's been steady, but he is getting better.
Yeah, nice looking horse. He was a 250-1 shot when finishing 3rd on his 3rd start at Chelmsford, then ran well to Surrey Miss, who's a good horse at Kempton. 2nd on handicap debut in a strong race at Newmarket. Sylvester Sousa again retains the ride. He looks grand in the paddock. He would be my paddock pick, actually, this on a time test. And I think he's got every chance.
Yeah, nice looking horse, isn't he? We can see number 8 in behind. We've already been talking about Polyphonic, so let's drop back to number 3. And this is Nova Legend running in a handicap for the first time off 78. And of course, debut for the yards. This horse was trained by Hugo Palmer.
Yeah, he's one that didn't move to Chester. And a lot of the horses with his owners didn't go, I don't think. Quite an expensive purchase. James Ferguson perhaps feels he wasn't giving his all. Maybe his homework suggests that he's not one that focuses, because Cheek Pieces goes on for the handicap debut. I thought he'd progress with each start. Ran okay to Kempton, settled to mile 3 at the back end of last year. He's been off for 6 months, but will need to step up on the handicap debut.
Okay, and that is Nova Legend, and that is all we can do for now, because we're still waiting on the last few to filter into the paddock. Back to you, Angus.
Rachel, thank you very much indeed. They're going to post at Leicester fairly soon, and we will pick them up as they do so. But for now, let's nip back to Ludlow and back to Steward.
Oh, we're back here at Ludlow. Alan King joins me, having witnessed that finest view complete a hat-trick of successes. Congratulations, Alan. She looks to be progressing nicely.
Very much so. You know, first run on the handicap, and she said so many entries this week. I was praying I'd chosen the right race, you know. And
you got her in at Carmel at the weekend as well.
I did, just in case the lorry broke down or something silly happened. I don't think we'll take that up, but we'll see how she comes out of it. But I do think we will keep her going now. I mean, she seems to be in the form of her life, so we'll have a look through the programme and see what there is.
She shows a willing attitude. The runner-up came and had a chance, and then she went away again on the run.
Well, she doesn't do much when she hit the front. You know, Kempton, last time she made all the running and she sort of shimmied into every hurdle. And today, just going between the last two, she has a little look around, but there's nothing, you know, it's not ungenuine, it's just her. And, no, it's progressive.
And giving her owner breeders some fun as well.
No, she certainly is. Yeah, they'll be marvellous. And, you know, trained mother, and there's one the other day, I think I trained the granny and the mother, so it's geez, but oh my goodness, we've had a lot of fun together, you know.
So, well, hopefully she can give you a lot more fun as well in the coming weeks.
Yeah. We always liked her. I made a complete mess of her in the autumn. We got her back in, and I decided I'd train her for the listed bumper at Cheltenham, and she was probably ready to run at the beginning of October, and I worked her right the way through the month and got to Cheltenham, there was nothing left, so we had to sort of regroup and just build her up again. So it wasn't my finest hour, but thank God it's come right, you know.
Oh, it has, yeah, and let's hope it continues to do so. Whilst I've got you, can I ask you about Showman, because yeah, exactly, he's in the Henry II Stakes, and you'll be looking up at the skies.
Look up the skies. I mean, there might be a band of rain going through tonight. How much they're going to get, I'm not sure. Sandham was very, very fast last week, so we'll just have to see. I mean, I'd love to run him, but obviously we won't take any chances. So
he's in good order at home, though.
He's in great order, and I haven't asked Mr. Henderson yet. But if we don't run there, I might ask if I can take him to Seven Barrows just for a little away day, okay. Just to see the freshness of him, you know, more than anything. Just a little trip out. But he might tell me to where to go, but hopefully not.
Well, you can only ask.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, look, hopefully the rain arrives and you don't have to. So let's keep fingers crossed.
Okay, thanks, Steward.
Great stuff. Thanks, Alan.
Alan King, conversation with Stewart mentioned there. Interesting to see whether Showman does run later this week. Runners coming out then to Leicester. And this is the 350, the feature event on the card. And Salvatore Mundi is 5-2. Nova Legend 100-30. Postmark 9-2. That's well backed. 7-1 Polyphonic. Cliffs of Fury 8-1. 8-1 Sarson's Risk. Choirmaster 14. This is a trappy 3-year-old handicap. Interesting one nonetheless. They're going to post. Here's Rachel.
Welcome back. There's Sarson's Risk making its way down to the start. This is Sonic Caravaggio and Ian Williams teaming up with William Buick for his handicap debut.
Yeah, decent third in his debut at Newby. Probably wasn't the strongest of races by Newby standards, and well beaten in his next two starts. Given a mark of 75, William Buick is an interesting jockey booking. Sonic Caravaggio, so stamina, slight question mark, but is by Galileo, well, out of a Galileo mare, but this is quite a competitive race.
It really is, and at the top end of the betting and the top end of the handicap as well, Salvatore Mundi representing John and Thady Gosden, Benoit de la Sayette will be on board. They've got the cheek pieces on, and the more we watch this colt through the preliminaries and make his way to the start, you can see why they've gone cheek pieces. He's doing an awful lot of looking around, wasn't he?
Oh, indeed. I'm not a fan of him. I'd be opposing the favourite, I think, because when Benny got on board as well, he was very much on his toes and just not concentrating. I imagine gelding might be the next step forward if he doesn't start concentrating and putting his best foot forward, because he's a nice looking individual, but he did disappoint here last time. He was made favourite, finishing third, and the cheek piece is a good move, I think, because like I say, he just doesn't look like he's concentrating fully in the prelims.
Well, let's see if they have the desired effect. He's got that beautiful love heart, hasn't he, on his head. But listen, he's just a little bit of a buck, I think, isn't he? He's just been a bit fidgety, and we'll see. He's obviously you know, in superb hands in John and Thady Gosling. So we'll see how he does today. You can just think, even now, looking at him.
Yeah, and they're putting a £5 claim on him as well. Very good £5 claimer. Benny's down from 7 to 5, but you might think that, like I say, it's favourite, but more probably because of what connections know they do with similar types of horses, not actual his form so far. Like I say, there's a few negatives for me, and you see Postmark in front of him. He looks very well, quite a compact type. He's done well in 4 starts. He's progressed at each outing, and I like this run at Sandown last time, not beaten far in a competitive race.
Yeah, and big chance again, currently 9-2, and between the two of them in the betting is Nova Legend, who is fancied as Galileo Colts, trained now by James Ferguson, had been with Hugo Palmer, and runs in a handicap for the first time today off 78.
Yep, stable switch, didn't move off to Cheshire. Nice on a Galileo. Connections too think perhaps he's not putting his best foot forward. Cheek pieces applied for the yard debut and the handicap debut. Fully shaped well at Kempton on his third outing. He just looked a little bit one-paced, I thought, in his qualifying run. So stepping up to a mile and a half will suit, but he wouldn't want it to become too tactical. I think he might get outpaced if they do turn it into a little bit of a sprint.
And what do you make of Polyphonic so far? All 4 starts have been in novice company, switches to handicaps today?
A solid standard set by this horse, just the Sun and Sea the Stars, but he's kind of hit his level on debut, and he's not really built on that in subsequent starts. He's shown a solid level of form. He's consistent. That mark of 74 is fair, but he doesn't perhaps have the scope of some of his rivals. The one I actually like at a price and nearly changed my mind and leave the race back at horse, and it's Close to Fury, because he ran well in a stronger race than this at Newmarket. The Kent Yard do well with a small string in Newmarket. Lewis has actually rode this one on the 3rd start when he was 3rd at 250 to 1. Sylvester got on board last time, and he retains the ride today. Just proving a little bit tricky to go forward into stalls, already gelded, but he's a nice type.
Yeah, he looked well in the paddock, and I thought he would improve again, actually. I know it's not been, you know, dramatic improvement each time, but he's getting there, and I like that.
So I prefer his form to the favourite. Yeah, he's 8 to 1, and Salvador Monday is 5 to 2. And I know which one of those two I'd definitely be backing.
And then Choirmaster, who's a small, neat, compact gelding, but by God, he looked fit, didn't he?
He's very fit. There's not an ounce of fat on him. He found some weak races at Bath and Beverley last year. Perhaps the initial mark was a little bit inflated, but we've not seen a great deal in 2 starts so far this campaign, but he will be our likely pace angle, and we saw with Haley in our previous race and the big price winner. If you get easy lead in the round track at Leicester, it's a huge advantage.
So not going to be too much longer here then for the 6th race of the afternoon. Number 3 is Nova Legend. Well fancied, cheap pieces on handicap debut and first run for James Ferguson. And the last one will be Polyphonic, so we can get up and head to Tim Peters for the call.
Thanks, Rachel. Polyphonic is the last one in. Peter McDonald riding for Carl Burke, drawn out wide in 8. All in, they're off. Racing over 1 mile 4 furlongs, the racecourse live streams on Racing TV Extra Handicap. Choirmaster, narrow early advantage. Being scrubbed up on the inside, Cliffs of Fury is also contesting the overall pace. Salvatore Mundi, the yellow cap, out wider in a prominent pitch under Benoit de la Sayette. The widest of all is Polyphonic at this stage, as they get through the first couple of furlongs. In behind, Nova Legend in the white and red colours. The grey right up on the inside, Sarson's Risk. And at the back at the moment is Postmark in the black cap as they continue their journey down the back straight. So fairly well grouped. Salvatore Mundi on the outside of Cliffs of Fury now. Choirmaster, who did lead very early, is now settled back into 3rd place under Tom Marquand in predominantly blue colours. Out wider is Polyphonic. Then in the white and red is Nova Legend Daniel Muscat. Right up on the inside is Sarson's Risk and William Buick. And the back marker is Postmark with those black sleeves, Ross Orion, as they start to climb. And they're about to take a right-handed turn as they begin their swing towards home. So Cliffs of Fury, Sylvester de Souza now leads by a couple of lengths to Salvatore Mundi in 2nd place, with right up against the rail Choirmaster. Then in 4th position is Polyphonic, followed through by Sarson's Risk. Then out wider is Nova Legend, and the back marker still, as they make their way towards the straight, is Postmark, as they now head towards the final 5 furlongs. Cliffs of Fury, a couple of lengths advantage to Salvatore Mundi in 2nd place. Choirmaster continues up against the rail. Then comes Polyphonic. Then in behind Polyphonic is Sarson's Risk. Nova Legend comes next, and the back marker remains Postmark. Half a mile left to go. Salvatore Mundi getting a little bit closer now to Cliffs of Fury, who leads by about 3 parts of a length. Polyphonic a little bit wider, also getting a little bit closer. Choir Master is up by the rail. Then in behind Sarson's Risk. Nova Legend now being scrubbed along. Postmark is in behind runners, but still trying to improve and going okay. Cliffs of Fury tackled by Salvatore Mundi as they race inside the final 2.5 furlongs. Choir Master ridden along, Polyphonic ridden along. Postmark up against the rail trying to make headway. In behind Sarson's Risk trying to get going. Nova Legend looks a bit one pace as they race towards the final furlong. Then Salvatore Mundi has the lead. Salvatore Mundi going on then from Cliffs of Fury. Postmark up against the rail. Now getting going is Nova Legend. Finally beginning to find stride and is really beginning to take off. But Salvatore Mundi is out in front. Still finishing pretty strongly is Nova Legend. But up towards the line, Salvatore Mundi wins. Nova Legend will be second. It was tight for third. Cliffs of Fury, not the easiest of rides, with Postmark.
Salvatore Mundi has got the victory. Well done to John and Thady Gosden, to Benoit de la Sayette, his 6th winner in the last 9 days. Fantastic performance with the cheek pieces on for the first time. They've definitely done the trick. He's been much more straightforward. Nova Legend was back in second and back in third. It's tight, Postmark and Cliffs of Fury, but 5-2 the favourite off top ways. They have found the key.
Yeah, I wasn't much of a fan of him. I still think he's perhaps not giving quite as all. I think there's a fair bit more ability left in the tank. Sylvester was keen to lead, but then the pace, I think, slowed up a fair bit. You can see Sylvester from stall 1 missed it slightly, but then was adamant he was going to get onto the front end. But Benoit de la Sayette had a lovely position just upsides him, and with Sylvester's horse hanging throughout the contest, it meant he was always best placed when the sprint developed, entering the home straight.
Indeed, and a sprint did develop, but Cliffs of Fury had been up there, kind of stop-started a little bit, but he has ran a good race once again, and Postmark likewise.
Yeah, Postmark's done well. He's done right at the back of the field, sneaked up the inside, tried to go the shortest route. Postmark, Ross Ryan, once you're in that position, he saved every ground, and that's helped. But you can see our winner's just got a nice position, just tracking the leader. Sylvester pulls his whip through. You can kind of sense he's going to hang left-handed around the bend, but he just doesn't help Sylvester, our leader, who's not run too bad in Cliffs of Fury. I think he finished 4th in the end. You see the switch of the whip there. Mark Johnson's horse just hasn't really gone on from his juvenile career. That's Choir Master, another disappointing run from him. And as expected, unfortunately, the Galileo, Nova Legend, even with the cheek pieces, he just got outpaced at a vital stage, but he's run on really strongly. I think strongly run handicaps will see him to best effect, maybe stepping up to mile 6 in the future.
Yeah, he was tapped for a toe a little bit, wasn't he? So perhaps maybe longer with him, but I mean, he's definitely a horse that James Ferguson has now that he'll be happy to be working with.
Yeah, I think they'll find the key. This is a competitive race. Just here, hanging off the bends, was Sylvester's mount, and then he's in exactly the right place and can kick when he wants. And I think he's probably a cosy winner, because even with the cheek pieces on, I'm not quite sure he's giving 100% in the closing stages, but he has won that nicely enough.
He's a bit of a cutter, I think, but definitely they have managed to find what they've been looking for, and the first-time cheek pieces has definitely made him concentrate more.
Yeah, just here is where our runner-up loses the race as such. He just doesn't quite quicken when Danny Muscat wants him to. Nova Legend, he's got the cheek piece. I don't think he does anything wrong. I just think he's just lacks that turn of gear, and comes the run to the line. He really picked up strongly to claim second and not quite get there in time down the centre of the track. Postmark, he's made up a lot of ground. There's races to be on with him, maybe a mile 6. Again, some of those in behind would have preferred a stronger pace. The Son of Cedar, Stars, Polyphonic, he just isn't really progressing. He's not run badly back in 6th place, but he's handicapped about right. Race where nothing really changed in the closing stages. The winner was well placed by the £5 claimer.
Yeah, the only big change was Nova Legend. Once Danny Muscat could just wind him up, and it took a lot of winding. He's finished best of all to the right of the shots, white colours, but ultimately Salvatore Mundi, Benoit de la Sayette, he's ridden the perfect race, really.
Yeah, he's kept it simple, and the horse quickened when he wanted him to. Perhaps come off the rail a little bit more than he needed to, but I think the horse was hiding a little bit in front as well. So handicap can't do much damage. They'll find another similar contest, maybe similar valuable 3-year-old handicaps going forward.
Indeed, but for today they'll just be delighted that they've got this Sonic Galileo winning. He's had a fair bit of experience, but today he has come good. Progressive in 3 starts, but today he's really turned it all around and was well back to do so. Let's get the full result with Angus.
Many thanks, Rachel. Yeah, 5-2 favourites. Just nudged out by Ben Roddill, I say. He didn't go for everything on him. He might be a little bit tricky, but didn't do a right lot wrong there, and won with a bid in hand. As for results, Salvatore Mundi 5-2 favourite. No Legend was 16-5. Winning time 2:32.49. Salvatore Mundi was the top-rated time form horse in the race, and the runner-up was second top. Salvatore Mundi's time 2:32.49, 4.49 outside standard. It wasn't run at a furious gallop. That's quite a slow time compared to the others. Ludlow. Runners are in the parade ring for the Flayfit Handicap Chase. 2 miles. Ben Bui 3-1, 7-2. Richie Valentine. Forget You Not 9-2, 5-1. Court Royale. Romanor is 11-2, and Elos D'Or is 11-2 as well. All 6 go over this 2-mile trip.
And Ben Bowie is seeking to give a connection to double Martin Keithy and Sean Bowen. Of course, they teamed up with the teenager Mr. Mafia to win our other chase on the card. Sam Tone and I have just returned from the parade ring, and there, Sam, is Ben Bowie on his way out. Well, we've learned something about Ben Bowie that we didn't know until a few moments ago.
Here's a rather stark aversion to umbrellas.
Yes. More specifically, your umbrella in this instance.
Well, it could have been just me.
Well,
I think.
Well, no, to be fair, once the umbrella had come down, he seemed quite happy.
Yeah. Placated him somewhat, didn't it? But yeah, he was a little bit edgy in the pre-parade. He's just a bit of a character, isn't he? And he needs his own way, and he certainly got it, because I wasn't going to argue with him.
Well, he was heading straight for us at the time that he'd taken exception to your umbrella, so...
I'd rather get a soaking than be run over by Ben Bowie, to be honest.
He's got a decent chance, hasn't he? He'll just try and roll along in front, I suspect.
2 handlers. He looked on good terms with himself, didn't he, as he threatened to flatten us. And, you know, he just looks the type that should come on for that first run. He wasn't gunned from the front last time. He was more midfield, and I think today, with the stable going well and with those tactics that were employed so adroitly earlier on, I think that might well be the case today, that he's allowed to slide along in front.
There are possibilities up against him. Richie Valentine, for a start, is on one piece of form. He's waited to beat him. Admitted you've got to go back to November of last year to find that piece of form.
It's got a bit of dust on, hasn't it? But he looked really well as well, didn't he, Richie Valentine?
Yes.
I mean, he's had quite I would say industrious time of it, but he's had a couple of runs in close proximity, but he was definitely the paddock pick. He looked exceptionally well. John O'Shea's doing well under both codes at the moment with his sprinters and also his hurdlers and his chasers. Stable are in pretty good nick at the moment. My only slight concern, or my only slight query about him, is that he's just seemed a better horse going left-handed rather than right. He's had more attempts left-handed and seems more comfortable that way around, but you know, it's a minor quibble really about his chance, and you know, he's certainly drifting to a very fair price, Richie Valentine, for a horse that's in good nick.
Any possibilities about the bottom one here? Forget You Not, because when you take into account Harry Kimber's £5 claim, he's getting a lot of weight from his rivals here.
Yes, and he's got 2 small field chase wins on his dance card at Exeter and Wincanton, obviously both right-handed. He's won after a 129-day break, so the 5-week absence shouldn't be a problem. He's not been easy to train. He's been very infrequent visitor to the racecourse, but I do like the fact that he looks to have plenty in his favour here. We've had 1 or 2 sharp showers at Ludlow, but that shouldn't really affect the ground too much. He looks to have conditions to suit, and there's been good support for him as well. I think he's been 7 or 8 to 1 at one point, and he's now 9-2 and a fairly strong 9-2 chance at that.
Yeah, I think the rain is beginning to pass through once again.
Let's hope so.
I got warning that it might be on its way. A while ago it was raining about an hour up the A49, so it was coming. It's coming.
As soon as the cameraman put the cover on the camera, 15 minutes before it started raining, I thought,
they have a second sense.
The cricket covers were getting ready, you know, it's one of those, wasn't it?
What about the chances of Romanor today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a keen-going, free-running type of horse, and his last run doesn't really advertise his chance here. He might be better going the other way around, and with the Stratford upcoming somewhere down the line off a slightly reduced mark, perhaps.
Yeah, well, he likes Stratford, certainly. There he is on the way to the start. And the quintet completed by the only one that we haven't yet spoken about, and that is Elios Dor. What, I wonder, might we expect from him today?
Well, you can sort of see the plot for him, can't you? He's dropped in the weights a little bit, 108 to 103. He's got the headgear back on, tongue tie, blinkers. He's had a couple of recent runs which should have blown away the cobwebs. He's not been unbacked as well as a price. I can sort of see the case for him. It's not a particularly compelling one, if I'm honest, but I can see the case for him that you might see a bit of a sharper performance this time round.
It's not really the sort of race where you can argue a compelling case for any of them, evidenced by the fact they're betting 130 to field.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised Ben Buey's so easy to back, actually, at 130, because I thought he would be quite strong here, with the in-running markets suggesting that he might get on with it, or certainly the pace map suggesting he might be one of the more aggressively ridden. I'm surprised he's quite so easy to back, with people perhaps looking to trade out pre-race. Forget You're Not, the money continues to come for him.
Yes, it does. And Richie Valentine and Ben Buey exchange places at the head of the market, 130 and 72 respectively. Forget You're Not. It's not impossible. Forget You're Not could go a favourite the way things are moving.
Yeah, it is shifting, isn't it? The market's quite...
Is there a separate market as to what's going to go off favourite?
Funny enough, not for this race, no. Unusual, that.
Yeah. So half a dozen of them with 50 seconds, 40 seconds or so to be off time.
Forget You're Not's nearly favourite on the exchanges.
Is it? Well, there you go. Still 72 on the crawler bar along the bottom at the moment, but that could all change.
Halved in price, yes.
So, final line to summarise, Sam.
Final line to summarise. Ben Buey would surely give it a good go from the front, and I think Forget You're Not is probably my live danger.
Okay. Looks as though Forget You're Not is going to be ridden handily.
Yes. Well. Maybe that's why he's shortened up significantly.
Could be. Elios Dor, the other one.
People have a strange sort of sixth sense when it comes to front runners and the in-running markets. Yeah, very clever, some people.
Yeah. Right, we are just about set to go by the looks of things. The final check of the watch, and they walk steadily towards the tapes in... Yeah, it is still raining, isn't it? Yeah. Steady rain. Let's go back out to the box and rejoin Martin.
Steward, looks like they're on the final approach. Coming in and off from the 2 mile start. This is the Flow Fit handicap chase. There's already a good 8 lengths between front and back. Ben Buey making the early running, chased by Elios Dor with Forget You Not with the speed. A gap of 5 or 6 lengths then to Court Royale and Richie Valentine, and Romanor dropped right out. Is a further 4 lengths adrift. Ben Buey over the road crossing on the approach to the first of the 13 fences, chased by Elios Dor. Forget You Not in third in the yellow at the first fence. Ben Buey jumped it well, as did his 5 rivals. Number 2's an open ditch. Ben Buey to Elios Dor, Forget You Not, Richie Valentine and Court Royale upsides one another, and finally Romanor at the third. Ben Buey from Elios Dor. Richie Valentine just had to reach for that in a share of 4th behind Forget You Not as they arrive at the 4th fence. Ben Buey a couple of lengths in front, jumping soundly at the head of affairs. Still chased by Elios Dor, Forget You Not, Richie Valentine, Court Royale, and held up last remains Romanor. At the water jump for the only time, Ben Buey had his mind made up for him by Sean Bowen. Several strides from the fence, jumped it well. Couple of lengths in front of Elios Dor. Richie Valentine's begun to take quite a keen hold now, going up to challenge for second, having gone past Forget You Not. Court Royale on the rail, and Romanor is last of a well-grouped field, suggesting that Master Bowen has taken his foot off the gas on the leader Ben Buey as they head off right-handed to race down the back. Ben Buey, Elios Dor virtually upsides, and then a couple of lengths to Richie Valentine, 3 parts to Forget You Not, a length to Court Royale, and a length and a half to Romanor. As they come to fence number 6, Ben Buey and Elios Dor upsides. Forget You Not regained third by out-jumping Richie Valentine. and then Court Royale and Romanor over the second down the back, and Elios D'Or jumped to the front at fence number 7 on the outside of Ben Buey. Richie Valentine, Forget You Not, and Court Royale follow as they jump the ditch in the back straight, which Ben Buey made a mistake at. Romanor remains last of the half dozen, and they're running to the final fence in the back straight. Number 9, Elios D'Or from Ben Buey, Richie Valentine, Forget You Not out very wide, and then Court Royale on the inner, and Romanor last, but firmly in touch as they head into the turn. Led by Elios D'Or, who's a couple of lengths in front of a bumped along Ben Buey. On Ben Buey's outside, Richie Valentine is virtually upsides. Court Royale has moved into 4th at the expense of Forget You Not, who's being chivied along by Harry Kimber. And Romanor's still last but well in touch, and they're on the approach to the final half mile. Elios D'Or and Stan Shepherd will lead them in. Richie Valentine's gone a clear second. Ben Buey's ears have gone flat back now, and he's losing his place as they level for home. Elios D'Or chased by Richie Valentine, over 4 out, be 2.5 lengths between them. Romanor's making ground to give chase to the front 2. Then Court Royale over the final open ditch. Elios D'Or by 3 lengths. Richie Valentine a mistake. Romanor now, and Court Royale coming after Elios D'Or, who's 4 lengths clear, going over 2 out. Landed 5 in front of Richie Valentine, Romanor and Court Royale, but Elios D'Or is drawing further away at the final fence. Jumped it well. Elios D'Or, Court Royale has gone a clear second from Romanor and Richie Valentine, but after taking up the running soon after halfway, Elios D'Or made the rest and comes home to win at his leisure. Elios D'Or for Robert Wolford, Stan Shepherd, beating Court Royale, Richie Valentine, Romanor, Forget You Not, and Ben Buey dropped right away to finish last.
Well, just before the off, they were betting 100 to 30 the field. Half the field were covered by about 1/3 of a point of the betting, and well, Elios D'Or's absolutely hacked up by double digits.
Yes, there's one pulling a car, another one for the Ginger Prince. He's been a bit quiet of late, actually. He was telling me that he might be playing cricket this weekend. I can't believe that there isn't some trainer in this land that wouldn't want his services after the season that he had, but he's given that an exquisite ride, really, hasn't he? The tongue tie and the blinkers back on, and you've seen the horse here that's certainly been revitalised by the headgear being reapplied. The application of cash has helped as well.
Well, it certainly helped some people, yes, certainly those who were on, and in truth, if you were on, there wasn't a lot to worry about up the home straight. He was still hard on the bridle, jumping soundly, and Stan Shepherd glances across at the big screen halfway up the run-in and eases down, but he's still come home miles clear. Pursued by Court Royale, Richie Valentine and Romanor plugging on.
They might want to get him out again quite quickly, I would think.
Yeah.
Is there a Worcester coming up that he could be entered into?
There's always bound to be a Worcester coming up. There's always a Worcester coming up at this time of year.
I think he's 2 from 3 there. He's also proved with that Musselburgh win that he goes right-handed, and this win, I think, has comprehensively suggested that, yes, he's well suited by a right-handed track, fast-ish ground, and a flat venue as well. And he gets on very well with Mr. Shepherd by the look of it.
Yes, he does. I wasn't quite expecting that sort of performance today, however.
No. Ben Buey, once he got headed, he sort of sulked a bit and he's dropped out and he's run really disappointingly. Forget You Not, pretty much the same as well. Was trapped wide, didn't have a good cut at 1 or 2 fences and just hasn't really performed. Richie Valentine, little bit of a disappointing effort going right-handed, so maybe, consider him again when he goes back left-handed. Court Royale's picked up some pieces as he does, and Romanor travelled quite nicely today, settled well, and should be reaching fever pitch when he returns to Stratford someday soon.
Elios D'Or returning to the winners' enclosure. Let's wrap up the SPs with Angus. As we do so, I can confirm there are no near-to-hand entries before the winner.
Elios D'Or coming back into the winners' enclosure. And he was 11 to 2 short. Court Royale second at 9 to 2. Couple more meetings to come online later today. Roscommon and Huntingdon. Let's introduce Fran Berry now. He's at Roscommon for us. He'll be reporting for you throughout the meeting. How are you doing, Fran?
Angus, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. You're very welcome to Roscommon. Second meeting of the year here in 2022. Another flat card here, 7 races on the card. We got some decent action on show here tonight. A really competitive fillies handicap, prize money-wise at least. That fourth race, €23,000 in total prize money. With very short price favourite, though, in that race. It is Ross Carberry, trained by Paddy Toomey, of course. She's a 2 from 2 for this season for the stable. Since joining Paddy Toomey, of course, him and Billy Lee had a fantastic success yesterday. Pearls galore, winning that Group 2 in gritty style, and they could have a big evening here at Roscommon again, as Ross Carberry was a very easy winner at Sligo last time, just pushed out by Billy Lee, hands and heels, to gain a nice success there in another valuable fillies handicap. Up £7 away for that. Given her rate of improvement, she should be hard to beat. She does have the likes of Empira, trained by Dermot Weld, who did make a decent comeback effort, I thought, at Leopardstown recently, over 10 furlongs. She's a winner on soft ground over 1.5 miles last year, and the rain that did fall, with a couple of mils of rain here today, may well help her chances, but Ross Carberry definitely the one to beat there. And elsewhere in the previous race, race 4, Paddy Toomey also has the favourite there, Spaziva, who shaped very well on debut at Cork in that race that's worked out very well, with the 4th and 5th running very well subsequent to that race at Cork, and Spaziva should be hard to beat. In a couple of interesting contenders there from the jumping ranks. Oliver McKiernan's got the big belief, of course. Spaziva, Hallowed Stars there, Gatsby Gray, who ran a huge race in Grade 1 company at Punchestown. He splits Sir Gerhard and the front running Mighty Potter, of course, on that occasion. He's a bumper winner, he's a hurl winner, and he's interested on the flat here today, but the Toomey team should take quite a bit of beating in their 4th and 5th race today. Elsewhere, some wide open handicaps. Final race today, keep an eye out for Black Hawk Eagle, trained by Noel Meade. This horse stayed on strongly, just going down by half a length on handicap debut at Gorham Park recently. That was over 9.5 furlongs on a day where it paid to be on the pace at Gorham Park. This horse stayed on really strongly. He's got up a couple of pounds in a handicap, and he should take beating in that 7th race today for Colin Keane and Noel Meade. Elsewhere, the 2nd race today, Foca del Palio, trained by Joseph Bryan, made a cracking debut run at Leopardstown recently, over 7 furlongs, finishing 4th behind Alfred Munnings. He's favoured for the Chesham Stakes at Royal Ascot. He looks the real deal. Fraser O'Brien, and Volco del Palio stayed on well after being quite green in the straight. This doesn't look a strong race, and he should take quite a bit of beating in that 2nd race of the day. Looks a nice type in the making, and the opposition doesn't look overly strong. First race today is on in about 15 minutes time. It's a claimer for 3 roads. We had a late withdrawal. Shield, the likely favourite, trained by Joseph Bryan, was withdrawn in the last 15 or 20 minutes due to the change in going. That does leave it open for Gerlines' newcomer Plankton, who's an interesting one in a claimer, is in for 25,000 to be claimed on debut, and it's currently training at 1 to 2 in the betting. Angus, we're all set here, fair here for a good evening at Roscommon. Keep an eye on the weather. We're forecast some heavy showers, but Ross Carberry and Spaziva for Paddy Toomey, 2 horses to watch in the 4th and 5th race.
We'll keep an eye on that, Fran. Thanks very much indeed for setting that up for us. Plenty to come from Roscommon throughout late afternoon and on into the evening. Let's now go back to Stewart at Ludlow.
Well, back here at Ludlow, I've been joined in the rain by Stan Shepherd, who's just partnered Elias Dorr to victory for Robert Walford. Well, I wasn't necessarily expecting that. I thought that was quite a tight-knit handicap. Well done.
Yeah, probably would, but Rob said when I rode this last day, there's a race for him in Ludlow in a few weeks' time. He's done a brilliant job with him, and it's brilliant when a plan comes together. Yeah, it certainly came together today. He travelled through the race like a dream, didn't he? Yeah, he had cheek piece. Had blinkers back on today and a tongue strap back on today. Slightly shorter distance than the last time. I think probably getting his toe in a bit today probably helped him, and the blinkers helped him sort of the first 1.5 miles in the race. That's probably where he got caught out a bit at Fontmile the last day. And it didn't look in too much danger from early in the home straight either. No, 2 out was a bit closer. He got a bit closer to that than I had hoped for, but we got away with it anyway, so can't complain. No, that can be the case though round here, can't it? Those 4 fences come very swiftly up the straight. Yeah, I felt like I was fairly on motoring down to the first one. I probably should slow down a bit, and then something sort of came to me. I was like, I can't slow down too much, but no, he's done it very well in the end.
And nice to get one on the board. Obviously, you had a productive time of things last season. You just want to keep the momentum going now, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. This thing is time off in this game, really. I think that's my 5th one this year already, so great to bag an extra one for Rob as well.
Not much time to play a bit of cricket so far, I guess, this spring.
No, we're playing on Saturday. I think I'm playing on Saturday, though.
Are you?
Yeah, so I'm quite looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Another Saturday of disappointment, probably, but won't worry about it too much.
Yeah, well, let's hope it doesn't rain.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be all right, so I might just get sunburnt instead.
Great stuff. Well done.
Thank you very much.
So plenty more action to come this afternoon. We'll be setting up Huntingdon for you a little bit later on. But it's Leicester where we're going to concentrate now. Our next race is over 7 furlongs. It's a handicap. And Up It's the Boss is 11 to 4. 100 to 30 Little Raven. Cubanista 7 to 2. 5 to 1 Central Security. Between the Shoots 17 to 2. 10s Bondi Girl. And final account 25s. 7 go in the 4:25 at Leicester.
Welcome back to the paddock here at Leicester for the final time as we look at the runners ahead of this betterracingtv.com handicap, a 7 furlong contest and a Class 6. This is Little Raven, who has got so much good form on the all weather. He has already won 3 times this season, but today he's going on the grass.
He is. He's backing up quickly. 6 days ago he won at Wolves. A cracking ride by Ben Curtis, a steadily run race. Down the back straight he pulled him out, down 3 wide, got in across into the front, kicked off the bend, and his rivals didn't see which way he went. He looks like he's taken his racing perfectly well, a little bit like RAR in our second race now, was it 3rd race, who backed up a week later. Wouldn't put me off. Straight track today. It's been the 2 bends at Wolverhampton. He's been excelling out over the winter. That would be a question mark. And that's it. He got a cracking ride from Ben Curtis last time.
Yeah, turf debut and a £6 penalty. In behind, number 8 Cubanista for Pam Sly and Shane Kelly.
Son of Amarillo Gold, good 3rd in his handicap debut at Weatherby. That was a big step up from the 3 qualifying starts as a juvenile, and I think he'll improve again for Yard do well here at Leicester.
In behind him, number 3, final account for Richard Fahey. Conor Mertz takes off £3. Now, he's a horse that would need to do better than his run last time at Thirsk.
Yeah, he hasn't really excelled, has he, in his most recent starts, either as a back end, as a juvenile, or on that return when he only beat 4 home at Thirsk.
Why is that, do you think?
He just might not be training on, perhaps.
Yeah.
We'll find out more on the second start today. They wouldn't condemn him on just his return, because he might have needed it, but for whatever reason, he isn't quite going in the right direction at the moment. Looks well in himself. Cheek beaters are on.
So that is a final account. Let's just drop back now to number 7, and this is a horse who's really well fancied again. And this is Up It's the Boss, very well fancied in all 3 starts actually this season. Hasn't he been back to Cashrick? He was 3rd, 2nd at Redcar, and then he came good at Weatherby last time.
Yeah, clearly they thought he'd done well over the winter. He was 2nd in his handicap debut in the autumn at Redcar. And this year, as you say, 3 to 1, 100 to 30, and then 4 to 1. So he's been short in the market each time. Stepping up a furlong and trip seemed to suit last time at Weatherby. That was a really, really good effort. I like him. I think he will continue to progress for the Tony Core team. He knows the family exceptionally well as well.
Now let's get to number 5, Bondi Girl for Mick Appleby. This filly is having her first run for the eye, James.
Yeah, had a couple of trainers already as Bondi Girl. Didn't stay with Jane Chapelheim very long. Looks well as usual. Well turned out by the Appleby team. Jane didn't find the key to this daughter of Ivorwood. Mick Appleby's got a great reputation at improving horses in other yards, but he'll do well to improve one from Richard Fahey and Jane Chapelheim.
But a challenge I'm sure he's up for. In behind number 6, this is Between the Sheets. Michael Bell's filly, Joe Bradnan, takes off £7.
Yeah, he's a big scopy individual Between the Sheets, and I'd imagine that a straight turf track might see this one in a better light. Filly, sorry, she's a real big filly. Joe Bradnan, £7 claimer, gets on well with her. He's ridden her 3 times, cut the 3rds, and that run behind Major Gatsby reads pretty well because he's a progressive handicapper for Bill Turner.
Number 4 is Sense of Security for George Baker. David Probert rides her for the first time. Just a little bit patchy, some of her form. She's clearly got ability, but she can put in the odd poor performance.
Yeah, can be very much a keen-going individual. That's why she wears the hood. She's won in the last 4 starts. Not the biggest type. She just lacks a little bit of scope, the Havana Gold filly.
So they're the 7 runners then that will be making their way down to the start for the finale here at Leicester today.
And this is an update on the market for you. Up It's the Boss, 11 to 4. It's 3 to 1 Cubanista, 7 to 2 Little Raven, Sense of Security 11 to 2, and 6 to 1 Between the Sheets has been backed in from 9-1. It's 11's Bondi Girl, and final account 33s out from 25s. Non-runners number 2 and 7 go. 11-4. A up, it's the boss with money for Cubanista.
Thank you, Angus. Yes, money for Cubanista and also a little bit of money for Between the Sheets. Let's deal with both of them, starting with Cubanista.
Cubanista, I quite like her. She stepped up nice in that handicap debut behind Copper Mountain, drops back a furlong and trip. It shouldn't be a problem for Son of Havana Gold. Not the biggest type in the world, but he's unlikely to improve her palm side. Between the Sheets, she's a big El Cabirfi, and I think actually going on a straight track might just play to her strengths. Between the Sheets, Joe Bradham gets a good tune out of her, and Stall 1. She's going to be racing in the centre of the track without covering too much ground, and that is a negative for the two near the top of the market. Little Raven is 8 of 8, and I Up It's the Boss is 7 of 8. So that's, I suppose, the negatives of those two that were strong in the market this morning.
But big strengths in that they've got good recent form coming into this contest, with Little Raven winning again at Wolverhampton just 6 days ago. Yeah,
it was a good ride from Ben Curtis. I suppose the question mark is it's onto the grass, and the tight turning nature of Wolverhampton has really seen him to good effect. Whether a straight track will play to his strengths so much, but good jockey booking in William Buick this afternoon, who's already riding plenty winners.
At A Up, It's the Boss came good at Weatherby last time after being really well fancied in 2 starts this season. Finished 3rd at Cashrick and runner-up at Redcar.
Yeah, the money just went astray in his first 2 starts of his campaign, but stepping up today's trip at 7 furlongs, saw in a better light. He stays a little bit better than some of the siblings. He's quite a rangy son of Pastoral Pursuits. And I think, again, the straight track's going to see him in a good light. So as long as still 7, that's my only negative for It's the Boss. He's the one I do like, because he's just got that consistently progressive profile.
He sure has, and just keeps on improving. And what about sense of security? I always find it difficult to know what to expect from her, even at this stage in her career.
She's got the ability to win a race like this, but she's frustrating, and she's been favourite RS twice when she's only didn't beat any home at Wolverhampton last time. And 3 days earlier was beaten 5/8 in the 7th. So she's short. I'm surprised she's as short as what she is, to be honest, in the market.
And Bondi Girl, she's a filly who looked well, actually. I know you said that McAfee sorts are always turned out, and they are. They're turned out brilliantly. But she's a filly who's last been seen 72 days ago. She's been with 2 different trainers, and now starts out with the magic man in terms of getting them to win.
Yeah, definitely. Jane Talbot-Heim, she doesn't keep too many in her yard, and just the fact that she's effectively given up with her already, right, would be a negative for me. And obviously the Fahey team got rid of her after the tee open. Not the biggest, so she lacks a bit of scope, and then they made us feel that early days was a time to catch her, but she's gone to a yard, as you say, does excel with other horses from other stables. But I just felt the Tony Cole horse, who's just proving a little bit tricky by himself, and Little Raven, he's just got that nice progressive profile, and the fact that he's been backed at the start of the year does suggest they really felt he improved over the winter.
Yeah, and they finally got their win, didn't they? After the 2 times this season.
3rd time lucky.
Yes, exactly, where he's been well supported. And who knows, he could be good enough to win again today. He is fancied. I think he's got a great chance from stall 7. He's going to be on the inside. You got final account in stall 6, who's a horse who had a couple of nice placed efforts as a 2-year-old, but not really seen at his best. Yeah.
And very weak in the market as well, and perhaps not the best join in stall 6. So intriguing of a finale. Joe Brandon's got a good chance in stall 1.
Lovely. Thank you, James, and thanks to Tim Peters.
Thanks, Rachel. Yeah, just waiting on the last 2. Little Raven, William Buick. George Bowie's had a winner here today. Also had a winner at Wolverhampton. Also out the back, we've got final account Conor Murta, who looks like being the last one in. Just backing away final account. Looks like Little Raven has now gone into stall number 8. So final account, the last one in for Conor Murta, and has now gone into the stalls. They're off, racing over 7 furlongs on the straight course of the BetAtRacingTV.com handicap. And a fairly bright beginning towards the far side by Bondi Girl, who has for company Sense of Security and Between the Sheets. More towards the near side, light green and yellow cap of A Up It's the Boss, just about the overall leader. Cubanista is up there with the red cap and white star. Then in behind in the red and black stars, Little Raven, first start on the turf today, the light blue of final account, as they now cluster together down the centre of the track and now head inside the final half mile of the contest. So fairly well grouped. A Up It's the Boss on the near side, Cubanista is up sides. Far side Bondi Girl and Ali Rawlinson. Far left as we look, Sense of Security, yellow cap. In behind in the yellow and blue between the sheets, the light blue of Final Account. Just been pushed along, Little Raven, under William Buick as they race inside the 3. Still A Up It's the Boss with Cubanista for company. Then on the far side, Bondi Girl. Far left, still Sense of Security. Between the sheets in behind, under pressure, Little Raven down the near side. Then comes Final Account. A Up It's the Boss, Cubanista with right there, Bondi Girl. Then in behind, Sense of Security. Heading towards the final furlong. A Up It's the Boss under strong pressure. Bondi Girl. Cubanista still in between, is pitching. Far side, Sense of Security trying to run on as well. A driving finish to the finale. A Up It's the Boss being tackled by Bondi Girl. Sense of Security is flashing home late, far side. A Up It's the Boss has just held on, I think, from Sense of Security with Bondi Girl in behind and Cubanista.
Good finish, wasn't it there? A Up It's the Boss, I think, is one under Kevin Stott. Cubanista was in there battling. Bondi Girl coming home strongly under Alistair Rawlinson. But it's A Up It's the Boss who has obliged. Sense of Security probably just second. The other two just in behind. Cubanista being one of them. There's the winner. Kevin Stott pulling up. Oh, the final race at Leicester. This is Ross Common. It's a claiming maiden to start off with. Out of 7 furlongs. Plankton 8 to 15. Brown Eagle 7 to 1. It's 15 to 2. And backed Gregor Mendel 9 to 1. Atlantic Breeze 11 and bigger. There are seemingly some people are trying to find some sort of an alternative to this odds-on favourite in this claiming maiden. Plankton, 8 to 15, Fran.
Angus, thank you. Yeah, it's a bit of a conundrum with Plankton. Obviously, he was well supported pre the withdrawal of Shield. Shield would have been the likely favourite. He hardened up Plankton in the betting all morning and into the last hour before the withdrawal of the likely favourite, and he currently trades at quite a tight price for an unknown quantity. By Dandy Man, Gerline's never afraid to run his horses in claiming races and have them claimed, and he did look very professional going down to start with Colin Keane. He took the preliminaries in his stride, and if he is anyway above average or up to winning a maiden, it's a very good opportunity for him. But experience does count for a lot around Roscommon. You're straight down to a sharp right hand bottom bend, and it's often can catch horse unaware. The flip side of that, though, there's only 7 runners for Plankton to overcome, and the stable form could not be any better after another good weekend at the Curragh. Number 3, Brown Eagle, first time blinkers. If they were to work on him for Michael Grassick and Billy Lee, he could be the biggest danger. His couple of runs last year, Nace and the Curragh, are very good in the context of this race. He just hasn't figured it all this season, and maybe the blinkers will get him back on track. Wouldn't be surprised to see him outrun his odds in some respects. Blinkers on there. Gregor Mendel, he's got the blinkers on as well here in a bid to revive something like his best form. He wasn't beaten too far here last time in a 7 furlong handicap on very testing conditions. If you roll back to his run at the Curragh in March behind all the horses, that was a good run again in the context of this race, and with the blinkers on he may well be sharper for that today, and likely a small field will suit him better. Atlantic Breeze, not a bad looking horse. He showed promise on each of his first 2 starts. He did have a very high head carriage though at Dundalk. We're interested to see how he copes with the turf here today. A step up and trip will suit him well though.
7 runners over 7 furlongs in the opening Roscommon claiming maiden. Well into stride was Brown Eagle, shows in the lead in the early stages from Sovereignty. They're tracked by Gregor Mendel. Slotting in and behind those 3 is Plankton with Atlantic Breeze on the inside. Jerry Hattrick has moved up, and at the rear of the field, Red Storm. They've covered almost a couple of furlongs, and the leader is Brown Eagle, followed by Sovereignty, Jerry Hattrick on the outside of Gregor Mendel. These are tracked towards the end of the back straight by Plankton and Atlantic Breeze, and the back marker remains Red Storm. Turning out of the back, the leader is Brown Eagle and Billy Lee by a length to Sovereignty and Keen Mac Redmond. A break of a length and a half to Gregor Mendel. Shane Foley disputing 3rd place with Jerry Hattrick and Ronan Whelan as they reach the halfway stage, and then Plankton, Colin Keane on the outside, who's level with Atlantic Breeze and Paddy Harnett, and the back marker remains Red Storm and Sean Bowen. Turning in with 3 furlongs to go. Brown Eagle holding on to a fraction advantage over Sovereignty, then Jerry Hattrick. Driven on the inside in the green jacket is Gregor Mendel, with trying to get on terms on the outside Plankton. Red Storm relegates Atlantic Breeze to be the back marker. Inside the 2 they come, and still in the lead is Brown Eagle, shifting on by a couple of lengths as Plankton picks up the chase on the outside of Jerry Hattrick. Then Sovereignty and Red Storm runs on from last, and Gregor Mendel in Atlantic Breeze. As they climb inside the final furlong, they've yet to get to the front running Brown Eagle. Plankton is trying desperately hard. Red Storm is on the outside, 100 yards left to go. It's Brown Eagle driven out by Billy Lee from Plankton and Colin Keane. They're the 1-2. Red Storm third.
Brown Eagles won the opener at Roscommon. This 4:30 contest has gone to the Michael Grassick trained Brown Eagle. Blinkers on for the first time. That was perhaps the angle with him, and he's made every yard of the running under Billy Lee. To beat the favourite Plankton into second, and Red Storm back in third. Ludlow coming up to the Mayor's Bumper. 2 miles. Chase Park 9-4. 5-2 Kilbarry leader. Fine Scope 5-2. 9-1 Call Me Tara. Revolut 11-1. And 16 Sorrelina. Royale, that is it from me here in the studio. Lots more to come, more from Roscommon, of course, and Huntingdon will be joining us fairly shortly. But it's goodbye from me as we go back to Steward on course.
Thanks, Angus. Yeah, welcome back to Shropshire as we close in on Ludlow's final race of the spring season. Chase Park, favourite, debut, hooded for Milton Harris. Just in the last few moments, Sam, we've seen evidence as to why the hood might be on. She was just getting a bit flighty as she was leaving the parade ring, and that's continued down at the start, right a picture in the dark blue and pink.
She's a bit fizzy, isn't she? Yeah, a bit hot-headed by the look of it, as you can see there, and her rider's main task, Bradley Harris, will be to get her settled and get her into a rhythm and just get her to drop ahead and enjoy herself, really, on the first start. So, you know, quite a major task for him, really, to try and achieve all those things.
Yeah, I think you might know your fate fairly soon with Chase Park in this race. Kilbarry leader sets a reasonable standard, doesn't she, in the context?
Pretty decent standard, really good-looking filly, looks well, done plenty of work, as you would imagine. She's not lacking for fitness, having run 48 days ago. Quite liked her as a model, and I also quite liked Martin Keatley horse as well, Fine Scope, who I think is a fine-looking daughter of Telescope. Plenty of size and scope about her, and, you know, she faced a stiff task first time up at Cheltenham, didn't she? She was 80-1 in a quality race featuring Mullenberg, and, you know, I thought she acquitted herself pretty well. No surprise to see her attract plenty of support, and she looks a really nice model.
She does, and Martin wasn't entirely dismissive of her chances when I spoke to him earlier in the afternoon, and perhaps there's being reflected in the market for her 11-4 third best. It's 9-1 bar those. You've got Call Me Tara at 9-1. She's shown some ability without anything to get too excited about, I think.
Yeah, I wasn't overstruck with her. She doesn't look to have a lot of scope, really. She looks like she's just got a bit of growing to do, and she's just quite more of a racy type compared to one or two of these who look sort of stronger National Hunt type. She looks more a flat type, really, with not a great deal behind the saddle. She's probably been quite difficult to train as well, I would suggest.
So we're just about on the off time of 4:35. It won't be too long, I don't think, before we're set to go here. Will this be a final turn? Kilbarry leader a little isolated from the pack at the moment. And Chase Park and Kilbarry leader vying for outright favouritism. Kilbarry leader shading it now at 2-1. Chase Park 5-2, 16-5. Fine Scope just easing back a little in the last few moments. No starter on the rostrum yet. Where's the starter gone?
I should just say as well that Revolut was 33-1 when the markets opened.
Oh, okay.
Now a 9-1 chance, I think.
Yeah, I didn't. She looked all right without anything to get overly excited about. She is only 4. Yes. Right, where's the starter? Is he up there now? No. Still no starter on the rostrum. What's going on?
Where is he?
Now, there's a conversation going on in the background, isn't there?
Well, it's not like...
Is it the coconut matting? Was the matting come up or something? The road crossing there, have we got a bit of matting?
Yeah.
Curling up in the rain? Just there. There's a lot of standing around and not much happening, it would appear.
Wonderful.
Yeah. And you were just congratulating yourself, weren't you, early in the afternoon on the possibility of an early finish. Now, have we got the all clear? Right, oh, now, what are we going to do now? We can't omit the coconut matting.
Last race of the season. Yeah. Last race of Ludlow season.
Going up right. We're set to go by the looks of things. I think the flag is about to go up. So a slight hiatus, but I think we're ready to roll now for the last, so it's a good opportunity, I believe, to head to the commentary box where, with thanks, and for the final time today, we can rejoin Martin Harris.
Thanks, Stuart. Thanks for the tip-off earlier. Flags raised. Final approach. Kilbarry leader leading them in. Chase Park going to be dropped out. And they're off. From the 2-mile start for the Racing Welfare Mares National Hunt Flat Race. Kilbarry leader at the head of affairs through the first furlong, chased by Sorrelina Royale, and then Call Me Tara on the outside of a keen-going Fine Scope, and both Revolute and Chase Park have taken hold. Chase Park is amenable to restraint at the moment, so too is Revolute, who really is testing Lily Pinchin's arm muscles as they work their way up the home straight. Kilbarry leader by a couple of lengths to Sorrelina Royale, and then Fine Scope on the inside of Call Me Tara, and Revolute and Chase Park anchored in the last pair. Up at the end of the first 3 furlongs or so, Kilbarry leader, chased by Sorrelina Royale, Call Me Tara the outside of Fine Scope into the first turn, and then Revolute, who refuses to drop ahead and settle. Chase Park on her inside, but they've all gone round the turn on rails. Kilbarry leader from Sorrelina Royale, about 2 lengths between them. Fine Scope and Call Me Tara, 3rd and 4th, and then Revolute and Chase Park in rear. Up the bank and about to turn right-handed to race down the far side. Kilbarry leader by a couple of lengths to Sorrelina Royale, and then another couple of lengths developing to Call Me Tara, who has Fine Scope on her quarters, and then Revolute a length away, and finally Chase Park as they work their way down the far side. Kilbarry leader by just over 2 lengths. Sorrelina Royale continues to run second, and then follows Fine Scope, who's racing on the inside of Call Me Tara, and the last 2 remain Revolute and Chase Park, who's now just having to work under Bradley Harris as they run towards the end of the back straight. Kilbarry leader with a reduced advantage over Sorrelina Royale as they prepare to bear right-handed. Call Me Tara a length and a half away in 3rd with Fine Scope on her quarters, then Revolute and Chase Park adrift by a couple of lengths, and the first one to be chased along as Kilbarry leader begins to press on again as they work their way around the turn. So Kilbarry leader by a length and a half over Sorrelina Royale. Call Me Tara and Fine Scope are both poised behind the front pair. Revolute is well in touch, but Chase Park is having to work harder than the others to keep in touch. They're inside the final half mile. On the approach to the home straight, Kilbarry leader, Sorrelina Royale, Call Me Tara with every chance on the outside. Fine Scope will be 4th off the home turn, but within 3 lengths of the leader. Revolute is beginning to weaken. Chase Park relegates her to be last. Kilbarry leader, with a 1/4 mile to go, has a clear advantage over Fine Scope, who's now coming through with Call Me Tara as Sorrelina Royale drops away. Kilbarry leader to Call Me Tara stands side, with Chase Park making steady headway up the inside to try and challenge for 3rd, but it's Kilbarry leader and Call Me Tara who've got a break over the others, racing well inside the final furlong. Kilbarry leader edging stand side. Call Me Tara can't get through though, and Kilbarry leader makes all to win the mare's bumper from Call Me Tara, with Fine Scope and Chase Park staying on in 3rd and 4th, clear of Sorrelina Royale and Revolute.
Kilbarry leader to get into a bit of a battle at the end, but returns the 2-1 winning favourites for Oliver Greenall and Josh Guerrero and Fergus Gregory, and that completes the racing at Ludlow this afternoon. Welcome to Evening Racing here at Racing TV. We've just had the first race at Roscommon. We've got the rest of the racing to continue there, but Huntingdon is where we're going to go to next. That is the scene ahead of their first race, the 4:45, which is the Join Racing TV Now Maiden Hurdle, run over 3 mile, 1 furlong, and Art of Illusion. The short price 4-5 favourite for Warren Greatrix and Henry Brook, 9-5 for Fox in the Box, 9-2 for the Bold Lady. Dunatara is 150-1, as is Gettysburg, and that is it. Just the 5 runners for this maiden hurdle. And our men on the ground this evening is Tom Ball and Jonathan Neeson. We can say a very good afternoon to now.
Thanks very much indeed. Yes. Welcome to Huntingdon this evening. 7 race card on the agenda. The going is good all around. 55 millimetres of water were put on the course in the last week or so. And Jonathan Neeson is alongside me this evening. Very good evening to you.
Hello, Tom.
Looking forward to it tonight. What did you make of the card in general before we talk about the first?
It's suffering from having too many meetings here. This is the 3rd in a short spell. There'll be another one on the bank holiday Friday. 4 in a month this time of year. It's too many. And jump racing is suffering generally from small fields, and we're no exception tonight, sadly. Yeah. There's one very, very good race on the card, which is race 6. I mean, it's quite a quality act for the grade, and I think we can look forward to that. This opener, well, we'll just watch.
Indeed, yeah, that last penultimate race, I should say, is he's got 4 last time out winners in it, I think, so very much looking forward to that. But yeah, this first race, Art of Illusion is the favourite, although Fox in the Box now, a bit of late support for that one as well.
Yes, well, I mean, Art of Illusion is more reliable, and Fox in the Box has the one standout piece of form, which is the 4th at Warwick. The trouble is, that's 4 runs ago, and he hasn't come remotely close to repeating it since, whereas Art of Illusion, whose best run was 3 starts ago at Kempton, has, if not repeating that, has at least sort of run okay in defeat.
If you said to me Fox in the Box would take, 4 or 5 runs to even get a chance of getting off the mark in a maiden hurdle after that second in an entry bumper, I'd have said you're mad, because that was a very promising run.
That was a very ordinary race.
Still though, in the nose and entry bumper, I mean, you think at least the maiden hurdle would be in his goal at some point.
It was a point-to-point bumper.
I suppose it was.
So, you have to treat it with a certain amount of circumspection, I think. Hey, if you told me he was going to be running as a maiden now off a mark of 106 after his 4th at Warwick, then I would agree with you, because he was 4th to... I mean, the winner was rated 125, the 3rd's now rated over 130. I mean, it's a good race. Anyway, and you quite like the Bold Lady, Sadie.
Well, I do quite, because I think just because the way that he stayed on last time at this track of a shorter trip suggested to me that this extra distance would be right up his street. But
yeah, he's unexposed anyway, after just 1 run, which you can't really say about the top 2 in the betting.
No, you can't. Looks as though Fox in the Box is likely to be one of the pace angles. He's lining up towards the vanguard, at least.
Very wise.
Yes, it would appear that way. And the Bold Lady likely to come with a late run like he did last time. Hopefully slightly more potent this time than it was then.
Propelled by his tail last time.
Yes, it did seem to be, didn't it? And the 2 outsiders probably just looking for 4th and 5th place, aren't they, in this, really? You'd think.
Yeah, you get 400 for 4th place. Gettysburg's already won nearly 500 for being tailed off at Warwick.
Indeed. Right, we're at post time now for the first race. Let's join the commentator of the night, which is David Fitzgerald. A very good evening to you, David.
Good evening to you, Tom, and Jonathan, and everybody. Almost set to go. So walking towards the starter. And thereof, our first of 7 races is the Join Racing TV Now Maiden Hurdle. 3 miles and a furlong. They will jump 12, and Fox in the Box and Junatara, the first 2 to show. Junatara in the pink colours, wandering, approaching this first obstacle, and slowing and giving a slight bump to Gettysburg. So Junatara not convincing at flight number 1. Fox in the Box took it well, ears pricked, coming on towards the second, leading Art of Illusion. Gets over it in 2nd spot. And then on the inside of the course, the light green and white, that is the Bold Lady, just following Art of Illusion. And then Gettysburg in 4th, and Junatara is in 5th place, as they have 2 full circuits in front of them. And it is Lewis Stone setting the pace on Fox in the Box, riding for Ollie Murphy, with in 2nd position Henry Brook, back amongst the winners already on his return from injury in 2nd. In the maroon colours on Art of Illusion for Warren Greatrix, with Sam Twiston-Davies and the Bold Lady in 3rd position, and then Gettysburg and Danny Burton, and Mark Goldstein and Junatara at the back, as the 5 of them make their journey towards the far side. 2 flights of hurdles in the back straight and another one before they turn into the home straight again and complete a circuit. But it is Fox in the Box with a 2-length lead here to Art of Illusion. It's twice finished second over hurdles, bidding for that first victory tonight. But Fox in the Box takes them along to Art of Illusion in second. Gettysburg has just narrowly made a place into third as they come over their next obstacle. The Bold Fady on the inside of Gettysburg, and Junatara is in touch and in last position. So they're in between the 2 flights of hurdles over on the far side, numbers 3 and 4 this time. And it is a son of presenting, Fox in the Box, that has the advantage. It stands at 2.5 lengths. And all measuring the hurdles well, including Junatara in 5th place. So the 5 of them still separated by 6 lengths or so. And it is Fox in the Box that dictates the running, with Art of Illusion happy to sit and follow in second position. The mare, one of the 2 mares, Gettysburg, is still just in third ahead of the Bold Fady. Finished in 3rd place here 18 days ago and wasn't beaten all that far. And sits in 4th, just in front of Junatara. So they're now approaching the wings of flight number 5 before they turn into the home straight again. Fox in the Box pops over it with Art of Illusion in second position. He's keen to go a little bit quicker, Art of Illusion, and is restrained by Henry Brook in second position, still followed by Gettysburg, as they're only going a gentle pace. And in 4th position continues to be the Bold Fady, with their tail held just a little bit high, and the back marker is Junatara. So they go through their starting point, a circuit behind them in the Join Racing TV Now Maiden Hurdle. Over 3 miles and a furlong, and running towards number 6, it continues to be Fox in the Box. And he takes it well, and there's nothing really to quibble about the 5 of them over that obstacle, as they now come to the next in a further circuit. This will be the last. Now it's number 7, Fox in the Box, Art of Illusion. A little bit untidy, the Bold Fady on the inside of Gettysburg, and Junatara is still in 5th place. So coming up to the winning line, with a circuit to go in the opener, Fox in the Box continues in front of Art of Illusion in second. The Bold Fady is following. On the outside is Gettysburg, and then Junatara as they cross the path, passing the exit back towards the paddock and about to turn right-handed. Continues to be Fox in the Box that leads them. And Art of Illusion continues to race in second, but within 1.5 lengths of the one in front. The Bold Fady still on the inside of Gettysburg, and finally Junatara. So Lewis Stone's just going on a stride as they enter the back straight and make the run towards number 8. And Fox in the Box, 2.5 lengths clear of Art of Illusion in second. The Bold Fady level with Gettysburg, and another 2 lengths to Junatara as they come towards the next. Good jumps, the first 2 there. Fox in the Box, Art of Illusion. The Bold Fady is now definitely in third. Gettysburg is just fading a bit. Junatara is coming up on the inside of Gettysburg now to try and make a position, as Fox in the Box continues to have the advantage. Jumps that well to Art of Illusion in second. So trying to press on here. Lewis Stone's on Fox in the Box, and the colours of Mr. Adrian Butler in front of Art of Illusion in second position. The Bold Fady still close enough in third. Gettysburg is in fourth still, and driven in fifth is Junatara. Has struggled to get into fourth place and is now a few lengths behind Gettysburg. But Fox in the Box still leads Art of Illusion and the Bold Fady. These the big 3 as they come to the third last flight. Fox in the Box yet to be headed, still leads by 2. And Brooke just getting at Art of Illusion in second place, and Twiston Davies likewise, the Bold Fady in third. So Fox in the Box with the advantage. It's only a couple of lengths. Art of Illusion in second, the Bold Fady in third place. 2 left to jump, and Fox in the Box continues to be the one to catch and is now driven. A reminder for Art of Illusion, the Bold Fady is coming there this near side to try and mount a challenge. Head just held on one side as they come to the second last. Fox in the Box, the Bold Fady's gone into second. Art of Illusion is in third and is looking held. Fox in the box needs to repel the Bold Thady if he can just apply himself in second. Fox in the box by 2 lengths to the Bold Thady in second, and Fox in the box and Lewis Stones with the advantage here to the Bold Thady this near side. They've gone clear of Art of Illusion, and Fox in the box has made all in the opener. Second, the Bold Thady. In third position is Art of Illusion.
Fox in the box gets off the mark there, and a nice ride from the front from Lewis Stones, claiming £5, and he stuck it out very nicely. 15 to 8 for Ollie Murphy. Had an easy time of things from the front, didn't he, Jonathan?
He certainly did, and that was the key, I think. He'd get out in front. It wasn't always great over the hurdles, but he was able to set his own pace, and Lewis Stones was able then to up it when he wanted because nothing challenged him, and that was enough for Art of Illusion, who is sort of proving to be something of an illusion at the minute. I mean, he found absolutely nothing, and we end up with the Bold Thady chasing home the winner without, you know, you can sort of say, well, he's still inexperienced, but he's hanging, and he doesn't really look to be giving Sam Twiston-Davies that much help.
No, he doesn't. I have to say, I thought Art of Illusion would be suited by the step up. I'm not sure really he wants this far.
Well, I'm not quite sure what he wants, really. Might have been better, I mean, next time perhaps they could go out in front, see how he grabs that. But yeah, so the winner just looked a lot happier being able to do his own thing rather than playing to other people's tunes or other horses' tunes, and in the end he's won quite readily.
And you said before this that he had the best recent piece of form.
We had the one best piece of form. The problem was that he hadn't repeated it, but it's a different race. He's got the ability, as he's just shown, and just sending him off in front and getting an uncontested lead was the answer.
And he's proven he's got a decent attitude as well in the process, unlike the Bold Thady, who had every chance really, but just hung a little bit in the closing stages.
Well, yes, he flashed his tail last time. He still didn't look straightforward. There is time for him, I mean, but he will need to get more mentally mature at least.
You think so, yeah. But the winner is Fox in the box as we hand back to the studio.
Yeah, Fox in the box gets off the mark in the first race at Huntingdon, returns at 15 to 8 for Lewis Stones and Ollie Murphy, and Adrian Butler. Second was the Bold Thady at 4 to 1. And that was the first race there at Huntingdon. We still have the rest of the racing at Roscommon, and I'm delighted I've got John O'Connell beside me to take us through what we've got to look forward to. John, off the back of a brilliant weekend at the Curragh, and we've got plenty of trainers who are in really, really good form.
Yeah, Paddy Toomey probably the trainer to watch there tonight. He's got a couple of hot favourites. The 6:30 race, Ross Carberry, unbeaten 2 for him. That's a warm favourite in the fillies handicap. And before that, Spaziba in the 6 o'clock race, who was really interesting on Cork debut last month. Not knocked about at all. Good late headway, and that's been very well back there, not surprisingly so.
Yeah, he saw his sensational mare Pearls Galore have a victory at the Curragh. We've also got Dermot well represented, and of course plenty of others this afternoon going into the evening. We do have betting for the 5 o'clock, the next race, which is the very fascinating and looking pretty decent in terms of the pedigrees on show as well. The Irish EBF Auction Series Maiden. They'll be running over 7 furlongs, and for the Joseph O'Brien team, Voce de Palio is the 6 to 4 favourite, just coming in for support now. 13 to 2 for Lasmuck. Wujadan, the fillies, 15 to 2. 9 to 1 for Dawn Session. Shadow Creek also 9 to 1. 10 to 1 for Gaelic Nation, a Man of Style, 12 to 1, 20 to 1, bigger the rest. John, the form of Voce de Palio looks pretty decent, and I thought that he ran encouragingly on his first effort, but that was a good winner that day, and he most likely will come on from it.
You'd have thought so. Wasn't given a hard time. Double-figure price there on that occasion. And the winner, Alfred Munnings, is due to go on to Royal Ascot next month, so it looked, in all probability, a stronger maiden we've got here tonight. Lasmuck is the other one who's got the experience in the book, Johnny Murtagh trained horse, and he showed he learned from that debut with a much better effort second start. He's related to middle distance winner, so this longer trip should certainly suit that one. And there's a whole cluster of newcomers in the market as well. There's been a little bit of money around for Wujadan, for Joseph O'Brien down towards the bottom, number 15. That was a relatively cheap yearling actually, of 6,000. There's been no money for Man of Style, but be interested to see if there would have been, because Kieran Cotter's already had a couple of first-time up winners this season in the juvenile front.
Yes, as has Jessica Harrington, who's represented by Gaelic Nation, a son of Sioux Nation, who's done really well as a first-season sire, and obviously Jessica Harrington is in good form as well. I thought that was interesting, but again, not a huge amount of market support.
Yeah, and that's related to winners at varying trips from 7 furlongs right through to a mile and a half, so shouldn't be any problem at all starting off a career of this sort of trip anyway. But the favourite is firming up all the time at Forte del Palio, into about his 6-4, and that could even be drying up as well.
Yeah, it was really encouraging to see where this horse came from. I think it's really just learning on the job, as you said. Not a very expensive high bat, 14,000, and plenty of these are probably at the lower end of purchases. But Joseph O'Brien, interested to see, hasn't actually had a 2-year-old winner yet this season. This looks like to be the best opportunity for him.
You would have thought so, yeah. His father hasn't got a runner in here as it did on this one's debut, so it's a big opportunity to get off the mark anyway. And it wasn't given at all a hard time at Leicester that evening, so plenty of chance here. And got a bit of a turn up in the first race on the card. Bit of a shock there with Brown Eagle making most under Billy Lee. Hopefully for favourite backers and get back on track here.
Yeah, another one. Shadow Creek has had plenty of market support for the Slatterys, who are another team that have been in good form over the course of the weekend. There's, as we say, a good few of these having their first runs, and Voce de Palio is the one that heads the betting. I know Fran Berry is been down there to have a closer look at these 2-year-olds in the paddock, so we'll head back to him and hear his thoughts on what caught his eye.
Jess, thank you very much. Yeah, I must say, Foco de Palio was looked well in the ring. They were a very well-behaved bunch of 2-year-olds, all in the preliminaries, all taking it in their stride going to the start. And on the promise of that debut run, Leopardstown, given the manner in which Alfred Munnings won, you would hope that this horse dropping down in class with the benefit of that experience, Foco de Palio, that he should be hard to beat. On the day, it looked a good race. The second home, Sagamo, was shaped nicely in defeat, and Arby Wes had a previous racecourse run. So with the benefit of that run, dropping down in grade somewhat here, you would think Foco de Palio with normal improvement should be the one to beat. Not a bad draw in stall 6. He did hang out in the bend at Leopardstown. He was on the right lead all the way around the home turn there, going the opposite direction today. Shouldn't be a problem for him, and he should be a lot sharper for that experience. In comparison to the stable companion there, number 15, Woodstand, Mikey Shee taking a ride. Thought she was very unfurnished in the ring, if you like, and the outside stall 17 for a newcomer here is not ideal. Has been well enough supported in the market though in relation to her stable companion, and be interested to see how she does shape up. Just difficult when you're out that wide into the bottom bend. If you get a bump at the wrong time, it can knock you off your stride, and it's hard to recover from that when they've got little or no experience. Last muck, Johnny Murphy's runner number 3, did shape better next time as John O'Connell said in studio at Navan. He actually looked like he might well work his way into the race to get into the places before flattening out inside the last half of furlong. That was definitely a step in the right direction for this colt by Taz Leet, and stepping up and trip here today with the benefit of 2 runs, he could well be a big player. Ben Cohen and Johnny Murta, very good weekend. Johnny had 3 winners over the weekend, highlighted by a double, of course, on Saturday. And last muck, it looked well in the ring in himself. Of the rest of the newcomers, Dawn Session, first-time cheek pieces, and Man of Style, number 4, they both run with headgear here today. For the first time on the track, I thought Dawn Session looked very lazy in the parade ring in the preliminaries, hence the headgear. You can see the angle perhaps with that. Big unit, nice looking horse. And there's Man of Style in the first time cheek pieces. Kieran Cotter had a winner recently with first time cheek piece on at the Curragh, Matilda Picot, and the stable usually have them sharp out of gates. Colin Keane does have a good record for the stable when teaming up with them. Of the rest of them, Joe Murphy, Pandora Lovegood, he's got a big pot on Friday night. Joe Murphy, of course, Celtic Crown winning that big mile handicap at the Curragh, over €80,000 to the winner on that occasion, and the stable are definitely beginning to roll along nicely now. They usually do improve for a run, and this daughter of Fast Company will be coming out of stall 4. She's been relatively light in the betting. Interesting race in some respects. We'd love to get a line on the form of Alfred Munnings at a lower level, albeit here be disappointing somewhat if Foco de Palio on the back of what looked a very promising debut can't capitalise with that tonight. He comes out of stall number 6, Declan McDonough there in the orange and blue colours, Anne-Marie O'Brien. Joseph Bryan bidding to get his first juvenile winner of the year. Kevin Manning will be the last one in Dawn Session, stall 18. We'll get up to Jerry Hannon for the call.
That off. Over 7 furlongs, missing the kick was the 7 Colt Gaelic Nation up front. They're going over 7 furlongs here. It's rumbled again on the inside of Voce del Palio. With them is Lasma, and these are tracked closely by Shadow Creek. They raced the end of the first furlong. Wujdan next. On the inside is the Grey Palace Gardens. Dawn Session has improved on the outside of Man of Style as they continue their progress to the end of the back straight, and it's Lasma joining issue with Rumbled again. Dawn Session after them on the outside of Shadow Creek, and then Voce del Palio, the orange and blue jacket on the inside. Couple of links to Wujdan and Palace Gardens and Man of Style next with Pandora Lovegood. And they're followed by San Antone and played against Zam. On the outside, another grey in the race, Grey Fable, as they head for the halfway stage. And it's rumbled again by half a length to Lasma. In third place, 3/4 of a length away is Dawn Session, then Voce del Patio and Shadow Creek next as they turn into the straight. Having passed the halfway stage, little between Rumbled again and Lasma, being followed by Wujdan, who makes a rapid move on the outside to come to the front, and then Voce del Palio, Dawn Session next, with Shadow Creek and San Antone stays on ahead of Pandora Lovegood, and on the inside is Palace Gardens, but gone for home is Wujdan and Mikey Sheehy, gone clear of the field. In second is Rumbled again with Voce del Palio getting the hang of it, running on in the second place, and then San Antone and Shadow Creek next with Pandora Lovegood and Grey Fable, but it's Wujdan and Mikey Sheehy chased by stable companion Voce del Palio, who's closing fast on the outside. Wujdan, Voce del Palio. In third place was Shadow Creek, then San Antone. On the outside, Pandora Lovegood with Rumbled again folding up on the inside. Voce del Palio made the finish interesting with stable companion Wujdan.
It's all got very tight in the last couple of strides here. Roscommon, one of the toughest angles to call, but the favourite Foco de Palio has given himself every chance of landing on the line and landing late, having had a lot of ground to make up on stale companion Wojdan, who made a big move around the outside into the straight to put 4 or 5 lengths between herself and the rest of the field. In comparison, Foco de Palio was down the inside, tracking a couple of weakening rivals. Declan McDonough had to sit, bide his time and try and work out into clear running. At that point, as we pick it up here at the furlong pole,
press number 11.
11 has got there. Foco de Palio has got up in the dying strides, perhaps getting out of jail in some respects to get up and beat stale companion Wojdan, who's just been caught in line, having looked all over a winner inside the last furlong and a half. Declan McDonough, Foco de Palio brings up a 1-2 in the card for trainer Joseph Bryan. Never looked likely until the last couple of strides when the eventual second began to tie up quite markedly, and under a hand ride from Mikey Sheehy, she's just been pipped by Foco de Palio, who had a not a far from ideal run down the inside. He was well placed initially from stall 6, broke nicely out of gates, just jumped his right here under Declan in towards the inside. There was always a lot of pace on a downhill run here to the first bend in Roscommon, no matter what grade of race you get, and Declan is just keen to get a toe in towards the inside. The stable companion from stall 17, the green colours, Wojdan, gets a good toe into the race from a wide draw, got nicely settled in behind, and eventual winner is tucked in behind a horse making a run in Last Muck, of course, Johnny Murtagh's, and a horse in green towards the inside, Rumble again, who is cutting out the running. And at this point everything looks to be going well, but as Kevin Manning on Dawn Session kicks down the outside in the Bulger colours, and in the middle Shadow Creek, who ran a nice race also in debut, he just gets quite congested at this point in the race, and there's a point as they straighten up here as the camera changes. Declan is looking for an out. Mikey Sheehy is well aware of that. He makes a move, a sweeping move around the outside to go and tighten up his stale companion, keep him tight, and does open up a 4 or 5 length lead, and it looked a race winning move until tiredness and fitness and lack of reach run may be told on the uphill run. here to last 50 yards at least for the eventual second. Declan in the orange colours, last muck begins to weaken, and as he tries to get around that rival, the eventual second is gone and must be 4 lengths clear at this point. Running on down towards the outside, San Anton for Gavin Cromwell, not running a bad race on the Gary Carlin debut, but at this stage of the race you definitely feel that the eventual second is home and host. He just falters there at a crossing, perhaps their last hurl was, or some sort of crossing at that point, and as a consequence lose their momentum in comparison to the winner, who's rattled home strongly once getting within shouting distance of our stable companion. Declan in the orange colours down toward the inside, last muck just weakening in front of him, he's looking for an out. Horrible feeling, he just got to wait, sit, and when he gets out now he must think 4 or 5 lengths to make up. It's going to be tough. He just gathers this horse up, he runs around a bit as he had done at Leopardstown on debut, Foco de Palio, but once he gets close to his rival he gets running strongly. There is the key point in the race, the eventual second just faltering a bit at a crossing, some sort of drain or grass covering there at least, and that may well have made a difference, John, late on in the race.
Yeah, fascinating end to the Irish EBF Auction Series maiden. Voce de Palio gets there at 6-4. Declan McDonough doing really good work late on. Joseph O'Brien off the mark with his 2-year-olds for his mother, Mrs. Anne-Marie O'Brien. Woodstown, the stable companion, he got there too soon and just gets run down late on her debut at 6-1. She returns third. A lot of promise for Shadow Creek at 9-1. Yeah, so it's fascinating this, John, because Voce de Palio at this stage was just tucked in behind, and from the wide outside you can see Woodstown, and it's round about this moment just comes alive in the hands of Mikey Sheehy, and she nearly gets the lead too soon.
She's quickened right away, and all the while she was quickening away, Declan McDonough's been trapped on the inside, and from going well, Voce de Palio, the room didn't appear when Declan originally wanted it to. He's suddenly got 4 to 5 lengths to pick up, and Woodstown doesn't really stop in that front, but Voce de Palio just wears that one down with the experience of that Leopardstown debut. It must be a big relief, the winning post, when it came into Declan McDonough. He's actually won by head in the end, which didn't look likely. Bit of promise in behind by the likes of St Anton, who was 4th, and just in behind that was Pandora Lovegood. But a 1-2 in the end for Joseph O'Brien. It didn't look likely that Voce de Palio was going to justify favouritism. It was touched best part of 200 on the exchanges for a couple of quid. But it's got there in the end to just about save Declan's blushes. Yeah,
Voce de Palio, really big, fine son of bated breath, but Woodstown would have learned a lot from that experience. Well, that was the second race at Roscommon. We've got plenty more action to look forward to for the rest.